Introductory Note to Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leon Meyer. Buddhist Writings. Translated by Henry Clark Warren. Introductory Note. Siddhartha Gautama, known as Buddha, the Awakened, was the son of the ruler of Shakya land, a region lying to the northeast of Oudh, in northern India. The date of his birth is placed about 557 BC. He was born a warrior prince, but at the age of 29, after having married and had a son, he determined to renounce the world. Abandoning his family and possessions, he gave himself up to asceticism and concentration of thought, under the direction of masters of this discipline. After 7 years, he concluded that this method brought him no nearer to the wisdom he sought, as a means of escaping rebirth into a life which he had not found worth living. And for a time he tried starvation and self-torture. This also availed him nothing, when suddenly, sitting under the sacred fig tree at Bodh Gaya, he became illumined and saw the great truths. Henceforth he was Buddha. Gautama's first aim had been merely his own salvation, but moved by pity for mankind, he resolved to bestow on others the 4 great truths and the Eightfold Path. Beginning his ministry at Benares, he converted first 5 monks who had previously been his fellows in asceticism, then many of the noble youth of the city, then 1,000 Brahmin priests. The rest of his life was spent in wandering about and preaching his new creed, which spread with extraordinary rapidity. He died not far from his native region about the year 477 BC. The foregoing outline selects what seem the most reliable main elements in a biography which has naturally become saturated with legend of later growth. The teaching of Buddha, so similar in its pessimistic view of life to that of the Book of Ecclesiastes, is amply represented in the following writings. End of Introductory Note.
Chapter 1 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Calm Dragon. Buddhist Writings. Translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 1. The Story of Sumeta. 100,000 cycles vast, and 4 immensities ago, there was a town named Amara, a place of beauty and delights. It had the noises 10 complete, and food and drink abundantly. The noise of elephant and horse, of conch shell, drum, and chariot, and invitations to partake, eat ye and drink, resounded loud. A town complete in all its parts, where every industry was found, and eke the 7 precious gems, and foreigners from many lands, a prosperous city of the gods, full of good works and holy men. Within this town of Amara, Sumeta lived of Brahmin caste, who many tens of millions had, and grain and treasure in full store. A student he, and wise in spells, a master of the Vedas 3, he fortunes told, tradition knew, and every duty of his caste. In secret that I sat me down, and thus to ponder I began, what misery to be born again, and have the flesh dissolved at death. Subject to birth, old age, disease, extinction will I seek to find, where no decay is ever known, nor death but all security. What if I now should rid me of this body foul, this charnel house, and go my way without a care, or least regret for things behind? There must be an escape, impossible there should not be. I'll make the search and find the way from which existence shall release. Even as, although there misery is, yet happiness is also found. So, though indeed existence is, a non-existence should be sought. Even as, although there may be heat, yet grateful cold is also found. So, though the threefold fire exists, likewise nirvana should be sought. Even as, although there evil is, that which is good is also found. So, though 'tis true that birth exists, that which is not birth should be sought. Even as a man befouled with dung, seeing a brimming lake at hand, and nathless bathing not therein, where senseless should he chide the lake. So when Nirvana's lake exists, to wash away corruption's stain, should I not seek to bathe therein? I might not then Nirvana chide. Even as a man hemmed in by foes, seeing a certain safe escape, and nathless seeking not to flee, might not the blameless pathway chide? So when my passions hem me in, and yet a way to bliss exist, should I not seek to follow it, the way of bliss I might not chide? Even as a man who, sore diseased, when a physician may be had, should fail to send to have him come, might the physician then not chide? So when diseased with passion sore, oppressed, I seek the master not, whose ghostly counsel he might cure, the blame should not on him be laid. Even as man might rid him of a horrid corpse bound to his neck, and then upon his way proceed, joyous and free and unconstrained. So must I likewise rid me of this body foul, this charnel house, and go my way without a care, or least regret for things behind. As men and women rid them of their dung upon the refuse heap, and go their ways without a care, or least regret for what they leave, so will I likewise rid me of this body foul, this charnel house, and go my way as if I had cast out my filth into the drought. Even as the owners leave and quit a worn-out, shattered, leaking ship, and go their ways without a care, or least regret for what they leave, so will I likewise rid me of this nine-holed ever-trickling frame, and go my way as owners do, whose ship disrupted leave behind. Even as a man who treasure bears, and finds him in a robber gang, will quickly flee and rid him of the robbers lest they steal his gold, so to a mighty robber might be likened well this body's frame. I'll cast it off and go my way, lest of my welfare I be robbed. Thus thinking, I on rich and poor all that I had in alms bestowed, hundreds of millions spent I then, and made to Himavant my way. Not far away from Himavant there was a hill named Dhammaka, and here I made and patterned well a hermitage and hut of leaves. A walking place I then laid out, exempted from the 5 defects, and having all the virtues 8, and there I gained the 6 high powers. Then ceased I cloaks of cloth to wear, for cloaks possess the 9 defects, and girded on a barken dress, which is with virtues 12 endued. My hut of leaves I then forsook, so crowded with the 8 defects, and at the foot of trees I lived, for such abodes have virtues 10. No sown and cultivated grain allowed I then to be my food, but all the many benefits of wild fruit fare I made my own. And strenuous effort made I there, the while I sat or stood or walked, and ere 7 days had passed away, I had attained the powers high. When I had thus success attained, and made me master of the law, a conqueror, lord of all the world, was born, by name Dipamkara. What time he was conceived, was born, what time he Buddhiship attained, when first he preached the signs appeared, I saw them not, deep sunk in trance. Then in the distant borderland invited they this being great, and every one with joyful hearts the pathway for his coming cleared. Now so it happened at this time that I my hermitage had left, and barken garments rustling loud was passing o'er them through the air. Then saw I every one alert, well pleased, delighted, overjoyed, and coming downward from the sky the multitude I straightway asked, well pleased, delighted, overjoyed, and all alert is every one, for whom is being cleared the way, the path, the track to travel on? When thus I asked, response was made, a mighty Buddha has appeared, a conqueror, lord of all the world, whose name is called Dipamkara. For him is being cleared the way, the path, the track to travel on. This word, the Buddha, when I heard, joy sprang up straightway in my heart. A Buddha, Buddha, cried I then, and published my heart's content. And standing there I pondered deep, by joyous agitation seized, Here will I now some good seed sow, nor let this fitting season slip. For a Buddha do ye clear the road? Then pray grant also me a place. I too will help to clear the way, the path, the track to travel on. And so they granted also me a portion of the path to clear, and I 'gan clear while still my heart said Buddha, Buddha, o'er and o'er. But ere my part was yet complete, Pamkara the mighty sage, the conqueror, came that way along, thronged by 400,000 saints, without depravity or spot, and having each the 6 high powers. The people with their greetings gave, and many kettle drums were beat, and men and gods in joyous moods, Lord shouted their applauding cries. Then men and gods together met, and saw each other face to face, and all with joined hands upraised followed the Buddha and his train. The gods with instruments divine, the men with those of human make, triumphant music played the while they followed in the Buddha's train. Celestial beings from on high threw broadcast over all the earthenra flowers of heaven, the lotus and the coral flower, and men abiding on the ground on every side flung up in air, champakas, salalas, nipas, ningas, pungas, ketakas. Then loosened I my matted hair, and spreading out upon the mud my dress of bark and cloak of skin, I laid me down upon my face. Let now on me the Buddha tread, with the disciples of his train. Can I but keep him from the mire, to me great merit shall accrue. While thus I lay upon the ground, arose within me many thoughts. Today, if such were my desire, I my corruptions might consume. But why thus in an unknown guise should I the doctrine's fruit secure? Omniscience first will I achieve, and be a Buddha in the world. Or why should I, a valorous man, the ocean seek to cross alone? Omniscient first will I achieve, and men and gods convey across. Since now I make this earnest wish, in presence of this best of men, omniscience sometime I'll achieve, and multitudes convey across. I'll rebirth circling stream arrest, destroy existence's 3 modes. I'll climb the sides of doctrine's ship, and men and gods convey across. A human being, male of sex, whose saintship gains a teacher meets, as hermit lives and virtue loves, nor lacks resolve, nor fiery zeal, can by these 8 conditions join, make his most earnest wish succeed. To Pamkara, who knew all worlds, recipient of offerings, came to a halt my pillow near, and thus addressed the multitudes. Behold ye now this monk austere, his matted locks, his penance fierce. Lo, he, unnumbered cycles hence, a Buddha in the world shall be. From the fair town called Kapila his great retirement shall be made. Then when his struggle fierce is o'er, his stern austerities performed, he shall in quiet sit him down, beneath the ajpla tree, their pottage made of rice receive, and seek the stream Naranjar. This pottage shall the conqueror eat, beside the stream Naranjar, and thence by road triumphal go, to where the tree of wisdom stands. Then shall the peerless, glorious one walk to the right round wisdom's throne, and there the Buddhaship achieve, while sitting at the fig tree's root. The mother that shall bring him forth shall my called be by name. Sudhodana his father's name, his own name shall be Gautama. Kolita, Apatissa too, these shall his chief disciples be, both undepraved, both passion-free, and tranquil and serene of mind. Anandan shall be servitor, and on the conqueror attend. Kim and Upalavan shall female chief disciples be, both undepraved, both passion-free, and tranquil and serene of mind. The bow-tree of this blessed one shall be the tree Asata called. Thus spake the unequalled mighty sage, and all when they had heard his speech, both men and gods rejoiced and said, Behold, a Buddhisyan here. Now shouts were heard on every side, the people clapped their arms and laughed. 10,000 worlds of men and gods paid me their homage then and said, If our Lord, Dapamkara, the doctrine now we fail to grasp, we yet shall stand in time to come before this other face to face. Even as, when men a river cross, and miss the opposing landing place, a lower landing place they find, and there the river bank ascend, Even so we all, if we let slip the present conqueror that we have, yet still shall stand in time to come, before this other face to face. To Pamkara, who all worlds knew, recipient of offerings, my future have prophesied, his right foot raised and went his way, and all who were this conqueror's sons walked to the right around me then, and serpents, men, and demigods, saluting me, departed thence. Now when the leader of the world had passed from sight with all his train, my mind with rapturous transport filled, and I raised me up from where I lay. Then overjoyed with joy was I, delighted with a keen delight, and thus with pleasure saturate I sat me down with legs across. And while cross-legged there I sat, I thus reflected to myself, behold, in trance am I adept, and all the powers high are mine. Nowhere throughout 1,000 worlds are any seers to equal me. Unequalled in the magic gifts have I this height of bliss attained. Now while I sat there legs across, the dwellers of 10,000 worlds rolled forth a glad and mighty shout, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. The presages with erst were seen, when future Buddhas sat cross-legged. These presages are seen today, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. All cold is everywhere dispelled, and mitigated is the heat. These presages are seen today, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. The system of 10,000 worlds is hushed to quiet and to peace. These presages are seen today, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. The mighty winds then cease to blow, nor do the rivers onward glide. These presages are seen today, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. All plants, be they of land or stream, do straightway put their blossoms forth. Even so today they all have bloomed, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. And every tree and every vine is straightway laden down with fruit. Even so today they're laden down, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. In sky and earth doth straightway then full many a radiant gem appear. Even so today they shine afar, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. Then straightway music's heard to play, 'mongst men of earth and gods in heaven, so all today in music join, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. There falleth straightway down from heaven a rain of many-colored flowers, even so today these flowers are seen, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. The mighty ocean heaves and roars, and all the world's 10,000 quake, even so is now this tumult heard, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. Straightway through the whole of hell the fires 10,000 all die out. Even so today have all expired, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. Unclouded then the sun shines forth, and all the stars appear to view. Even so today do they appear, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. Straightway, although no rain hath fallen, burst springs of water from the earth. Even so today they gush in streams, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. And bright then shine the starry host, and constellations in the sky. The moon in Libra now doth stand, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. All beasts that lurk in holes and clefts, then get them forth from out their lairs. Even so today they've left their dens, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. Straightway content is all the world, and no unhappiness is known. Even so today are all content, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. Then every sickness vanishes, and hunger likewise disappears. These presages are seen today, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. Then lust doth dwindle and grow weak, and hate, infatuation too. Even so today they disappear, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. Then fear and danger are unknown, and all we are freed from them today, and by this token we perceive, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. No dust upwhirleth towards the sky, even so today this thing is seen, and by this token we perceive, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. All noisome odors drift away, and heavenly fragrance fills the air. Even so the winds now sweetness waft, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. Then all the gods appear to view, save those that hold the formless realm. Even so today these are all seen, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. Then clearly seen are all the hells, however many be their tale. Even so today may all be seen, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. Through walls and doors and mountain rocks one finds an easy passage then, even so today they yield like air, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. Existence then forbears its round of death and rebirth for a time. Even so today this thing is seen, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. Do thou a strenuous effort make? Do not turn back, go on, advance. Most certainly we know this thing, surely a Buddha thou shalt be. When I had heard the Buddha's speech, and what the world's 10,000 said, well pleased, delighted, overjoyed, I thus reflected to myself, the Buddhas never liars are, a conqueror's word never yet was vain. Nothing but truth the Buddhas speak, surely a Buddha I shall be. As clods thrown upward in the air fall surely back upon the earth, so what the glorious Buddhas speak is sure and steadfast to the end. Nothing but truth the Buddhas speak, surely a Buddha I shall be. As also for each living thing the approach of death is ever sure, so what the glorious Buddhas speak is sure steadfast to the end. Nothing but truth the Buddhas speak, surely a Buddha I shall be. As at the waning of the night the rising of the sun is sure, so what the glorious Buddhas speak is sure and steadfast to the end. Nothing but the truth, etc. As when he issues from his den the roaring of the lion's sure, so what the glorious Buddhas speak is sure and steadfast to the end. Nothing but the truth, etc. As when a female has conceived, her bringing forth of young is sure, so what the glorious Buddhas speak is sure and steadfast to the end. Nothing but truth the Buddhas speak, surely a Buddha I shall be. Come now, I'll search that I may find conditions which a Buddha make, above, below, to all 10 points, where conditions hold their sway. And then I searched and saw the first perfection which consists in alms, that high road great whereon of old the former seers had ever walked. Come now this one as first adopt, and practice it determinedly, acquire perfection in thine alms, if thou to wisdom wouldst attain. As when a jar is brimming full, and someone overturneth it, the jar its water all gives forth, and nothing for itself keeps back. So when a suppliant thou dost see, of mean or high or middling rank, give all in alms and nothing stint, even as the overturned jar. But now there must be more than these conditions which a Buddha make, still others will I seek to find, that shall in Buddhaship mature. Perfection second then I sought, and lo, the precepts came to view, which mighty seers of former times had practised and had followed. Come now as second this adopt, and practice it determinedly, the precepts to perfection keep, if thou to wisdom wouldst attain. And when a yak cow's flowing tail is firmly caught by bush or thorn, she thereupon awaits her death, but will not tear and mar her tail. So likewise thou in stages 4 observe and keep the precepts hold, and all occasions guard them well, as every yak cow does her tail. But now there must be more than these conditions which a Buddha make, still others will I seek to find, that shall in Buddhaship mature. And then perfection third I sought, which is renunciation called, which might seers of former times had practised and had followed. Come now this one as third adopt, and practice it determinedly, renounce and in perfection grow, if thou to wisdom wouldst attain. Even as a man who long has dwelt in prison suffering miserably, no liking for the place conceives, but only longeth for release, so likewise thou must every mode of being as a prisoner view renunciation by the aim, thus from existence free thyself. But now there must be more than these conditions which a Buddha make, still others will I seek to find, that shall in Buddhaship mature. And then I sought and found the fourth, perfection which is wisdom called, which mighty seers of former times had practised and had followed. Come now this one as fourth adopt, and practice it determinedly, wisdom to its perfection bring, if thou to wisdom wouldst attain. Just as a priest when on his rounds, nor low nor high nor middling folk, doth shun but begs of every one, and so his daily food receives. So to the legend I resort, then seek the wisdom to increase, and when this fourth perfection's gained, a Buddha's wisdom shall be thine. But now there must be more than these conditions which a Buddha make, still others shall I seek to find, then shall in Buddhaship mature. And then I sought and found the fifth perfection which is courage called, which mighty seers of former times had practised and had followed. Come now this one as fifth adopt, and practice it determinedly, in courage perfect strive to be, if thou to wisdom wouldst attain. just as the lion, king of beasts, in crouching, walking, standing still, with courage ever is instinct, and watchful always and alert. So thou in each repeated birth courageous energy display, and when this fifth perfection's gained, a Buddha's wisdom shall be thine. But now there must be more than these conditions which a Buddha make, still others shall I seek to find that shall in Buddhaship mature. And then I sought and found the sixth perfection which is patience called, which mighty seers of former times had practised and had followed. Come now this one as sixth adopt, and practice it determinedly, and if thou keep an even mood, a Buddha's wisdom shall be thine. Just as earth, whatever is thrown upon her, whether sweet or foul, all things endures and never shows repugnance nor complacency. Even so, or honour thou, or scorn of men with patience mood must bear, and when the six perfections gained, a Buddha's wisdom shall be thine. But now there must be more than these conditions which a Buddha make, still others will I seek to find that shall in Buddhaship mature. And then I sought and found the seventh perfection, which is that of truth, which mighty seers of former times had practised and had followed. Come now this one as seventh adept, and practice it determinedly. If thou art ne'er of double speech, a Buddha's wisdom shall be thine. Just as the morning star on high its balanced course doth ever keep, and through all seasons, times, and years doth never from its pathway swerve, so likewise thou in all thy speech swerve never from the path of truth, and when this seventh perfection's gained, a Buddha's wisdom shall be thine. But now there must be more than these conditions which a Buddha make, still others will I seek to find that shall in Buddhaship mature. And then I sought and found the eighth perfection, resolution called, which mighty seers of former times had practised and had followed. Come now this one as eighth adopt, and practice it determinedly, and when thou art immovable, a Buddha's wisdom shall be thine. Just as a rocky mountain peak unmoved stands firm stablished, unshaken by the boisterous gales, and always in its place abides, so likewise thou must ever be in resolution firm entrenched, and when this eighth perfection's gained, a Buddha's wisdom shall be thine. But now there must be more than these conditions which a Buddha make, still others shall I seek to find and shall in Buddhaship mature. And then I sought and found the ninth perfection, which is called goodwill, which mighty seers of former times had practised and had followed. Come now this one as ninth adopt, and practice it determinedly. Unequalled be in thy goodwill, if thou to wisdom wouldst attain. As water cleanseth all alike, the righteous and the wicked too, from dust and dirt of every kind, and with refreshing coolness fills, so likewise thou both friend and foe alike with thy goodwill refresh. And when this ninth perfection's gained, a Buddha's wisdom shall be thine. But now there must be more than these conditions which a Buddha make, still others will I seek to find that shall in Buddhaship mature. And then I sought and found the tenth perfection called indifference, which mighty seers of former times had practised and had followed. Come now this one as tenth adopt, and practice it determinedly, and when thou art of equal poise, a Buddha's wisdom shall be thine. Just as the earth, whatever is thrown upon her, whether sweet or foul, indifferent is to all alike, nor hatred shows, nor amity. So likewise thou in good or ill must even balanced ever be, and when this tenth perfection's gained, a Buddha's wisdom shall be thine. But earth no more conditions hath that in the Buddhaship mature. Beyond these are there none to seek, so practice these determinedly. Now pondering these conditions tend their nature, essence, character, such fiery vigour had they all, that all the worlds 10,000 quaked. Then shook and creaked the wide, wide earth as doth the sugar mill at work. Then quaked the ground as doth the wheel of oil mills when they're made to turn. The entire assemblage that was there and followed in the Buddha's train trembled and shook in great alarm and fell astonied to the ground. And many thousand water pots and many hundred earthen jars were one upon another dashed and crushed and pounded into dust. Excited, trembling, terrified, confused and sore oppressed in mind, the multitudes together came, and to Dhammkara approached. O tell us what these signs portend, will good or ill betide the world? Lo, terror seizes hold on all, dispel our fears, all-seeing one. The great sage then, Dipankara, allayed and pacified their fears. Be comforted and fear ye not, for that the world doth quake and shake, of whom today I made proclaim, a glorious Buddha shall he be. He now conditions pondereth, which former conquerors fulfilled. 'Tis while on these he is intent, as basis for the Buddhaship, the ground in worlds 10,000 shakes, in all the realms of gods and men. When thus they'd heard the Buddha speak, their anxious minds received relief, and all their drawing near to me, again they did me reverence. Thus on the road to Buddhaship, and firm determined in my mind, I raised me up from off my seat, and reverenced Dipankara. Then as I raised me from my seat, both gods and men in unison, sweet flowers of heaven and flowers of earth profusely sprinkled on my head, and gods and men in unison their great delight proclaimed aloud, a mighty prayer thou hast made, succeed according to thy wish. From all misfortunes be thou free, let every sickness disappear, mayest thou no hindrance ever know, and highest wisdom soon achieve. As when the time of spring has come, the trees put forth their buds and flowers, likewise dost thou, O hero great, with knowledge of a Buddha bloom. As all they who have Buddhas been, the 10 perfections have fulfilled, likewise do thou, O hero great, the 10 perfections strive to gain. As all they who have Buddhas been, on wisdom's throne their insight gained, likewise do thou, O hero great, on conqueror's throne thy insight gain. As all they who have Buddhas been, have made the doctrine's wheel to roll, likewise do thou, O hero great, make doctrine's wheel to roll once more. As on the midday of the month the moon in full perfection shines, likewise do thou with perfect mind shine brightly in 10,000 worlds. As when the sun, by rue freed, shines forth exceeding bright and clear, so thou, when freed from ties of earth, shine forth in bright magnificence. Just as the rivers of all lands into the ocean find their way, may gods and men from every world approach and find their way to thee. Thus praised they me with glad acclaim, and I, beginning to fulfill the 10 conditions of my quest, re-entered then into the wood. End of Chapter 1. The Story of Sumeta. Recording by CalmDragon.net. Chapter 2 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Calm Dragon. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 2. The Birth of the Buddha. Now while the future Buddha was still dwelling in the city of two Siddha gods, the Buddha uproar, as it is called, took place. For there are 3 uproars which take place in the world: the Silical uproar, the Buddha uproar, and the universal monarch uproar. They occur as follows. When it is known that after the lapse of 100,000 years the cycle is to be renewed, the gods called Lokabayuhas, inhabitants of a heaven of a sensual pleasure, wander about through the world with hair let down and flying in the wind, weeping and wiping away their tears with their hands, and with their clothes red and in great disorder, and this they make announcement: Sirs, after the lapse of 100,000 years the cycle is to be renewed. This world will be destroyed. Also the mighty ocean will dry up, and this broad earth, and Sinaru, the monarch of the mountains, will be burnt up and destroyed. Up to the Brahma heavens will the destruction of the world extend. Therefore, sirs, cultivate friendliness, cultivate compassion, joy, and indifference. Wait on your mothers, wait on your fathers, and honor your elders among your kinsfolk. This is called the Silical uproar. Again, when it is known that after a lapse of 1,000 years an omniscient Buddha is to arise in the world, the guardian angels of the world wander about proclaiming, Sirs, after the lapse of 1,000 years a Buddha will arise in the world. This is called Buddha uproar. And lastly, when they realize that after the lapse of 100 years a universal monarch is to arise, the terrestrial deities wander about proclaiming, Sirs, after the lapse of 100 years a universal monarch is to arise in the world. This is called the universal monarch uproar, and these three are mighty uproars. When of these three uproars they hear the sound of the Buddha uproar, the gods of all 10,000 worlds come together into one place, and having ascertained what particular being is to be the Buddha, they approach him and beseech him to become one. But it is not till after omens have appeared that they beseech him. At the time, therefore, having all come together in one world, with the Satum Marjas, and with the Sakha, the Summa, the Santuzita, the Paranimidya Vasavadi, and the Maha, or of a Brahma, or of a universal monarch, that you fulfilled the 10 perfections. But it was to gain omniscience in order to save the world that you fulfilled them. Sir, the time and fit season for your Buddhaship has now arrived. But the Great Being, before assenting to their wish, made what is called the 5 great observations. He observed mainly the time, the continent, the country, the family, and the mother and her span of life. In the first of these observations he asked himself whether it was the right time or no. Now it is not the right time when the length of men's lives is more than 100,000 years. And why is it not the right time? Because mortals then forget about birth, old age, and death. And if the Buddhas, who always include in their teachings the 3 characteristics, were to attempt at such a time to discourse concerning transitoriness, misery, and the lack of substance reality, men would not think it worth while listening to them, nor would they give them credence. Thus there would be no conversions made, and if there were no conversions, then dispensation would not conduce to salvation. This, therefore, is not the right time. Also, it is not right time when men's lives are less than 100 years. And why is it not the right time? Because mortals are then exceedingly corrupt, and an exhortation given to the exceedingly corrupt makes no impression, but, like a mark drawn with a stick on the surface of the water, it immediately disappears. This, therefore, also is not the right time. But when the length of men's lives is between 100 years and 100,000 years, then is it the right time. Now at that time men's lives were 100 years. Accordingly the Great Being observed that it was the right time for his birth. Next he made the observation concerning the continent. Looking over the 4 continents with their attendant isles, he reflected. In 3 of the continents the Buddhas are never born. Only in the continent of India are they born. Thus he decided on the continent. Next he made the observation concerning the place. The continent of India is large, thought he, being 10,000 leagues round. In which of its countries are the Buddhas born? Thus he decided on the middle country. The middle country is the country defined in the Vinaya as follows. It lies in the middle. On this side of the town Ganjagala on the east, beyond which is Masla, and beyond that the border districts. It lies in the middle on this side of the river Salavat on the southeast, beyond which are the border districts. It lies in the middle on this side of the town Setakanita on the south, beyond which are the border districts. It lies in the middle on this side of the Brahmical town Thuna on the west, beyond which are the border districts. It lies in the middle on this side of the hill Usvardaja on the north, beyond which are the border districts. It is 300 leagues in length, 250 in breadth, and 900 in circumference. In this country are born the Buddhas, the private Buddhas, the chief disciples, the 80 great disciples, the universal monarch, and other eminent ones, magnates of the warrior caste, of the Brahma caste, and the wealthy householders. And in it is the city called Kapilavatthu, thought he, and concluded that there he ought to be born. Then he made the observation concerning the family. The Buddhas, thought he, are never born into a family of the peasant caste, or of the servile caste, but into the warrior caste, or of the Brahma caste, whichever at the time is the higher in public estimation. The warrior caste is now the higher in public estimation. I will be born into a warrior family, and King Siddhudana shall be my father. Thus he decided on the family. Then he made the observation concerning the mother. The mother of Buddha, thought he, is never a wanton nor a drunkard, but is one who has fulfilled the perfections through 100,000 cycles. and has kept the 5 precepts unbroken from the day of her birth. Now this queen Mamai is such a one, and she shall be my mother. But what shall be her span of life?" continued he, and he perceived that it was to be 10 months and 7 days. Having thus made the 5 great observations, he kindly made the gods the required promise, saying, "Sirs, you are right. The time has come for my Buddhaship." Then, surrounded by the gods of the Tusita heaven, and dismissing all the other gods, he entered the Nirvana grove of the Tusita capital, for in each of the heavens there is a Nirvana grove. And here the gods said, "Attain in your next existence your high destiny," and kept reminding him that he had already paved the way to it by his accumulated merit. Now it was while he was thus dwelling, surrounded by these deities, and was conceived in the womb of Queen Mamai. And in order that this matter may be fully understood, I will give the whole account in due order. It is related that at the time the midsummer festival had been proclaimed in the city of Kapilavatthu, and the multitude were enjoying the feast, and Queen Mamai, abstaining from strong drink, and brilliant with garlands and perfumes, took part in the festivities for the 6 days previous to the day of full moon. And when it came to be the day of full moon, she rose early, bathed in perfumed water, and dispensed 400,000 pieces of money in great largesse. And decked in full gala attire, she ate of the choicest foods, after which she took the 8 vows, and entered her elegantly furnished chamber of state. And lying down on the royal couch, she fell asleep and dreamed the following dream. The 4 guardian angels came and lifted her up, together with her couch, and took her away to the Himalaya mountains. There, in the Manosil tableland, which is 60 leagues in extent, they laid her under a prodigious sal tree, 7 leagues in height, and took up their positions respectfully at one side. Then came the wives of these guardian angels, and conducted her to Anotada Lake, and bathed her, to remove every human stain. And after clothing her with divine garments, they anointed her with perfumes and decked her with divine flowers. Not far off was Silver Hill, and in it a golden mansion. There they spread a divine couch with its head towards the east, and laid her down upon it. Now the future Buddha had become a superb white elephant, and was wandering about at no great distance, on Gold Hill. Descending thence, he ascended Silver Hill, and approached from the north. He plucked a white lotus with his silvery trunk, and trumpeting loudly, went into the golden mansion. And 3 times he walked round his mother's couch with his right side towards it, and striking her on her right side, he seemed to enter her womb. Thus the conception took place in the midsummer festival. On the next day the queen awoke and told the dream to the king, and the king caused 64 eminent Brahmins to be summoned, and spread costly seats for them on ground festively prepared with green leaves, dalbergia flowers, and so forth. The Brahmas being seated, he filled gold and silver dishes with the best of milk porridge compounded with ghee, honey, and treacle. And covering these dishes with others, made likewise of gold and silver, he gave the Brahmas to eat. And not only with food, but with other gifts, such as new garments, tawny cows, and so forth. He satisfied them completely. And when their every desire had been satisfied, he told them the dream and asked them what would come of it. "Be not anxious, great king," said the Brahmas. "A child has planted itself in the womb of your queen, and it is a male child and not a female. You will have a son, and he, if he continue to live the household life, will become a universal monarch. But if he leave the household life and retire from the world, he will become a Buddha, and roll back the clouds of sin and folly of this world." Now the instant the future Buddha was conceived in the womb of his mother, all 10,000 worlds suddenly quaked, quivered, and shook. And the 32 prognostics appeared as follows. An immeasurable light spread through 10,000 worlds. The blind recovered their sight, as if from desire to see this his glory. The deaf received their hearing, the dumb talked, the hunchback became straight of body, the lame recovered the power to walk. All those bonds were freed from their bonds and chains. The fires went out in all the hells. The hunger and thirst of the mains was stilled. Wild animals lost their timidity. Diseases ceased among men. All mortals became mild-spoken. Horses neighed and elephants trumpeted in a manner sweet to the ear. All musical instruments gave forth their notes without being played upon. Bracelets and other ornaments jingled. In all quarters of the heavens the weather became fair. A mild, cool breeze began to blow, very refreshing to men. Rain fell out of season. Water burst forth from the earth and flowed in streams. The birds ceased flying through the air. The rivers checked their flowing. In the mighty ocean the water became sweet. The ground became everywhere covered with lotuses of the 5 different colors. All flowers bloomed, both those on land and those that grow in the water. Trunk lotuses bloomed on the trunks of trees, branch lotuses on the branches, and vine lotuses on the vines. On the ground, stalk lotuses, as they are called, burst through the overlying rocks and came up by sevens. In the sky were produced others, called hanging lotuses. A shower of flowers fell all about, celestial music was heard to play in the sky, and the whole 10,000 worlds became one mass of garlands, of the utmost possible magnificence, with waving chowries, and saturated with these incense-like fragrance of flowers, and resembled a bouquet of flowers sent whirling through the air, or a closely woven wreath, or a superbly decorated altar of flowers. From the time the future Buddha was thus conceived, 4 angels with swords in their hands kept guard, to ward off all harm from both the future Buddha and the future Buddha's mother. No lustful thought sprang up in the mind of the future Buddha's mother, having reached the pinnacle of good fortune and of glory. She felt comfortable and well, and experienced no exhaustion of body, and within her womb she could distinguish the future Buddha, like a white thread passed through a transparent jewel. And whereas a womb that has been occupied by a future Buddha is like the shrine of a temple, and can never be occupied or used again, therefore it was the mother of the future Buddha died when he was 7 days old, and was reborn in the Tusita heaven. Now other women sometimes fall short of, and sometimes run over the term of 10 lunar months, and then bring forth either sitting or lying down. But not so the mother of a future Buddha. She carries the future Buddha in her womb for just 10 months, and then brings forth while standing up. This is a characteristic of the mother of future Buddha. So also Queen Maimai carried the future Buddha in her womb, as it were oil in a vessel for 10 months, and being then far gone with child, she grew desirous of going home to her relatives, and said to King Suddhodana, "Sire, I should like to visit my kinsfolk in their city of Devadaha." "So be it," said the king, and from Kapilavatthu to the city of Devadaha he had the road made even, and garnished it with plantain trees set in pots, and with banners and streamers, and seating the queen in a golden palanquin borne by 1,000 of his courtiers, he sent her away in great pomp. Now between the 2 cities, and belonging to the inhabitants of both, there was a pleasure grove of sal trees called Lumbini Grove. And at this particular time this grove was one mass of flowers from the ground to the topmost branches, while amongst the branches and flowers hummed swarms of bees of 5 different colors, and flocks of various kinds of birds flew about warbling sweetly. Throughout the whole of Lumbini Grove the scene resembled the Sitalat Grove in Indra's paradise, or the magnificently decorated banqueting pavilion of some potent king. When the queen beheld it, she became desirous of disporting herself therein, and the courtiers therefore took her into it, and going to the foot of the monarch sal tree of the grove, she wished to take hold of one of its branches, and the sal tree branch, like the tip of a well-steamed reed, bent itself down within reach of the queen's hands. Then she reached out her hand and seized hold of the branch, and immediately her pains came upon her. Thereupon the people hung a curtain about her, and retired, so her delivery took place while she was standing up, and keeping fast hold of the sal tree branch. At that very moment came 4 pure-minded Mahabrahma angels bearing a golden net, and, receiving the future Buddha on this golden net, they placed him before his mother and said, "Rejoice, O Queen, a mighty son has been born to you." Now other mortals, on issuing from the maternal womb, are smeared with disagreeable, impure matter, but not so the future Buddha. He issued from his mother's womb like a preacher descending from his preaching seat. or a man coming down a stair, stretching out both hands and both feet, unsmeared by any impurity from his mother's womb, and flashing pure and spotless, like a jewel thrown upon a vesture of Benares cloth. Notwithstanding this, for the sake of honoring the future Buddha and his mother, there came 2 streams of water from the sky, and refreshed the future Buddha and his mother. Then the Brahma angels, after receiving him on their golden net, delivered him to the 4 guardian angels, who received him from their hands on a rug, which was made of the skins of black antelopes, and was soft to the touch, being such as is used on state occasions. And the guardian angels delivered him to men who received him on a coil of fine cloth. And the men led him out of their hands on the ground, where he stood and faced the east. There, before him, lay many thousands of worlds, like a great open court, and in them gods and men making offerings to him of perfumes, garlands, and so on, were saying, "Great being, there is none your equal, much less your superior." When we had in this manner surveyed the 4 cardinal points, and the 4 immediate ones, and the zenith, and the nadir, in short, all the 10 directions in order, and had nowhere discovered his equal, he exclaimed, "This is the best direction," and strode forward 7 paces, followed by my Brahma holding over him the white umbrella, Suma bearing the fan, and other divinities having their other symbols of royalty in their hands. Then at the 7th stride he halted. With a noble voice he shouted the shout of victory, beginning, "The chief am I in all the world." Now in 3 of his existences did the future Buddha utter words immediately on issuing from the mother's womb, namely, in his existence as Mahosada, in his existence as Vesantara, and in this existence. As respects his existence as Mahosada, it is related that just as he was issuing from his mother's womb, Sakka, the king of the gods, came and placed in his hands some choice sandal wood, and departed, and he closed his fist upon it and issued forth. "My child," said his mother, "what is it you bring with you in your hand?" "Medicine, mother," said he. Accordingly, as he was born with medicine in his hand, they gave him the name of Osada Draka, medicine child. Then they took the medicine and placed it in an earthenware jar, and it was a sovereign remedy to heal all the blind, the deaf, and other afflicted persons who came to it. So the saying sprang up, "This is a great medicine, this is a great medicine," and thus he received the name Mahosada, great medicine man. Again, in the Vesantara existence, and he was issuing from his mother's womb, and he stretched out his right hand and said, "Pray, mother, is there anything in the house I want to give alms?" Then, after he had completely issued forth, his mother said, "It's a wealthy family, my son, into which you are born." And putting his hand in her own, she had them place in his a purse containing 1,000 pieces of money. Lastly, in this birth he shouted the shout of victory above mentioned. Thus in 3 of his existences did the future Buddha utter words immediately on issuing from his mother's womb. And just as at the moment of his conception, so also at the moment of his birth appeared the 32 prognostics. Now at the very time that our future Buddha was born in Lumbini Grove, there also came into existence the mother of Rula, and Chana the courtier, Claudi the courtier, Kantaka the king of horses, the great bow tree, and the 4 urns full of treasure. Of these last, one was 1/4 of a league in extent, another 1/2 a league, the third 3/4 of a league, and the 4th a league. These 7 were called the connate ones. Then the inhabitants of both cities took the future Buddha and carried him to Kapilavatthu. End of Chapter 2. The Birth of the Buddha. Recording by CalmDragon.net.
Chapter 3 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eli Farley. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 3. The Attainment of Buddhaship. Now at that time there lived in Uruvela a girl named Sujata, who had been born in the family of the householder Senani in General's town. On reaching maturity, she made a prayer to a certain banyan tree, saying, "If I get a husband of equal rank with myself, and my firstborn is a son, I will make a yearly offering to you of the value of 100,000 pieces of money." And her prayer had been successful. And wishing to make her offering on the day of full moon of the month Visakha, full 6 years after the great being commenced his austerities, she first pastured 1,000 cows in Lathimadu wood, and fed their milk to 500 cows, and the milk of these 500 cows to 250, and so on, down to feeding the milk of 16 cows to 8. This working the milk in and in, as it is called, was done to increase the thickness and the sweetness and the strength-giving properties of the milk. And when it came to be the full moon day of Visakha, she resolved to make her offering, and rose up early in the morning, just when night was breaking into day, and gave orders to milk the 8 cows. The calves had not come at the teats of the cows. Yet as soon as new pails were put under the udders, the milk flowed in streams of its own accord. When she saw this miracle, Sujata took the milk with her own hands, and placed it in a new vessel, and herself made a fire and began to cook it. While the milk rice was cooking, immense bubbles arose, and turning to the right, went round together, but not a single drop ran over the edge, and not a particle of smoke went up from the fireplace. On this occasion the 4 guardian angels were present, and stood guard over the fireplace. Mahabrahma bore aloft the canopy of state, and Sakka raked the firebrands together and made the fire blaze up brightly. And just as a man crushes honey out of a honeycomb that has formed around a stick, so the deities by their superhuman power collected an amount of vital sap sufficient for the sustenance of the gods and men of all the 4 great continents, and their 2,000 attendant isles, and infused it into the milk rice. At other times, to be sure, the deities infused this sap into each mouthful, but on the day of the attainment of the Buddhaship, and on the day of the cease, they placed it in the kettle itself. When Sujata had seen so many miracles appear to her in one day, she said to her slave girl Puna, "Puna, dear girl, the deity is very graciously disposed to us today. I have never before seen so many marvelous things happen in so short a time. Run quickly, and get everything ready at the holy place." "Yes, my lady," replied the slave girl, and ran in great haste to the foot of the tree. Now that night the future Buddha had 5 great dreams, and on considering their meaning, reached the conclusion, "Without doubt I shall become a Buddha this very day." And when night was over, and he had cared for his person, he came early in the morning to that tree, to await the hour to go begging. And when he sat down, he illumined the whole tree with his radiance. Then came Puna, and saw the future Buddha sitting at the foot of the tree, contemplating the eastern quarter of the world. And when she beheld a radiance from his body lighting up the whole tree with a golden color, she became greatly excited, saying to herself, "Our deity, methinks, has come down from the tree today, and has seated himself ready to receive our offering in person." And she ran in great haste and told Sujata of the matter. When Sujata heard this news, she was overjoyed, and saying, "From this day forth be to me in the room of an eldest daughter." She decked Puna with all the ornaments appropriate to that position. And since a future Buddha on the day he attains the Buddhaship must needs receive a golden dish worth 100,000 pieces of money, therefore the idea occurred to her of putting the milk rice in a golden dish, and bringing out a golden dish that was worth 100,000, she took up the cooking vessel and began to pour out the milk rice. All the milk rice rolled off like water from a lotus leaf, and exactly filled the dish. Then, covering the dish with another, which was also made of gold, and wrapping it in a cloth, she adorned herself in all her ornaments, and with the dish on her head proceeded in state to the foot of the banyan tree. As soon as she caught sight of the future Buddha, she was exceedingly overjoyed, supposing him to be the tree god, and as she advanced she kept constantly bowing. And taking the pot from her head, she uncovered it, and with some flower-scented water in a golden vase, drew near and took up a position close to the future Buddha. The earthenware bowl which the future Buddha had kept so long, and which had been given him by Gatikara, the Mahabrahma god, in that instant disappeared, and the future Buddha, stretching out his right hand in an attempt to find his bowl, grasped the vase of water. Next, Sujata placed the dish of milk rice in the hand of the great being. Then the great being looked at Sujata, and she perceived that he was a holy man, and did obeisance, and said, "Lord, accept my donation, and go whithersoever it seemeth to you good." And adding, "May your wishes prosper like mine own," she departed, caring no more for her golden dish worth 100,000 pieces of money than if it had been a dead leaf. The future Buddha rose from his seat and walked round the tree with his right side towards it. And taking the dish, he proceeded to the banks of the Nirvana and descended into its waters, just as many thousands of future Buddhas before him had descended on the day of their complete enlightenment. The spot where he bathed is now a place of pilgrimage named Supatitita, and here he deposited the dish on the bank before descending into the water. Had been the dress of many hundreds of thousands of future Buddhas before him, and sitting down with his face to the east, he made the whole of the thick, sweet milk rice into 49 pellets of the size of the fruit of the single-seeded palmyra tree, and ate it. And he took no further nourishment until the end of the 7 weeks, or 49 days, which he spent on the throne of wisdom after he had become a Buddha. During all that time he had no other nourishment. He neither bathed, nor rinsed his mouth, nor did he ease himself, but was wholly taken up by the delights of the trances, of the paths, and of the fruits. Now when he had consumed the milk rice, he took the golden dish, and saying, "If I am to succeed in becoming a Buddha to-day, let this dish go upstream, but if not, let it go downstream." He threw it into the water, and it swam, cleaving the stream, until it came to the middle of the river, and then, like a fleet horse, it ran upstream for a distance of 80 cubits, keeping all the while in the middle of the stream. Then it dived into a whirlpool, and went to the palace of the Black Snake King, and hit click, click against the dishes that had been used by the last 3 Buddhas, and took its place at the end of the row. When the Black Snake King heard the noise, he exclaimed, "But yesterday a Buddha lived, and now another has been born." And so on, through several hundred laudatory verses. As a matter of only yesterday and today did the times of the Snake King's appearance above ground seem to him, and his body at such times towered up into the sky to a height of 1 3/4 leagues. Then the future Buddha took his noonday rest on the banks of the river, in a grove of salt trees in full bloom. And at nightfall, at the time the flowers droop on their stalks, he rose up, like a lion when he bestirs himself, and went towards the bo tree, along a road which the gods had decked, and which was 8 usabas wide. The snakes, the fairies, the birds, and other classes of beings did him homage with celestial perfumes, flowers, and other offerings, and celestial choruses poured forth heavenly music, so that the 10,000 worlds were filled with these perfumes, garlands, and shouts of acclaim. Just then there came from the opposite direction a grass cutter named Scothia, and he was carrying grass. And when he saw the great being, that he was a holy man, he gave him 8 handfuls of grass. The future Buddha took the grass, and ascending to the throne of wisdom, stood on the southern side and faced the north. Instantly the southern half of the world sank, until it seemed to touch the abyssal hell, while the northern half rose to the highest of the heavens. "Methinks," said the future Buddha, "this cannot be the place for the attainment of the supreme wisdom." And walking round the tree with his right side towards it, he came to the western side and faced the east. Then the western half of the world sank, until it seemed to touch the abyssal hell, while the eastern half rose to the highest of the heavens. Wherever, indeed, he stood, the broad earth rose and fell, as though it had been a huge cartwheel lying on its hub, and someone were treading on the rim. "Methinks," said the future Buddha, "this also cannot be the place for the attainment of supreme wisdom." And walking round the tree with his right side towards it, he came to the northern side and faced the south. Then the northern half of the world sank, until it seemed to touch the abyssal hell, while the southern half rose to the highest of the heavens. "Methinks," said the future Buddha, "this also cannot be the place for the attainment of supreme wisdom." And walking round the tree with his right side towards it, he came to the eastern side and faced the west. Now it is on the eastern side of their bo trees that all the Buddhas have sat cross-legged, and that side neither trembles nor quakes. Then the great being, saying to himself, "This is the immovable spot on which all the Buddhas have planted themselves. This is the place for destroying passion's net," took hold of his handful of grass by one end, and shook it out there. And straightway the blades of grass formed themselves into a seat 14 cubits long, of such symmetry of shape as not even the most skilful painter or carver could design. Then the future Buddha turned his back to the trunk of the bo tree and faced the east, and making the mighty resolution, "Let my skin and sinews and bones become dry and welcome, and let all the flesh and blood in my body dry up, but never from the seat will I stir until I have attained the supreme and absolute wisdom." He sat himself down cross-legged in an unconquerable position, from which not even the descent of 100 thunderbolts at once could have dislodged him. At this point the god Mara, exclaiming, "Prince Siddhartha is desirous of passing beyond my control, but I will never allow it," went and announced the news to his army, and sounding the Mara war cry, drew out for battle. Now Mara's army extended in front of him for 12 leagues, and to the right and to the left for 12 leagues, and in the rear as far as to the confines of the world, and it was 9 leagues high. And when it shouted, It made an earthquake-like roaring and rumbling over a space of 1,000 leagues. And the god Mara, mounting his elephant, which was 150 leagues high, and had the name girded with mountains, caused 1,000 arms to appear on his body, and with these he grasped a variety of weapons. Also in the remainder of that army no two persons carried the same weapon, and diverse also in their appearances and countenances, the host swept on like a flood to overwhelm the great being. Now deities throughout 10,000 worlds were busy singing the praises of the great being. Saka, the king of the gods, was blowing the conch shell Vijayuttara. This conch, they say, was 120 cubits long, and when once it had been filled with winds, it would sound for 4 months before it stopped. The great black snake king sang more than 100 laudatory verses, and Mahara's army gradually drew near to the throne of wisdom. Not one of these gods was able to stand his ground, but each fled straight before him. The black snake king dived into the ground, and coming to the snake abode, Manjerika, which was 500 leagues in extent, he covered his face with both hands and lay down. Saka slung his conch shell Vijayuttara over his back, and took up his position on the rim of the world. Mahabrahma left the white umbrella at the end of the world, and fled to his Brahma abode. Not a single deity was able to stand his ground, and the great being was left sitting alone. Then said Mara to his followers, "My friends, Siddhartha, the son of Suddhodana, is far greater than any other man, and we shall never be able to fight him in front. We will attack him from behind." All the gods had now disappeared, and the great being looked around on 3 sides, and said to himself, "There is no one here." Then, looking to the north, he perceived Mara's army coming on like a flood, and said, "Here is this multitude exerting all their strength and power against me alone. My mother and father are not here, nor my brother, nor any other relative. But I have these 10 perfections, like old retainers long cherished at my board. It therefore behooves me to make the 10 perfections my shield and my sword, and to strike a blow with them that shall destroy this strong array." And he remained sitting, and reflected on the 10 perfections. Thereupon the god Mara caused a whirlwind, thinking, "By this will I drive away Siddhartha." Straightway the east wind and all the other different winds began to blow. But although these winds could have torn their way through mountain peaks 1/2 a league, or 2 leagues, or 3 leagues high, or have uprooted forest shrubs and trees, or have reduced to powder and scattered in all directions villages and towns, yet when they reached the future Buddha, such was the energy of the great being's merit, they lost all power and were not able to cause so much as a fluttering of the edge of his priestly robe. Then he caused a great rainstorm, saying, "With water will I overwhelm and drown him." And through his mighty power, clouds of 100 strata, and clouds of 1,000 strata arose, and also the other different kinds, and these rained down, until the earth became gullied by the torrents of water which fell, and until the floods had risen over the tops of every forest tree. But on coming to the great being, this mighty inundation was not able to wet his priestly robes as much as a dewdrop would have done. Then he caused a shower of rocks, in which immense mountain peaks flew smoking and flaming through the sky. But on reaching the future Buddha, they became celestial bouquets of flowers. Then he caused a shower of weapons, in which single-edged and double-edged swords, spears, and arrows flew smoking and flaming through the sky. But on reaching the future Buddha, they became celestial flowers. Then he caused a shower of live coals, in which live coals as red as Kimsuka flowers flew through the sky, but they scattered themselves at the future Buddha's feet as a shower of celestial flowers. Then he caused a shower of hot ashes, in which ashes that glowed like fire flew through the sky, but they fell at the future Buddha's feet as sandalwood powder. Then he caused a shower of sand, in which very fine sand flew smoking and flaming through the sky, but it fell at the future Buddha's feet as celestial flowers. Then he caused a shower of mud, in which mud flew smoking and flaming through the sky, but it fell at the future Buddha's feet as celestial ointment. Then he caused a darkness, thinking, "By this will I frighten Siddhartha, and drive him away." And the darkness became fourfold, and very dense, but on reaching the future Buddha it disappeared like darkness before the light of the sun. Mara, being thus unable with these 9 storms of wind, rain, rocks, weapons, live coals, hot ashes, sand, mud, and darkness, to drive away the future Buddha, gave command to his followers, "Look ye now, why stand ye still? Seize, kill, drive away this prince." And arming himself with a discus, and seated upon the shoulders of the elephant girded with mountains, he drew near the future Buddha and said, "Siddhartha, arise from this seat. It does not belong to you, but to me." When the great being heard this, he said, "Mara, you have not fulfilled the 10 perfections in any of their 3 grades, nor have you made the 5 great donations, nor have you striven for knowledge, nor for the welfare of the world, nor for enlightenment. The seat does not belong to you, but to me." Unable to restrain his fury, the enraged Mara now hurled his discus, but the great being reflected on the 10 perfections, and the discus changed into a canopy of flowers, and remained suspended over his head. Yet they say that this keen-edged discus, when at other times Mara hurled it in anger, would cut through solid stone pillars, as if they had been the tips of bamboo shoots. But on this occasion it became a canopy of flowers. Then the followers of Mara began hurling immense mountain crags, saying, "This will make him get up from his seat and flee." But the great being kept his thoughts on the 10 perfections, and the crags also became wreaths of flowers and then fell to the ground. Now the gods meanwhile were standing on the rim of the world, and craning their necks to look, saying, "Ah, would a day, the handsome form of Prince Siddhartha will surely be destroyed. What will he do to save himself?" Then the great being, after his assertion that the seat which future Buddhas had always used on the day of their complete enlightenment belonged to him, continued and said, "Mara, who is witness to your having given donations?" Said Mara, "All these, as many as you see here, are my witnesses." And he stretched out his hand in the direction of his army. And instantly from Mara's army came a roar, "I am his witness, I am his witness," which was like to the roar of an earthquake. Then said Mara to the great being, "Siddhartha, who is witness to your having given donations?" "Your witnesses," replied the great being. are animate beings, and I have no animate witnesses present. However, not to mention the donations which I gave in other existences, the great 700-fold donation which I gave in my Vesantara existence shall now be testified to by the solid earth, inanimate though she be. And drawing forth his right hand from beneath his priestly robe, he stretched it out towards the mighty earth, and said, Are you witness, or are you not, to my having given a great 700-fold donation in my Vesantara existence? And the mighty earth thundered, I bear you witness, with 100, 1,000, 100,000 roars, as if to overwhelm the army of Mara. Now, while the great being was thus calling to mind the donation he gave in his Vesantara existence, and saying to himself, Siddhartha, that was a great and excellent donation which you gave. The 150-league high elephant, girded with mountains, fell upon his knees before the great being, and the followers of Mara fled away in all directions. No two went the same way, but leaving their head ornaments and their cloaks behind, they fled straight before them. Then the hosts of the gods, when they saw the army of Mara flee, cried out, Mara is defeated, Prince Siddhartha has conquered. Let us go celebrate the victory. And the snakes egging on the snakes, the birds, the deities, and the Brahma angels, they came with perfumes, garlands, and other offerings in their hands to the great being on the throne of wisdom. And as they came, the victory now hath this illustrious Buddha won. The wicked one, the slayer, hath defeated been. Thus round the throne of wisdom shouted joyously the bands of snakes their songs of victory for the sage. The victory now hath this illustrious Buddha won. The wicked one, the slayer, hath defeated been. Thus round the throne of wisdom shouted joyously the flocks of birds their songs of victory for the sage. The victory now hath this illustrious Buddha won. The wicked one, the slayer, hath defeated been. Thus round the throne of wisdom shouted joyously the bands of gods their songs of victory for the sage. The victory now hath this illustrious Buddha won. The wicked one, the slayer, hath defeated been. Thus round the throne of wisdom shouted joyously the Brahma angels' songs of victory for the saint. And the remaining deities also, throughout the 10,000 worlds, made offerings of garlands, perfumes, and ointments, and in many a hymn extolled him. It was before the sun had set that the great being thus vanquished the army of Mara. And then, while the bo tree in homage rained red, coral-like springs upon his priestly robes, he acquired, in the first watch of the night, the knowledge of previous existences, in the middle watch of the night, the divine eye, and in the last watch of the night, his intellect fathomed dependent origination. Now while he was musing on the 12 terms of dependent origination, forwards and backwards, round and back again, the 10,000 worlds quaked 12 times, as far as to their ocean boundaries. And when the great being, at the dawning of the day, had thus made the 10,000 worlds thunder with his attainment of omniscience, all these worlds became most gloriously adorned. Flags and banners erected on the eastern rim of the world let their streamers fly to the western rim of the world. Likewise those erected on the western rim of the world to the eastern rim of the world, those erected on the northern rim of the world to the southern rim of the world, and those erected on the southern rim of the world to the northern rim of the world. while those erected on the level of the earth let theirs fly until they beat against the Brahma world, and those of the Brahma world let theirs hang down to the level of the earth. Throughout the 10,000 worlds the flowering trees bloomed, the fruit trees were weighted down by their burden of fruit. Trunk lotuses bloomed on the trunks of trees, branch lotuses on the branches of trees, vine lotuses on the vines, hanging lotuses in the sky, and stalk lotuses burst through the rocks and came up by sevens. The system of 10,000 worlds was like a bouquet of flowers sent whirling through the air, or like a thick carpet of flowers. In the intermundane spaces the 8,000-league long hells, which not even the light of 7 suns had formerly been able to illumine, were now flooded with radiance. The 4,000-league deep ocean became sweet to the taste. The rivers checked their flowing. The blind from birth received their sight, the deaf from birth their hearing, the cripples from birth the use of their limbs, and the bonds and fetters of captives broke and fell off. When thus he had attained the omniscience, and was the centre of such unparalleled glory and homage, and so many prodigies were happening about him, he breathed forth that solemn utterance which has never been emitted by any of the Buddhas. Through birth and rebirth's endless round, seeking in vain, I hastened on, to find who framed this edifice. What misery, birth incessantly! O builder, I've discovered thee. This fabric thou shalt ne'er rebuild. Thy rafters all are broken now, and pointed roof demolished lies. This mind has demolition reached, and seen the last of all desire. The period of time, therefore, from the existence in the Tusita heaven to this attainment of omniscience on the throne of wisdom, constitutes the intermediate epoch. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Davis Drake. Buddhist Writings, translated by Clark Warren. First events after the Attainment. First events after the Attainment. Translated from the Mahavagga and constituting the opening sections. Hail to that Blessed One, that Saint, the Supreme Buddha! At that time the Buddha, the Blessed One, was dwelling at Uruvela at the foot of the Bo Tree, on the banks of the river Naranjara, having just attained the Buddhaship. Then the Blessed One sat cross-legged for 7 days together, at the foot of the Bo Tree, experiencing the bliss of emancipation. Then the Blessed One, during the first watch of the night, thought over dependent origination, both forward and back. On ignorance depends karma. On karma depends consciousness. On consciousness depends name and form. On name and form depends the 6 organs of sense. On the 6 organs of sense depends contact. On contact depends sensation. On sensation depends desire. On desire depends attachment. On attachment depends existence. On existence depends birth. On birth depends old age and death, sorrow, lamentation, misery, grief, and despair. Thus does this entire aggregation of misery arise. But on the complete fading out and cessation of ignorance ceases karma. On the cessation of karma ceases consciousness. On the cessation of consciousness
ceases name and form. On the cessation of name and form ceases the 6 organs of sense. On the cessation of the 6 organs of sense ceases contact. On the cessation of contact ceases sensation. On the cessation of sensation ceases desire. On the cessation of desire ceases attachment. On the cessation of attachment ceases existence. On the cessation of existence ceases birth. On the cessation of birth ceases old age and death, sorrow, lamentation, misery, grief, and despair. Thus does this entire aggregation of misery cease. Then the Blessed One, concerning this, on that occasion, breathed forth this solemn utterance. When to the strenuous meditative Brahman there come to light the elements of being, then vanish all his doubts and eager questions, what time he knows the elements have causes. Then the Blessed One, during the middle watch of the night, thought over dependent origination both forward and back. On ignorance depends karma, thus does the entire aggregation of misery arise. But on the complete fading out and cessation of ignorance ceases karma. Thus does this entire aggregation of misery cease. Then the Blessed One, concerning this, on that occasion breathed forth this solemn utterance. When to the strenuous meditative Brahman there come to light the elements of being, then vanish all his doubts and eager questions, what time he knows how causes have an ending. Then the Blessed One, during the last watch of the night, thought over dependent origination both forward and back. On ignorance depends karma. Thus does the entire aggregation of misery arise. But on the complete fading out and cessation of ignorance ceases karma. Thus does this entire aggregation of misery cease. Then the Blessed One, concerning this, on that occasion breathed forth this solemn utterance. When to the strenuous meditative Brahman there come to light the elements of being, then scattereth he the hordes of Mara's army, like to the sun that lightens all the heavens. End of the account of what took place under the Bo-tree. Then the Blessed One, after the lapse of 7 days, arose from the state of exalted calm, and leaving the foot of the Bo-tree, drew near to where the Ajapala, that is, the goatherd's, banyan tree was. And having drawn near, he sat cross-legged at the foot of the Ajapala banyan tree for 7 days together, experiencing the bliss of emancipation. Then a certain Brahmin, who was of a proud and contemptuous disposition, drew near to where the Blessed One was. And having drawn near, he exchanged greeting with the Blessed One. And having passed with him the greetings of friendship and civility, he stood respectfully at one side, and standing respectfully at one side, the Brahmin spoke to the Blessed One as follows. Gautama, what is it constitutes a Brahmin, and what are the Brahmin-making qualities? Then the Blessed One, concerning this, on that occasion breathed forth this solemn utterance. The Brahmin who his evil traits hath banished, is free from pride, is self-restrained and spotless, is learned, and the holy life hath followed. 'Tis he alone may claim the name of Brahman. With things of earth he hath no point of contact. End of the account of what took place under the Ajapala tree. Then the Blessed One, after the lapse of 7 days, arose from the state of exalted calm, and leaving the foot of the Ajapala banyan tree, drew near to where the Mukalinda tree was. And having drawn near, he sat cross-legged at the foot of the Mukalinda tree for 7 days together, experiencing the bliss of emancipation. Now at that time a great cloud appeared out of season, and for 7 days it was rainy, cloudy weather, with a cold wind. Then issued Mukalinda, the Serpent King, from his abode, and enveloping the body of the Blessed One 7 times with his folds, spread his great hood above his head, saying, "Let neither cold nor heat, nor gnats, flies, winds, sunshine, nor creeping creatures come near the blessed Buddha." Then, when 7 days had elapsed, the Mukalinda, the Serpent King, knew that the storm had broken up, and that the clouds had gone. He unwound his coils from the body of the Blessed One, and changing his natural appearance to that of a young man, he stood before the Blessed One, and with his hands joined to his forehead, did reverence to the Blessed One. Then the Blessed One, concerning this, on that occasion, breathed forth this solemn utterance: "How blessed the happy solitude of him who hears and knows the truth! How blessed is harmlessness towards all, and self-restraint towards living things! How blessed from passion to be free, all sensuous joys to leave behind! Yet far the highest bliss of all, to quit the illusion false. I am." End of the account of what took place under the Mukalinda tree. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leon Meyer. Buddhist Writings. Translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 5. The Buddha's Daily Habits. Translated from the Sumangala Vilasiniya, Buddhaghosa's commentary on the Dekha Nikaya. Habits are of 2 kinds, the profitable and the unprofitable. Of these, the unprofitable habits of the Blessed One had been extirpated by his attainment of saintship at the time he sat cross-legged under the bo-tree. Profitable habits, however, remained to the Blessed One. These were 5-fold: his before-breakfast habits, his after-breakfast habits, his habits of the first watch of the night, his habits of the middle watch of the night, his habits of the last watch of the night. His before-breakfast habits were as follows. The Blessed One would rise early in the morning, and when, out of kindness to his body-servant, and for the sake of bodily comfort, he had rinsed his mouth and otherwise cared for his person, he would sit retired until it was time to go begging. And when it came time, he would put on his tunic, girdle, and robes, and, taking his bowl, he would enter the village or the town for alms. Sometimes he went alone, sometimes surrounded by a congregation of priests, sometimes without anything especial happening, sometimes with the accompaniment of many prodigies. While, namely, the Lord of the world is entering for alms, gentle winds clear the ground before him. The clouds let fall drops of water to lay in the dust in his pathway, and then become a canopy over him. Other winds bring flowers and scatter them in his path. Elevations of ground depress themselves, and depressions elevate themselves. Wherever he places his foot, the ground is even and pleasant to walk upon, or lotus flowers receive his tread. No sooner has he set his right foot within the city gate than the rays of 6 different colors which issue from his body race hither and thither over palaces and pagodas, and deck them, as it were, with the yellow sheen of gold, or with the colors of a painting. The elephants, the horses, the birds, and other animals give forth melodious sounds. Likewise the tom-toms, lutes, and other musical instruments, and the ornaments worn by the people. By these tokens the people would know the Blessed One has now entered for alms, and in their best tunics and best robes, with perfumes, flowers, and other offerings, they issue forth from their houses into the street. Then, having zealously paid homage to the Blessed One with the perfumes, flowers, and other offerings, and done him obeisance, some would implore him, "Reverend Sir, give us 10 priests to feed," some, "Give us 20," and some, give us 100 priests." And they would take the bowl of the Blessed One, and prepare a seat for him, and zealously show their reverence for him by placing food in the bowl. When he had finished his meal, the Blessed One, with due consideration for the different dispositions of their minds, would so teach them the doctrine that some would become established in the refuges, some in the 5 precepts, some would become converted, some would attain to the fruit of either once returning or of never returning, while some would become established in the highest fruit, that of saintship, and would retire from the world. Having shown this kindness to the multitude, he would rise from his seat and return to the monastery. On his arrival there, he would take his seat in a pavilion, on the excellent Buddha mat which had been spread for him, where he would wait for the priests to finish their meal. When the priests had finished their meal, the body servant would announce the fact to the Blessed One. Then the Blessed One would enter the perfumed chamber. These, then, were his before-breakfast habits. Then the Blessed One, having finished his before-breakfast duties, would first sit in the perfumed chamber, on a seat that had been spread for him by his body servant, and would wash his feet. Then, taking up his stand on the landing of the jeweled staircase which led to the perfumed chamber, he would exhort the congregation of the priests, saying, "O priests, diligently work out your salvation, for not often occur the appearance of a Buddha in the world, and existence among men, and the propitious moment, and retirement from the world, and the opportunity to hear the true doctrine." At this point, some would ask the Blessed One for exercises in meditation, and the Blessed One would assign them exercises suited to their several characters. Then all would do obeisance to the Blessed One, and go to the places where they were in the habit of spending the night or the day, some to the forest, some to the foot of trees, some to the hills, and so on, some to the heaven of the 4 great kings, and some to Vasavathi's heaven. Then the Blessed One, entering the perfumed chamber, would, if he wished, lie down for a while, mindful and conscious, and on his right side, after the manner of a lion. And secondly, his body being now refreshed, he would rise and gaze over the world. And thirdly, the people of the village or town near which he might be dwelling, who had given him breakfast, would assemble after breakfast at the monastery, again in their best tunics and their best robes, and with perfumes, flowers, and other offerings. Thereupon the Blessed One, when his audience had assembled, would approach in such miraculous manner as was fitting, and, taking his seat in the lecture hall, on the excellent Buddha mat which had been spread for him, he would teach the doctrine, as suited the time and occasion. And when he perceived it was time, he would dismiss the audience, and the people would do obeisance to the Blessed One, and depart. These were his after-breakfast habits. When he had thus finished his after-breakfast duties, he would rise from the excellent Buddha seat, and if he desired to bathe, he would enter the bath-house, and cool his limbs with water made ready by his body servant. Then the body servant would fetch the Buddha seat, and spread it in the perfumed chamber. And the Blessed One, putting on a tunic of double red cloth, and binding on his girdle, and throwing his upper robe over his right shoulder, would go thither and sit down, and for a while remain solitary, and plunged in meditation. After that would come the priests, from here and from there, to wait on the Blessed One. And some would propound questions, some would ask for exercises in meditation, and some for a sermon. And in granting their desires, the Blessed One would complete the first watch of the night. These were his habits of the first watch of the night. And now, when the Blessed One had finished his duties of the first watch of the night, and when the priests had done him obeisance and were departing, the deities throughout the entire system of 10,000 worlds would seize the opportunity to draw near to the Blessed One, and ask him any questions that might occur to them, even such as were but 4 syllables long. And the Blessed One, in answering their questions, would complete the middle watch of the night. These were his habits of the middle watch of the night. The last watch of the night he would divide into 3 parts, and as his body would be tired from so much sitting since the morning, he would spend one part in pacing up and down to free himself from the discomfort. In the second part he would enter the perfumed chamber, and would lie down, mindful and conscious, and on his right side after the manner of a lion. In the third part he would rise, and, taking his seat, he would gaze over the world with the eye of a Buddha, in order to discover any individual who, under some former Buddha, with almsgiving, or keeping the precepts, or other meritorious deeds, might have made the earnest wish. These were his habits of the last watch of the night. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shubda Garani. Buddhist Writings. Translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 6. The Death of the Buddha. Then the Blessed One addressed the Venerable Ananda. Let us go hence, Ananda, to the further bank of the Hiranavat river, and to the city of Kusinir, and the sal tree grove Upavattana of the Mallas we will draw near. Yes, Reverend Sir, said the Venerable Ananda to the Blessed One in assent. Then the Blessed One, accompanied by a large congregation of priests, drew near to the further bank of the Hiranavat river and to the city of Kusinir, and the sal tree grove Upavattana of the Mallas. And having drawn near, he addressed the Venerable Ananda. Be so good, Ananda, as to spread me a couch, with its head to the north between twin sal trees. I am weary, Ananda, and wish to lie down. Yes, Reverend Sir, said the Venerable Ananda to the Blessed One in assent, and spread the couch with its head to the north between twin sal trees. Then the Blessed One lay down on his right side after the manner of a lion, and placing foot on foot, remained mindful and conscious. Now at that time the twin sal trees had completely burst forth into bloom, though it was not the flowering season, and the blossoms scattered themselves over the body of the Tathagata, and strewed and sprinkled themselves in worship of the Tathagata. Begin note. Tathagata is a term commonly used by the Buddha in referring to himself. Its meaning, like that of its Jaina equivalent Tathagaya, possibly is he who has arrived there, Tatra or Tatha, that is, to emancipation or nirvana. See Sacred Books of the East, Volume 13, page 82, Chalmers, Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, 1898, page 113, takes it as one who has come at the real truth. End note. Also, heavenly erythrina flowers fell from the sky, and these scattered themselves over the body of the Tathagata, and strewed and sprinkled themselves in worship of the Tathagata. Also, heavenly sandalwood powder fell from the sky, and this scattered itself over the body of the Tathagata, and strewed and sprinkled itself in worship of the Tathagata. And music sounded in the sky in worship of the Tathagata, and heavenly choruses were heard to sing in worship of the Tathagata. Then the Blessed One addressed the Venerable Ananda. The twin sal trees, Ananda, have completely burst forth into bloom, though it is not the flowering season, and the blossoms have scattered themselves over the body of the Tathagata, and have strewn and sprinkled themselves in worship of the Tathagata. Also heavenly erythrina flowers have fallen from the sky, and these have scattered themselves over the body of the Tathagata, and have strewn and sprinkled themselves in worship of the Tathagata. Also heavenly sandalwood powder has fallen from the sky, and this has scattered itself over the body of the Tathagata, and has strewn and sprinkled itself in worship of the Tathagata. Also music is sounding in the sky in worship of the Tathagata, and heavenly choruses are heard to sing in worship of the Tathagata. But it is not by all this, Ananda, that the Tathagata is honored, esteemed, revered, worshipped, or venerated. But the priest, Ananda, or the priestess, or the lay disciple, or the female lay disciple, who shall fulfill all the greater and lesser duties, conducting himself with propriety and in accordance with the precepts, by him is the Tathagata honored, esteemed, revered, and worshipped with the best of worship. Accordingly, Ananda, train yourselves and fulfill all the greater and lesser duties, and conduct yourselves with propriety and in accordance with the precepts. Now at that time the Venerable Upavana was standing in front of the Blessed One and fanning him. Then the Blessed One was harsh to the Venerable Upavana, saying, "Step aside, O priest, stand not in front of me." Then it occurred to the Venerable Ananda as follows. Here this Venerable Upavana has for a long time been the body servant of the Blessed One, and kept himself at his beck and call. Yet although his last moments are near, the Blessed One is harsh to the Venerable Upavana, saying, "Step aside, O priest, stand not in front of me." What, pray, was the reason, and what was the cause that the Blessed One was harsh to the Venerable Upavana, saying, "Step aside, O priest, stand not in front of me"? Then the Venerable Ananda spoke to the Blessed One as follows. "Reverend Sir, here this Venerable Upavana has for a long time been the body servant of the Blessed One, and kept himself at his beck and call. Yet, although his last moments are near, the Blessed One is harsh to the Venerable Upavana, saying, 'Step aside, O priest, stand not in front of me.' Reverend Sir, what, pray, was the reason, and what was the cause that the Blessed One was harsh to the Venerable Upavana, saying, 'Step aside, O priest, stand not in front of me'?" Ananda, almost all the deities throughout 10 worlds have come together to behold the Tathagata. For an extent, Ananda, of 12 leagues about the city Kusinir and the salt tree grove Upavattana of the Mallas, there is not a spot of ground large enough to stick the point of a hair into that is not pervaded by powerful deities. And these deities, Ananda, are angered, saying, "From afar have we come to behold the Tathagata, for but seldom and on rare occasions does a Tathagata, a saint and supreme Buddha, arise in the world. And now tonight, in the last watch, will the Tathagata pass into nirvana. But this powerful priest stands in front of the Blessed One, concealing him, and we have no chance to see the Tathagata, although his last moments are near." Thus, Ananda, are the deities angered. What are the deities doing, Reverend Sir, whom the Blessed One perceives? Some of the deities, Ananda, are in the air, with their minds engrossed by earthly things, and they let fly their hair and cry aloud, and stretch out their arms and cry aloud, and fall headlong to the ground, and roll to and fro, saying, "All too soon will the Blessed One pass into nirvana. All too soon will the Happy One pass into nirvana. All too soon will the light of the world vanish from sight." Some of the deities, Ananda, are on the earth, with their minds engrossed by earthly things, and they let fly their hair and cry aloud, and stretch out their arms and cry aloud, and fall headlong on the ground, and roll to and fro, saying, "All too soon will the Blessed One pass into nirvana. All too soon will the Happy One pass into nirvana. All too soon will the light of the world vanish from sight." But those deities which are free from passion, mindful and conscious, bear it patiently, saying, "Transitory are all things. How is it possible that whatever has been born has come into being, and is organized and perishable should not perish? That condition is not possible." Then the Venerable Ananda entered the monastery, and leaning against the bolt of the door, he wept, saying, "Behold, I am but a learner, and not yet perfect, and my teacher is on the point of passing into nirvana, he who was so compassionate to me." Then the Blessed One addressed the priests. "Where, O priests, is Ananda?" "Reverend sir, the Venerable Ananda has entered the monastery, and leaning against the bolt of the door, he weeps, saying, 'Behold, I am but a learner, and not yet perfect, and my teacher is on the point of passing into nirvana, he who was so compassionate to me.'" Then the Blessed One addressed a certain priest, saying, "Go, O priest, and say to the Venerable Ananda from me, 'The teacher calleth thee, brother Ananda.'" "Yes, reverend sir," said the priest to the Blessed One in assent, and drew near to where the Venerable Ananda was. And having drawn near, he spoke to the Venerable Ananda as follows: "The teacher calleth thee, brother Ananda." "Yes, brother," said the Venerable Ananda to the priest in assent, and drew near to where the Blessed One was. And having drawn near and greeted the Blessed One, he sat down respectfully at one side. And the Venerable Ananda being seated respectfully at one side, the Blessed One spoke to him as follows: "Enough, Ananda, do not grieve nor weep. Have I not already told you, Ananda, that it is in the very nature of all things near and dear unto us that we must divide ourselves from them, leave them, ever ourselves from them? How is it possible, Ananda, that whatever ever has been born, has come into being, is organized and perishable, should not perish? That condition is not possible. For a long time, Ananda, have you waited on the Tathagata with a kind, devoted, cheerful, single-hearted, unstinted service of body, with a kind, devoted, cheerful, single-hearted, unstinted service of voice, with a kind, devoted, cheerful, single-hearted, unstinted service of mind. You have acquired much merit, Ananda. Exert yourself, and soon you will be free from all depravity." Then the Blessed One addressed the priests. "Priests, of all those blessed ones who aforetime were saints and supreme Buddhas, all had their favorite body servants, just as I have now my Ananda. And priests, of all those blessed ones who in the future shall be saints and supreme Buddhas, all will have their favorite body servants, just as I have now my Ananda. Wise, O priests, is Ananda. He knows when it is a fit time to draw near to see the Tathagata, whether for the priests, for priestesses, for the lay disciples, for the female lay disciples, for the king, for the king's courtiers, for the leaders of heretical sects, or for their adherents. Ananda, O priests, has 4 wonderful and marvelous qualities. And what are the 4? O priests, if an assembly of priests draw near to behold Ananda, it is delighted with beholding him. And if then Ananda hold a discourse on the doctrine, it is also delighted with the discourse. And when Ananda, O priests, ceases to speak, the assembly of priests is still unsated. O priests, if an assembly of priestesses, an assembly of lay disciples, an assembly of female lay disciples draw near to behold Ananda, it is delighted with beholding him. And if then Ananda hold a discourse on the doctrine, it is also delighted with the discourse. And when Ananda, O priests, ceases to speak, the assembly of female lay disciples is still unsated. A universal monarch, O priests, has 4 wonderful and marvelous qualities. And what are the 4, O priests? If an assembly of men of the warrior caste, an assembly of men of the Brahman caste, an assembly of householders, an assembly of monks draw near to behold the universal monarch, it is delighted with beholding him. And if then the universal monarch hold a discourse, it is also delighted with the discourse. And when the universal monarch, O priests, ceases to speak, the assembly of monks is still unsated. In exactly the same way, O priests, Ananda has 4 wonderful and marvelous qualities. O priests, if an assembly of priests, an assembly of priestesses, an assembly of lay disciples, an assembly of female lay disciples draw near to behold Ananda, it is delighted with beholding him. And if then Ananda hold a discourse on the doctrine, it is also delighted with the discourse. And when Ananda, O priests, ceases to speak, the assembly of female lay disciples is still unsated. These, O priests, are the 4 wonderful and marvelous qualities possessed by Ananda. When the Blessed One had thus spoken, the Venerable Ananda spoke to him as follows. Reverend Sir, let not the Blessed One pass into nirvana in this wattle and daub town, this town of the jungle, this branch village. For there are other great cities, Reverend Sir, to wit, Camp, Rajgaha, Swati, Kosam, and Banaras. Let the Blessed One pass into nirvana in one of them. In them are many wealthy men of the warrior caste, many wealthy men of the Brahman caste, and many wealthy householders who are firm believers in the Tathagata, and they will perform the funeral rites for the Tathagata. O Ananda, say not so. O Ananda, say not so, that this is a wattle and daub town, a town of the jungle, a branch village. There was once, Ananda, a king called Sudarsana the Great, who was a universal monarch, a virtuous king of justice, a victorious ruler of the 4 quarters of the earth, possessing a secure dominion over his territory, and owning the 7 precious gems. Begin note. The wheel of empire, the elephant, the horse, the gem, the empress, the treasurer, and the crown prince. End note. This city Kusinir, Ananda, was the capital of King Sudarsana the Great, and had then the name of Kusvat. The capital, Ananda, was prosperous, whited with food. As Alakamand, the capital of the gods, Ananda, is prosperous and flourishing, populous and thronging with gods, and is well provided with food, in exactly the same way, Ananda, Kusvat, the capital, was prosperous and flourishing, populous and thronging with people, and well provided with food. Kusvat, the capital, Ananda, was neither by day nor night without the 10 noises, to wit, the noise of the elephants, the noise of the horses, the noise of chariots, the noise of drums, the noise of tabors, the noise of lutes, the noise of song, the noise of cymbals, the noise of gongs, and the 10th noise of people crying, Eat, yea, and drink. Go thou, Ananda, and enter the city Kusinir, and announce to the Kusinir Mallas, Tonight, O ye Vyasittas, in the last watch, that Tathagata will pass into nirvana. Be favorable, O ye Vyasittas, and suffer not that afterwards ye feel remorse, saying that Tathagata passed into nirvana while in our borders, but we did not avail ourselves of the opportunity of being present at the last moments of the Tathagata. Yes, Reverend Sir, said the Venerable Ananda to the Blessed One in assent, and putting on his tunic and taking his bowl and his robes, he went to Kusinir with another member of the order. Now at that time the Kusinir Mallas were assembled together in the town hall on some matter of business, and the Venerable Ananda drew near to the town hall of the Kusinir Mallas, and having drawn near, he made announcement to the Kusinir Mallas as follows. Tonight, O ye Vyasittas, in the last watch, the Tathagata will pass into nirvana. Be favorable, O ye Vyasittas, and suffer not that afterwards ye feel remorse, saying, The Tathagata passed into nirvana while in our borders, but we did not avail ourselves of the opportunity of being present at the last moments of the Tathagata. The Mallas, on hearing the speech of the Venerable Ananda, and their children, and their daughters-in-law, and their wives were grieved and sorrowful and overwhelmed with anguish of mind, and some let fly their hair and cried aloud, and stretched out their arms and cried aloud, and fell headlong to the ground, and rolled to and fro, saying, All too soon will the Blessed One pass into nirvana. All too soon will the Happy One pass into nirvana. All too soon will the light of the world vanish from sight. Then the mullahs, and their children, and their daughters-in-law, and their wives, being grieved and sorrowful and overwhelmed with anguish of mind, drew near to the salt-tree grove Upavattana of the mullahs, and to where the Venerable Ananda was. Then it occurred to the Venerable Ananda as follows. If I shall cause the Kusinir mullahs one by one to do reverence to the Blessed One, the day will dawn ere they have finished. What if now I marshal the mullahs by families, and cause them by families to do reverence to the Blessed One, and say, Reverend sir, a mullah named so-and-so with his children, his wife, his following, and his friends, bows low in reverence at the feet of the Blessed One. And the Venerable Ananda marshalled the mullahs by families, and caused them by families to do reverence to the Blessed One, saying, Reverend sir, a mullah named so-and-so, with his children, his wife, his following, and his friends, bows low in reverence at the feet of the Blessed One. And the Venerable Ananda by this device succeeded in causing all the Kusinir mullahs to do reverence to the Blessed One before the end of the first watch of the night. Now at that time Subadha, a wandering ascetic, was dwelling at Kusinir, and Subadha the wandering ascetic heard the report, Tonight in the last watch the monk Gautama will pass into nirvana. Then it occurred to Subadha the wandering ascetic as follows. I have heard wandering ascetics that were old men, advanced in years, teachers and teachers' teachers, declare, but seldom and on rare occasions does a Tathagata, a saint and a supreme Buddha arise in the world, and tonight in the last watch the monk Gautama will pass into nirvana. And a certain question has arisen in my mind, and I am persuaded of the monk Gautama, that he can so teach me the doctrine, and I shall be relieved of this my doubt. Then Subadha the wandering ascetic drew near to the salt-tree grove Upavattana of the mullahs, and to where the Venerable Ananda was, and having drawn near, he spoke to the Venerable Ananda as follows. Ananda, I have heard wandering ascetics that were old men, advanced in years, teachers and teachers' teachers, declare, but seldom and on rare occasions does a Tathagata, a saint and supreme Buddha, arise in the world, and tonight in the last watch the monk Gautama will pass into nirvana. And a certain doubt has arisen in my mind, and I am persuaded of the monk Gautama that he can so teach me the doctrine that I shall be relieved of this my doubt. Let me then, Ananda, have an opportunity of seeing the monk Gautama. When Subadha the wandering ascetic had so spoken, the Venerable Ananda spoke to him as follows. Enough of that, brother Subadha, trouble not the Tathagata, the Blessed One is weary. And a second time Subadha the wandering ascetic, and a third time Subadha the wandering ascetic spoke to the Venerable Ananda as follows. Ananda, I have heard wandering ascetics, old men, advanced in years, teachers and teachers' teachers, when they said, but seldom and on rare occasions does a Tathagata, a saint and supreme Buddha, arise in the world, and tonight in the last watch the monk Gautama will pass into nirvana. And a certain doubt has arisen in my mind, and I am persuaded of the monk Gautama that he can so teach me the doctrine that I shall be relieved of this my doubt. Let me then, Ananda, have an opportunity of seeing the monk Gautama. And a third time the Venerable Ananda spoke to Subadha the wandering ascetic as follows. Enough of that, brother Subadha, Trouble not the Tatkatha, the Blessed One is weary. Now the Blessed One chanced to hear the conversation between the Venerable Ananda and the wandering ascetic Subhadha, and the Blessed One called to the Venerable Ananda, Enough, Ananda, hinder not Subhadha. Let Subhadha Ananda have an opportunity of beholding the Tatkatha. Whatever Subhadha shall ask of me, he will ask for the sake of information, and not for the sake of troubling me, and he will quickly understand my answers to his questions. Then the Venerable Ananda spoke to Subhadha, the wandering ascetic, as follows. You may come, brother Subhadha, the Blessed One grants you an audience. Then Subhadha, the wandering ascetic, drew near to where the Blessed One was, and having drawn near, he exchanged greetings with the Blessed One, and having passed with him the greetings of friendship and civility, he sat down respectfully at one side. And seated respectfully at one side, Subhadha, the wandering ascetic, spoke to the Blessed One as follows. Gautama, all those monks and Brahmans who possess a large following and crowds of hearers and disciples, who are distinguished, renowned leaders of sects and highly esteemed by the multitudes, to wit, Kasapa, Makali Gosala, Ajita Kisakambali, Pakutta Kachayana, Sanjaya Belatiputta, Nigantanataputta. Have they all done as they maintain, discovered the truth, or have they not? Or have some of them done so, and others not? Enough, O Subhadha. Let us leave the question. Have they all done as they maintain, discovered the truth, or have they not? Have some of them done so, and others not? The doctrine will I teach you, Subhadha. Listen to me, and pay strict attention, and I will speak. Yes, Reverend Sir, said Subhadha, the wandering ascetic, to the Blessed One in assent. And the Blessed One spoke as follows. Subhadha, in whatever doctrine and discipline the noble eightfold path is not found, therein also is not found the monk of the first degree, nor the monk of the second degree, nor the monk of the third degree, nor the monk of the fourth degree. And in whatever doctrine and discipline, O Subhadha, the noble eightfold path is found, therein also are found the monk of the first degree, and the monk of the second degree, and the monk of the third degree, and the monk of the fourth degree. Now in this doctrine and discipline, O Subhadha, the noble eightfold path is found, and therein alone, O Subhadha, are found the monk of the first degree, and the monk of the second degree, and the monk of the third degree, and the monk of the fourth degree. Destitute of true monks are all other creeds, but let these my priests, O Subhadha, live rightly, and the world will not be destitute of saints. What time my age was 29, Subhadha, I left the world to seek summum bonum. Now 50 years and more have passed, Subhadha, since I renounced the world and lived ascetic, within the doctrine's pale, that rule of conduct outside of which no genuine monk existeth, nor the monk of the second degree, nor the monk of the third degree, nor the monk of the fourth degree. Destitute of monks are all other creeds, but let these my priests, O Subhadha, live rightly, and the world will not be destitute of saints. When the Blessed One had thus spoken, Subhadha, the wandering ascetic, spoke to him as follows. O wonderful is it, Reverend Sir, O wonderful is it, Reverend Sir. It is as if, Reverend Sir, one were to set up that which was overturned, or were to disclose that which was hidden, or were to point out the way to a lost traveller, or were to carry a lamp into a dark place, that they who had eyes might see forms. Even so has the Blessed One expounded the doctrine in many different ways. Reverend Sir, I betake myself to the Blessed One for refuge to the doctrine and to the congregation of priests. Suffer me to retire from the world under the Blessed One. Suffer me to receive ordination. Subhadha, Any one who aforetime has been an adherent of another sect, and afterwards desires to retire from the world and receive ordination under this doctrine and discipline, must first spend 4 months on probation, and after lapse of 4 months, strenuous-minded priests receive him into the order, and confer on him the priestly ordination. Nevertheless, in this matter of probation, I recognize a difference in persons. Reverend Sir, if all they who aforetime have been adherents of other sects, and afterwards desire to retire from the world and receive ordination under this doctrine and discipline, must first spend 4 months on probation, and after the lapse of 4 months, strenuous-minded priests receive them into the order and confer on them the priestly ordination. Then am I ready to spend 4 years on probation, and after the lapse of 4 years, let strenuous-minded priests receive me into the order and confer on me the priestly ordination. Then the Blessed One said to the Venerable Ananda, Well then, Ananda, receive Subhadha into the order. Yes, Reverend Sir, said the Venerable Ananda to the Blessed One in assent. Then Subhadha, the wandering ascetic, spoke to the Venerable Ananda as follows. How fortunate you priests are, Brother Ananda! How supremely fortunate, Brother Ananda, that you all have been sprinkled with the sprinkling of discipleship at the hands of the teacher himself. And Subhadha, the wandering ascetic, retired from the world under the Blessed One and received ordination. And without delay, after he had received ordination, the Venerable Subhadha began to live solitary and retired, vigilant, strenuous, and zealous, and in no long time, and while yet alive, he came to learn for himself, and to realize, and to live in the possession of that highest good to which the holy life conducts, and for the sake of which youths of good family so nobly retire from the household life to the houseless one. And he knew that for him rebirth was exhausted, that he had lived the holy life, that he had done what it behooved him to do, and that he was no more for this world. So the Venerable Subhadha became of the number of the saints, and he was the last disciple made by the Blessed One himself. Then the Blessed One addressed the Venerable Ananda. It may be, Ananda, that some of you will think, the word of the teacher is a thing of the past. We have now no teacher. But that, Ananda, is not the correct view. The doctrine and the discipline, Ananda, which I have taught and enjoined upon you, is to be your teacher when I am gone. But whereas now, Ananda, all the priests address each other with the title of brother, not so must they address each other after I am gone. A senior priest, Ananda, is to address a junior priest, either by his given name, or by his family name, or by the title of brother. A junior priest is to address a senior priest with the title Reverend Sir or Venerable. If the order, Ananda, wish to do so after I am gone, they may abrogate all the lesser and minor precepts. On Channa, Ananda, after I am gone, the higher penalty is to be inflicted. Reverend Sir, what is this higher penalty? Let Channa Ananda say what he likes. He is not to be spoken to, nor admonished, nor instructed by the priests. Then the Blessed One addressed the priests. It may be, O priests, that some priest has a doubt or perplexity respecting either the Buddha, or the doctrine, or the order, or the path, or the course of conduct. Ask any questions, O priests, and suffer not that afterwards ye feel remorse, saying, Our teacher was present with us, but we failed to ask him all our questions. When he had so spoken, the priests remained silent. And a second time the Blessed One, and a third time the Blessed One addressed the priests. It may be, O priests, that some priest has a doubt or perplexity respecting either the Buddha, or the doctrine, or the order, or the path, or the course of conduct. Ask any questions, O priests, and suffer not that afterwards ye feel remorse, saying, Our teacher was present with us, but we failed to ask him all our questions." And a third time the priests remained silent. Then the Blessed One addressed the priests. "It may be, O priests, that it is out of respect to the teacher that ye ask no questions. Then let each one speak to his friend." And when he had thus spoken, the priests remained silent. Then the Venerable Ananda spoke to the Blessed One as follows. "It is wonderful, Reverend Sir. It is marvelous, Reverend Sir. Reverend Sir, I have faith to believe that in this congregation of priests, not a single priest has a doubt or perplexity respecting either the Buddha or the doctrine or the order or the path. With you, Ananda, it is a matter of faith when you say that. But with the Tathagata Ananda, it is a matter of knowledge that in this congregation of priests, not a single priest has a doubt or perplexity respecting either the Buddha or the doctrine or the order or the path or the course of conduct. For of all these 500 priests, Ananda, the most backward one, has become converted and is not liable to pass into a lower state of existence, but is destined necessarily to attain supreme wisdom." Then the Blessed One addressed the priests. "And now, O priests, I take my leave of you. All the constituents of being are transitory. Work out your salvation with diligence." And this was the last word of the Tathagata. Thereupon the Blessed One entered the first trance, and rising from the first trance he entered the second trance. And rising from the second trance he entered the third trance, and rising from the third trance he entered the fourth trance, and rising from the fourth trance he entered the realm of the infinity of space, and rising from the realm of the infinity of space he entered the realm of the infinity of consciousness, and rising from the realm of the infinity of consciousness he entered the realm of nothingness, and rising from the realm of nothingness he entered the realm of neither perception nor yet non-perception, and rising from the realm of neither perception nor yet non-perception he arrived at the cessation of perception and sensation. Thereupon the Venerable Ananda spoke to the Venerable Anuruddha as follows. "Reverend Anuruddha, the Blessed One has passed into nirvana." "Nay, Brother Ananda, the Blessed One has not passed into nirvana. He has arrived at the cessation of perception and sensation." Thereupon the Blessed One, rising from the cessation of his perception and sensation, entered the realm of neither perception nor yet non-perception, and rising from the realm of neither perception nor yet non-perception he entered the realm of nothingness, and rising from the realm of nothingness he entered the realm of the infinity of consciousness, and rising from the realm of the infinity of consciousness he entered the realm of the infinity of space, and rising from the realm of the infinity of space he entered the fourth trance, and rising from the fourth trance he entered the third trance, rising from the third trance he entered the second trance, and rising from the second trance he entered the first trance, and rising from the first trance he entered the second trance, and rising from the second trance he entered the third trance, and rising from the third trance he entered the fourth trance, and rising from the fourth trance immediately the Blessed One passed into nirvana. End of Chapter 6 of the Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Recording by Shubda Karani.
Chapter 7 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Macbeth. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 7. Questions which tend not to edification. Translated from the Majjhima Nikaya and constituting Sutta 63. Thus have I heard. On a certain occasion the Blessed One was dwelling at Savatthi in Jetavana Monastery, in Anathapindika's park. Now it happened to the Venerable Malunakyaputa, being in seclusion and plunged in meditation, that a consideration presented itself to his mind, as follows. These theories which the Blessed One has left unelucidated, has set aside and rejected, that the world is eternal, that the world is not eternal, that the world is finite, that the world is infinite, that the soul and the body are identical, that the soul is one thing and the body another, that the saint exists after death, that the saint does not exist after death, that the saint both exists and does not exist after death, that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death. These the Blessed One does not elucidate to me, and the fact that the Blessed One does not elucidate them to me does not please me nor suit me. Therefore I will draw near to the Blessed One and inquire of him concerning this matter. If the Blessed One will elucidate to me either that the world is eternal, or that the world is not eternal, or that the world is eternal, or that the world is finite, or that the world is infinite, or that the soul and the body are identical, or that the soul is one thing and the body another, or that the saint exists after death, or that the saint does not exist after death, or that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death, in that case will I lead the religious life under the Blessed One. If the Blessed One will not elucidate to me either that the world is eternal, or that the world is not eternal, or that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death, in that case will I abandon religious training and return to the lower life of a layman. Then the Venerable Malunakyaputa arose at eventide from his seclusion, and drew near to where the Blessed One was, and having drawn near and greeted the Blessed One, he sat down respectfully at one side, and seated respectfully at one side, the Venerable Malunakyaputa spoke to the Blessed One as follows. Reverend Sir, it happened to me, as I was just now in seclusion and plunged in meditation, that a consideration presented itself to my mind, as follows. These theories which the Blessed One has left unelucidated, has set aside or rejected, that the world is eternal, that the world is not eternal, that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death, these the Blessed One does not elucidate to me, and the fact that the Blessed One does not elucidate them to me does not please me nor suit me. I will draw near to the Blessed One and inquire of him concerning this matter. If the Blessed One will elucidate to me either that the world is eternal, or that the world is not eternal, or that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death, in that case will I lead the religious life under the Blessed One. If the Blessed One will not elucidate to me either that the world is eternal, or that the world is not eternal, or that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death, in that case will I abandon religious training and return to the lower life of a layman. If the Blessed One knows that the world is eternal, let the Blessed One elucidate to me that the world is eternal. If the Blessed One knows that the world is not eternal, let the Blessed One elucidate to me that the world is not eternal. If the Blessed One does not know either that the world is eternal or that the world is not eternal, the only upright thing for one who does not know, or who has not that insight, is to say, I do not know, I have not that insight. If the Blessed One knows that the world is finite, if the Blessed One knows that the soul and the body are identical, if the Blessed One knows that the saint both exists and does not exist after death, let the Blessed One elucidate to me that the saint both exists and does not exist after death. If the Blessed One knows that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death, let the Blessed One elucidate to me that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death. If the Blessed One does not know either that the saint both exists and does not exist after death, or that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death, the only upright thing for one who does not know, or who has not that insight, is to say, I do not know, I have not that insight. Pray, Malunakyaputa, did I ever say to you, Come, Malunakyaputa, lead the religious life under me, and I will elucidate to you either that the world is eternal, or that the world is not eternal, or that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death? Nay, verily, reverend sir. Or did you ever say to me, Reverend sir, I will lead the religious life under the Blessed One, on condition that the Blessed One elucidate to me either that the world is eternal, or that the world is not eternal, or that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death? Nay, verily, reverend sir. So you acknowledged, Malunakyaputa, that I have not said to you, Come, Malunakyaputa, lead the religious life under me, and I will elucidate to you either that the world is eternal, or that the world is not eternal, or that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death, and again that you have not said to me, Reverend sir, I will lead the religious life under the Blessed One, on condition that the Blessed One elucidate to me either that the world is eternal, or that the world is not eternal, or that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death. That being the case, vain man, whom are you so angrily denouncing? Malunakyaputa, any one who should say, I will not lead the religious life under the Blessed One until the Blessed One shall elucidate to me either that the world is eternal, or that the world is not eternal, or that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death, that person would die, Malunakyaputa, before the Tathagata had ever elucidated this to him. It is as if, Malunakyaputa, a man had been wounded by an arrow, thickly smeared with poison, and his friends and companions, his relatives and kinsfolk, were to procure for him a physician or surgeon, and the sick man were to say, I will not have this arrow taken out until I have learnt whether the man who wounded me belonged to the warrior caste, or to the Brahmin caste, or to the agricultural caste, or to the menial caste. Or again he were to say, I will not have this arrow taken out until I have learnt the name of the man who wounded me, and to what clan he belongs. Or again he were to say, I will not have this arrow taken out until I have learnt whether the man who wounded me was tall, or short, or of the middle height. Or again he were to say, I will not have this arrow taken out until I have learnt whether the man who wounded me was black, or dusky, or of a yellow skin. Or again he were to say, I will not have this arrow taken out until I have learnt whether the man who wounded me was from this or that village, or town, or city. Or again he were to say, I will not have this arrow taken out until I have learnt whether the bow which wounded me was a kappa or a kodanda. Or again he were to say, I will not have this arrow taken out until I have learnt whether the bowstring which wounded me was made from swallowwort, or bamboo, or sinew, or maruva, or from milkweed. Or again he were to say, I will not have this arrow taken out until I have learnt whether the shaft which wounded me was a kacha or a ropima. Or again he were to say, I will not have this arrow taken out until I have learnt whether the shaft which wounded me was feathered from the wings of a vulture, or of a heron, or of a falcon, or of a peacock, or of a sitilahanu. Or again he were to say, I will not have this arrow taken out until I have learnt whether the shaft which wounded me was wound round with the sinews of an ox, or of a buffalo, or of a ruru deer, or of a monkey. Or again he were to say, I will not have this arrow taken out until I have learnt whether the arrow which wounded me was an ordinary arrow, or a claw-headed arrow, or a vekanda, or an iron arrow, or a calf-tooth arrow, or a karavirapata. That man would die, Malunakyaputa, without ever having learnt this. In exactly the same way, Malunakyaputa, any one who should say, I will not lead the religious life under the Blessed One until the Blessed One shall elucidate to me either that the world is eternal, or that the world is not eternal, or that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death. That person would die, Malunakhyaputta, before the Tathagata had ever elucidated this to him. The religious life, Malunakhyaputta, does not depend on the dogma that the world is eternal, nor does the religious life, Malunakhyaputta, depend on the dogma that the world is not eternal. Whether the dogma obtain, Malunakhyaputta, that the world is eternal, or that the world is not eternal, there still remain birth, old age, death, sorrow, lamentation, misery, grief, and despair, for the extinction of which in the present life I am prescribing. The religious life, Malunakhyaputta, does not depend on the dogma that the world is finite. The religious life, Malunakhyaputta, does not depend on the dogma that the soul and the body are identical. The religious life, Malunakhyaputta, does not depend on the dogma that the saint exists after death. The religious life, Malunakhyaputta, does not depend on the dogma that the saint both exists and does not exist after death. Nor does the religious life, Malunakhyaputta, depend on the dogma that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death. Whether the dogma obtain, Malunakhyaputta, that the saint both exists and does not exist after death, or that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death, there still remain birth, old age, death, sorrow, lamentation, misery, grief, and despair, for the extinction of which in the present life I am prescribing. Accordingly, Malunakhyaputta, bear always in mind what it is that I have not elucidated, and what it is that I have elucidated. And what, Malunakhyaputta, have I not elucidated? I have not elucidated, Malunakhyaputta, that the world is eternal. I have not elucidated that the world is not eternal. I have not elucidated that the world is finite. I have not elucidated that the world is infinite. I have not elucidated that the soul and the body are identical. I have not elucidated that the soul is one thing and the body another. I have not elucidated that the saint exists after death. I have not elucidated that the saint does not exist after death. I have not elucidated that the saint both exists and does not exist after death. I have not elucidated that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death. And why, Malunakhyaputta, have I not elucidated this? Because, Malunakhyaputta, this profits not, nor has to do with the fundamentals of religion, nor tends to aversion, absence of passion, cessation, quiescence, the supernatural faculties, supreme wisdom, and nirvana. Therefore have I not elucidated it. And what, Malunakhyaputta, have I elucidated? Misery, Malunakhyaputta, have I elucidated. The origin of misery have I elucidated. The cessation of misery have I elucidated. And the path leading to the cessation of misery have I elucidated. And why, Malunakhyaputta, have I elucidated this? Because, Malunakhyaputta, this does profit, has to do with the fundamentals of religion, and tends to aversion, absence of passion, cessation, quiescence, knowledge, supreme wisdom, and nirvana. Therefore have I elucidated it. Accordingly, Malunakhyaputta, bear always in mind what it is that I have not elucidated, and what it is that I have elucidated. Thus spake the Blessed One, and, delighted, the Venerable Malunakhyaputta applauded the speech of the Blessed One. The Lesser Malunakhyaputta Sermon. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Andrew Macbeth. Chapter 8 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Macbeth. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 8. There is no Ego. Translated from the Milindapanya. Then drew near Milinda the king to where the venerable Nagasena was, and having drawn near, he greeted the venerable Nagasena. And having passed the compliments of friendship and civility, he sat down respectfully at one side, and the venerable Nagasena returned the greeting, by which, verily, he won the heart of King Milinda. And Milinda the king spoke to the venerable Nagasena as follows. How is your reverence called? Bhante, what is your name? Your Majesty, I am called Nagasena. My fellow priests, your Majesty, address me as Nagasena. But whether parents give one the name Nagasena, or Sarasena, or Vyarasena, or Siahasena, it is, nevertheless, your Majesty, but a way of counting, a term, an appellation, a convenient designation, a mere name, this Nagasena, for there is no ego here to be found. Then said Milinda the king, Listen to me, my lords, ye 500 Yonakas, and ye 80,000 priests. Nagasena here says thus, There is no ego here to be found. Is it possible, pray, for me to assent to what he says? And Milinda the king spoke to the venerable Nagasena as follows. Bhante Nagasena, if there is no ego to be found, who is it then furnishes you priests with the priestly requisites, robes, food, bedding and medicine, the reliance of the sick? Who is it makes use of the same? Who is it keeps the precepts? Who is it applies himself to meditation? Who is it realizes the paths, the fruits and nirvana? Who is it destroys life? Who is it takes what is not given him? Who is it commits immorality? Who is it tells lies? Who is it drinks intoxicating liquor? Who is it commits the 5 crimes that constitute proximate karma? In that case there is no merit, there is no demerit. There is no one who does or causes to be done meritorious or demeritorious deeds. Neither good nor evil deeds can have any fruit or result. Bhante Nagasena, neither is he a murderer who kills a priest, nor can you priests, Bhante Nagasena, have any teacher, preceptor, or ordination. When you say, My fellow priests, your Majesty, address me as Nagasena, what then is this Nagasena? Pray, Bhante, is the hair of the head Nagasena? Nay, verily, your Majesty. Is the hair of the body Nagasena? Nay, verily, your Majesty. Are nails, teeth, skin, flesh, sinews, bones, marrow of the bones, kidneys, heart, liver, pleura, spleen, lungs, intestines, mesentery, stomach, feces, bile, phlegm, pus, blood, sweat, fan, tears, lymph, saliva, snot, synovial fluid, urine, brain of the head, Nagasena? Nay, verily, your Majesty. Is now, Bhante, form, Nagasena? Nay, verily, your Majesty. Is sensation, Nagasena? Nay, verily, your Majesty. Is perception, Nagasena? Nay, verily, your Majesty. Are the predispositions, Nagasena? Nay, verily, your Majesty. Is consciousness, Nagasena? Nay, verily, your Majesty. Ah, then, Bhante, form, sensation, perception, the predispositions, and consciousness unitedly, Nagasena? Nay, verily, your Majesty. Is it then, Bhante, something besides form, sensation, perception, the predispositions, and consciousness, which is Nagasena? Nay, verily, your Majesty. Bhante, although I question you very closely, I fail to discover any Nagasena. Verily now, Bhante, Nagasena is a mere empty sound. What Nagasena is there here? Bhante, you speak a falsehood, a lie. There is no Nagasena. Then the venerable Nagasena spoke to Milinda the king as follows. Your Majesty, you are a delicate prince, an exceedingly delicate prince, and if, Your Majesty, you walk in the middle of the day on hot sandy ground, and you tread on rough grit, gravel, and sand, your feet become sore, your body tired, the mind is oppressed, and the body consciousness suffers. Pray, did you come afoot or riding? Bhante, I do not go afoot, I came in a chariot. Your Majesty, if you came in a chariot, declare to me the chariot. Pray, Your Majesty, is the pole the chariot? Nay, verily, Bhante. Is the axle the chariot? Nay, verily, Bhante. Are the wheels the chariot? Nay, verily, Bhante. Is the chariot body the chariot? Nay, verily, Bhante. Is the banner staff the chariot? Nay, verily, Bhante. Is the yoke the chariot? Nay, verily, Bhante. Are the reins the chariot? Nay, verily, Bhante. Is the goading stick the chariot? Nay, verily, Bhante. Pray, Your Majesty, are pole, axle, wheels, chariot body, banner staff, yoke, reins, and goad unitedly the chariot? Nay, verily, Bhante. Is it then, Your Majesty, something else besides pole, axle, wheels, chariot body, banner staff, yoke, reins, and goad, which is the chariot? Nay, verily, Bhante. Your Majesty, although I question you very closely, I fail to discover any chariot. Verily now, Your Majesty, the word chariot is a mere empty sound. What chariot is there here? Your Majesty, you spoke a falsehood, a lie. There is no chariot. Your Majesty, you are the chief king in all the continent of India. Of whom are you afraid that you speak a lie? Listen to me, my lords, ye 500 Yonakas, and ye 80,000 priests. Milinda the king here says thus, I came in a chariot, and being requested, Your Majesty, if you came in a chariot, declare to me the chariot, he fails to produce any chariot. Is it possible, pray, for me to assent to what he says? When he had thus spoken, the 500 Yonakas applauded the venerable Nagasena, and spoke to Milinda the king as follows. Now, Your Majesty, answer if you can. Then Milinda the king spoke to the venerable Nagasena as follows. Bhante Nagasena, I speak no lie. The word chariot is but a way of counting, term, appellation, convenient designation, and name for pole, axle, wheels, chariot body, and banner staff. Thoroughly well, Your Majesty, do you understand a chariot? In exactly the same way, Your Majesty, in respect of me, Nagasena is but a way of counting, term, appellation, convenient designation, mere name for the hair of my head, hair of my body, brain of the head, form, sensation, perception, the predispositions, and consciousness. But in the absolute sense there is no ego here to be found. And the priestess Vajira, Your Majesty, said as follows in the presence of the Beloved One. Even as the word of chariot means that members join to frame a whole, so when the groups appear to view, we use the phrase, a living being. It is wonderful, Bhante Nagasena. It is marvellous, Bhante Nagasena. Brilliant and prompt is the wit of your replies. If the Buddha were alive, he would applaud. Well done, Nagasena. Brilliant and prompt is the wit of your replies. 2. Translated from the Visuddhimagga. Just as the word chariot is but a mode of expression for axle, wheels, chariot body, pole, and other constituent members, placed in a certain relation to each other, but when we come to examine the members one by one, we discover that in the absolute sense there is no chariot, and just as the word house is but a mode of expression for wood and other constituents of a house, surrounding space in a certain relation, but in the absolute sense there is no house. And just as the word fist is but a mode of expression for the fingers, the thumb, etc., in a certain relation, and the word lute for the body of the lute, strings, etc., army for elephants, horses, etc., city for fortifications, houses, gates, etc., tree for trunk, branches, foliage, etc., in a certain relation. But when we come to examine the parts one by one, we discover that in the absolute sense there is no tree. in exactly the same way the words living entity and ego are but a mode of expression for the presence of the 5 attachment groups, but when we come to examine the elements of being one by one, we discover that in the absolute sense there is no living entity there to form a basis for such figments as I am or I. In other words, that in the absolute sense there is only name and form. The insight of him who perceives this is called knowledge of the truth. He, however, who abandons this knowledge of the truth and believes in a living entity must assume either that this living entity will perish or that it will not perish. If he assume that it will not perish, he falls into the heresy of the persistence of existences, or if he assume that it will perish, he falls into that of the annihilation of existences. And why do I say so? Because, just as sour cream has milk as its antecedent, so nothing here exists but what has its own antecedents. To say, the living entity persists, is to fall short of the truth. To say, it is annihilated, is to outrun the truth. Therefore has the Blessed One said, "There are 2 heresies, O priests, which possess both gods and men, and by which some fall short of the truth, and some outrun the truth. But the intelligent know the truth." And how, O priests, do some fall short of the truth? O priests, gods and men delight in existence, take pleasure in existence, rejoice in existence, so that when the doctrine for the cessation of existence is preached to them, their minds do not leap toward it, are not favourably disposed toward it, do not rest in it, do not adopt it. Thus, O priests, do some fall short of the truth. And how, O priests, do some outrun the truth? Some are distressed at, ashamed of, and loathe existence, and welcome the thought of non-existence, saying, "See here, when they say that on the dissolution of the body this ego is annihilated, perishes, and does not exist after death, that is good, that is excellent, that is as it should be." Thus, O priests, do some outrun the truth. And how, O priests, do the intelligent know the truth? We may have, O priests, a priest who knows things as they really are, and knowing things as they really are, he is on the road to aversion for things, to absence of passion for them, and to cessation from them. Thus, O priests, do the intelligent know the truth. 3. Translated from the Maha-Nidana Sutta of the Digha Nikaya. In regard to the ego, Ananda, what are the views held concerning it? In regard to the ego, Ananda, either one holds the view that sensation is the ego, saying, "Sensation is my ego," or in regard to the ego, Ananda, one holds the view, "Verily, sensation is not my ego has no sensation." Or in regard to the ego, Ananda, one holds the view, "Verily, neither is sensation my ego, nor does my ego have no sensation. My ego has sensation, my ego possesses the faculty of sensation." In the above case, Ananda, where it is said, "Sensation is my ego," reply should be made as follows. Brother, there are 3 sensations, the pleasant sensation, the unpleasant sensation, and the indifferent sensation. Which of the 3 sensations do you hold to be the ego? Whenever, Ananda, a person experiences a pleasant sensation, he does not at the same time experience an unpleasant sensation, nor does he experience an indifferent sensation. Only the pleasant sensation does he then feel. Whenever, Ananda, a person experiences an unpleasant sensation, he does not at the same time experience a pleasant sensation, nor does he experience an indifferent sensation. Only the unpleasant sensation does he then feel. Whenever, Ananda, a person experiences an indifferent sensation, he does not at the same time experience a pleasant sensation, nor does he experience an unpleasant sensation. Only the indifferent sensation does he then feel. Now pleasant sensations, Ananda, are transitory, are due to causes, originate by dependence, and are subject to decay, disappearance, effacement, and cessation. And unpleasant sensations, Ananda, are transitory, are due to causes, originate by dependence, and are subject to decay, disappearance, effacement, and cessation. And indifferent sensations, Ananda, are transitory, are due to causes, originate by dependence, and are subject to decay, disappearance, effacement, and cessation. While this person is experiencing a pleasant sensation, he thinks, "This." Accordingly, Ananda, it is not possible to hold the view, "Verily, sensation is not my ego. My ego has no sensation." In the above case, Ananda, where it is said, "Verily, neither is sensation my ego, nor does my ego have no sensation. My ego has sensation. My ego possesses the faculty of sensation," reply should be made as follows. Suppose, brother, that utterly and completely, and without remainder, all sensation were to cease. If there were nowhere any sensation, pray, would there be anything after the cessation of sensation, or of which it could be said, "This am I"? Nay, verily, reverend sir. Accordingly, Ananda, it is not possible to hold the view, "Verily, neither is sensation my ego, nor does my ego have no sensation. My ego has sensation. My ego possesses the faculty of sensation." From the time, Ananda, a priest no longer holds the view that sensation is the ego, no longer holds the view that the ego has no sensation, no longer holds the view that the ego has sensation, possesses the faculty of sensation, he ceases to attach himself to anything in the world, and being free from attachment, he is never agitated, and being never agitated, he attains to nirvana in his own person, and he knows that rebirth is exhausted, that he has lived the holy life, that he has done what it behooved him to do, and that he is no more for this world. Now it is impossible, Ananda, that to a mind so freed a priest should attribute the heresy that the saint exists after death, or that the saint does not exist after death, or that the saint both exists and does not exist after death, or that the saint neither exists nor does not exist after death. And why do I say so? Because, Ananda, after a priest has been freed by a thorough comprehension of affirmation and affirmation's range, of predication and predication's range, of declaration and declaration's range, of knowledge and knowledge's field of action, of rebirth and what rebirth effects, it is impossible for him to attribute such a heretical lack of knowledge and perception to a priest similarly freed. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Andrew Macbeth. Chapter 9 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Macbeth. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 9, The Middle Doctrine. Translated from the Sumeta Nikaya. The world, for the most part, O Kakana, holds either to a belief in being or to a belief in non-being. But for one who in the light of the highest knowledge, O Kakana, considers how the world arises, belief in the non-being of the world passes away. And for one who in the light of the highest knowledge, O Kakana, considers how the world ceases, belief in the being of the world passes away. The world, O Kakana, is for the most part bound up in a seeking attachment and proclivity for the groups, but a priest does not sympathize with this seeking and attachment, nor with the mental affirmation, proclivity, and prejudice which affirms an ego. He does not doubt or question that it is only evil that springs into existence, and only evil that ceases from existence, and his conviction of this fact is dependent on no one besides himself. This, O Kakana, is what constitutes right belief. That things have being, O Kakana, constitutes one extreme of doctrine. That things have no being is the other extreme. These extremes, O Kakana, have been avoided by the Tathagata, and it is a middle doctrine he teaches. On ignorance depends karma. On karma depends consciousness. On consciousness depend name and form. On name and form depend the 6 organs of sense. On the 6 organs of sense depends contact. On contact depends sensation. On sensation depends desire. On desire depends attachment. On attachment depends existence. On existence depends birth. On birth depend old age and death, sorrow, lamentation, misery, grief, and despair. Thus does this entire aggregation of misery arise. But on the complete fading out and cessation of ignorance ceases karma. On the cessation of karma ceases consciousness. On the cessation of consciousness cease name and form. On the cessation of name and form cease the 6 organs of sense. On the cessation of the 6 organs of sense ceases contact. On the cessation of contact ceases sensation. On the cessation of sensation ceases desire. On the cessation of desire ceases attachment. On the cessation of attachment ceases existence. On the cessation of existence ceases birth. On the cessation of birth cease old age and death, sorrow, lamentation, misery, grief, and despair. Thus does this entire aggregation of misery cease. 2. Translated from the Sumeta Nikaya. Thus have I heard. On a certain occasion, the Blessed One was dwelling at Savatthi in Jetavana Monastery, in Anathapindika's park, and there the Blessed One addressed the priests. "Priests," said he. "Lord," said the priests to the Blessed One in reply. And the Blessed One spoke as follows. O priests, on ignorance depends karma. Thus does this entire aggregation of misery arise. Reverend Sir, what are old age and death? And what is it has old age and death? The question is not rightly put, said the Blessed One. O priest, to say, what are old age and death, and what is it has old age and death, and to say, old age and death are one thing, but it is another thing which has old age and death, is to say the same thing in different ways. If, O priest, the dogma obtain that the soul and the body are identical, then there is no religious life. Or if, O priest, the dogma obtain that the soul is one thing and the body another, then also there is no religious life. Both these extremes, O priest, have been avoided by the Tathagata, and it is a middle doctrine he teaches. On birth depend old age and death. Reverend Sir, what is birth, and what is it has birth? The question is not rightly put, said the Blessed One. O priest, to say, what is birth, and what is it has birth, and to say, birth is one thing, but it is another thing which has birth, is to say the same thing in different ways. If, O priest, the dogma obtain that the soul and the body are identical, then there is no religious life. Or if, O priest, the dogma obtain that the soul is one thing and the body another, then also there is no religious life. Both these extremes, O priest, have been avoided by the Tathagata, and it is a middle doctrine he teaches. On existence depends birth. Reverend Sir, what is existence? Attachment, desire, sensation, contact, the 6 organs of sense, name and form, consciousness, karma, and what is it has karma? The question is not rightly put, said the Blessed One. O priest, to say what is karma and what is it has karma, and to say karma is one thing, but it is another thing which has karma, is to say the same thing in different ways. If, O priest, the dogma obtain that the soul and the body are identical, then there is no religious life. Or if, O priest, the dogma obtain that the soul is one thing and the body another, then also there is no religious life. Both these extremes, O priest, have been avoided by the Tathagata, and it is a middle doctrine he teaches. on ignorance depends karma. But on the complete fading out and cessation of ignorance, O priest, all these refuges, puppet shows, resorts, and writhings, to wit, what are old age and death, and what is it has old age and death, or old age and death are one thing, but it is another thing which has old age and death, or the soul and the body are identical, or the soul is one thing and the body another, all such refuges of whatever kind are abandoned, uprooted, pulled out of the ground like a palmyra tree, and become non-existent and not liable to spring up again in the future. But on the complete fading out and cessation of ignorance, O priest, all these refuges, puppet shows, resorts, and writhings, to wit, what is birth, existence, attachment, desire, sensation, contact, the 6 organs of sense, name and form, consciousness, karma, and what is it has karma, or karma is one thing, but it is another thing which has karma, or the soul and the body are identical, or the soul is one thing and the body another. All such refuges are abandoned, uprooted, pulled out of the ground like a palmyra tree, and become non-existent and not liable to spring up again in the future. 3. Translated from the Visuddhimagga. Inasmuch as it is dependently on each other and in unison and simultaneously that the factors which constitute dependence originate the elements of being, therefore did the sage call these factors dependent origination. For the ignorance, etc., which have been enumerated as constituting dependence, when they originate any of the elements of being, namely karma and the rest, can only do so when dependent on each other and in case none of their number is lacking. Therefore it is dependently on each other and in unison and simultaneously that the factors which constitute dependence originate the elements of being, not by a part of their number, nor by one succeeding the other. Accordingly the sage, skilful in the art of discovering the signification of things, calls this dependence by the name of dependent origination. And in so doing, by the first of these 2 words, is shown the falsity of such heresies as that of the persistence of existences, and by the second word, a rejection of such heresies as that existences cease to be, while by both together is shown the truth. By the first, the word dependent, as exhibiting a full complement of dependence, and inasmuch as the elements of being are subject to that full complement of dependence, shows an avoidance of such heresies as that of the persistence of existences, the heresies, namely, of the persistence of existences, of uncaused existences, of existences due to an overruling power, of self-determining existences. For what have persistent existences, uncaused existences, etc., to do with a full complement of dependence? By the second word, the word origination, as exhibiting an origination of the elements of being, and inasmuch as the elements of being originate by means of a full complement of dependence, shows a rejection of such heresies as that of the annihilation of existences, the heresies, namely, of the annihilation of existences, of nihilism, of the inefficacy of karma. For if the elements of being are continually originating by means of an antecedent dependence, whence can we have annihilation of existence, nihilism, and an inefficacy of karma? By both together. By the complete phrase dependent origination, inasmuch as such and such elements of being come into existence by means of an unbroken series of their full complement of dependence, the truth or middle course is shown. This rejects the heresy that he who experiences the fruit of the deed is the same as the one who performed the deed, and also rejects the converse one, that he who experiences the fruit of a deed is different from the one who performed the deed, and leaning not to either of these popular hypotheses, holds fast by nominalism. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Andrew Macbeth.
Chapter 10 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Carl Manchester, 2008. Buddhist Writings. Part 2, The Doctrine. Chapter 10, Karma. Translated from the Visuddhimagga. Chapter 17. The kinds of karma are those already briefly mentioned, as consisting of the triplet beginning with meritorious karma, and the triplet beginning with bodily karma, making 6 in all. To give them here in full, however, meritorious karma consists of the 8 meritorious thoughts, which belong to the realm of sensual pleasure, and show themselves in almsgiving, keeping the precepts, etc., and of the 5 meritorious thoughts, which belong to the realm of form, and show themselves in ecstatic meditation, making 13 thoughts. Demeritorious karma consists of the 12 demeritorious thoughts, which show themselves in the taking of life, etc., and karma leading to immovability consists of the 4 meritorious thoughts, which belong to the realm of formlessness, and show themselves in ecstatic meditation. Accordingly, these 3 karmas consist of 29 thoughts. As regards the other 3, bodily karma consists of the thoughts of the body, vocal karma of the thoughts of the voice, mental karma of the thoughts of the mind. The object of this triplet is to show the avenues by which meritorious karma, etc., show themselves at the moment of the initiation of karma. For bodily karma consists of an even score of thoughts, namely, of the 8 meritorious thoughts which belong to the realm of sensual pleasure, and of the 12 demeritorious ones. These, by exciting gestures, show themselves through the avenue of the body. Vocal karma is when these same thoughts, by exciting speech, show themselves through the avenue of the voice. The thoughts, however, which belong to the realm of form are not included, as they do not form a dependence for subsequent consciousness. And the case is the same with the thoughts which belong to the realm of formlessness. Therefore they also are to be excluded from the dependence of consciousness. However, all depend on ignorance. Mental karma, however, consists of all the 29 thoughts, when they spring up in the mind without exciting either gesture or speech. Thus, when it is said that ignorance is the dependence of the karma triplet consisting of meritorious karma, etc., it is to be understood that the other triplet is also included. But it may be asked, how can we tell that these karmas are dependent on ignorance? Because they exist when ignorance exists. For, when a person has not abandoned the want of knowledge concerning misery, etc., which is called ignorance, then by that want of knowledge concerning misery and concerning anteriority, etc., he seizes on the misery of the round of rebirth with the idea that it is happiness, and hence begins to perform the threefold karma which is its cause. By that want of knowledge concerning the origin of misery, and by being under the impression that thus happiness is secured, he begins to perform karma that ministers to desire, though such karma is really the cause of misery. And by that want of knowledge concerning cessation and the path, and under the impression that some particular form of existence will prove to be the cessation of misery, although it really is not so, or that sacrifice, alarming the gods by the greatness of his austerities, and other like procedures, are the way to cessation, although they are not such a way, he begins to perform the threefold karma. Moreover, through this non-abandonment of ignorance in respect of the 4 truths, he does not know the fruition of meritorious karma to be the misery it really is, seeing that it is completely overwhelmed with the calamities, birth, old age, disease, death, etc., and so to obtain it he begins to perform meritorious karma in its 3 divisions of bodily, vocal, and mental karma, just as a man in love with a heavenly nymph will throw himself down a precipice. When he does not perceive that at the end of that meritorious fruition considered to be such happiness, comes the agonizing misery of change and disappointment. He begins to perform the meritorious karma above described, just as a locust will fly into the flame of a lamp, or a man that is greedy after honey will lick the honey-smeared edge of a knife. When he fails to perceive the calamities due to sensual gratification and its fruition, and, being under the impression that sensuality is happiness, lives enthralled by his passions, he then begins to perform demeritorious karma through the three avenues, just as a child will play with filth, or one who wishes to die will eat poison. When he does not perceive the misery of the change that takes place in the constituents of being, even in the realm of formlessness, but has a perverse belief in persistence, etc., he begins to perform mental karma that leads to immovability, just as a man who has lost his way will go after a mirage. As, therefore, karma exists when ignorance exists, but not when it does not exist, it is to be understood that this karma depends on ignorance, and it has been said as follows: O priests, the ignorant, uninstructed man performs meritorious karma, demeritorious karma, and karma leading to immovability. But whenever, O priests, he abandons his ignorance and acquires wisdom, he, through the fading out of ignorance and the coming into being of wisdom, does not even perform meritorious karma. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Carl Manchester, 2008. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 11. Fruitful and Barren Karma. Translated from the Anaguttara Nikaya, Book 3, verse 33. 1. Fruitful Karma. There are three conditions, O priests, under which deeds are produced. And what are the three? Covetousness is a condition under which deeds are produced. Hatred is a condition under which deeds are produced. Infatuation is a condition under which deeds are produced. When a man's deeds, O priests, are performed through covetousness, arise from covetousness, are occasioned by covetousness, originate in covetousness, wherever his personality may be, there those deeds ripen, and wherever they ripen, there he experiences the fruition of those deeds, be it in the present life or in some subsequent one. When a man's deeds, O priests, are performed through hatred, are performed through infatuation, arise from infatuation, are occasioned by infatuation, originate in infatuation, wherever his personality may be, there those deeds ripen, and wherever they ripen, there he experiences the fruition of those deeds, be it in the present life or in some subsequent one. It is like seed, O priests, that is uninjured, undecayed, unharmed by wind or heat, and is sound, and advantageously sown in a fertile field on well-prepared soil. If then rain falls in due season, then, O priests, will that seed attain to growth, increase, and development. In exactly the same way, O priests, when a man's deeds are performed through covetousness, arise from covetousness, are occasioned by covetousness, originate in covetousness, wherever his personality may be, there those deeds ripen, and wherever they ripen, there he experiences the fruition of those deeds, be it in the present life or in some subsequent one. When a man's deeds are performed through hatred, are performed through infatuation, arise from infatuation, are occasioned by infatuation, originate in infatuation, wherever his personality may be, there those deeds ripen, and wherever they ripen, there he experiences the fruition of those deeds, be it in the present life or in some subsequent one. These, O priests, are the three conditions under which deeds are produced. 2. Barren karma. There are 3 conditions, O priests, under which deeds are produced. And what are the 3? Freedom from covetousness is a condition under which deeds are produced. Freedom from hatred is a condition under which deeds are produced. Freedom from infatuation is a condition under which deeds are produced. When a man's deeds, O priests, are performed without covetousness, arise without covetousness, are occasioned without covetousness, originate without covetousness, then, inasmuch as covetousness is gone, those deeds are abandoned, uprooted, pulled out of the ground like a palmyra tree, and become non-existent and non-liable to spring up again in the future. When a man's deeds, O priests, are performed without hatred, are performed without infatuation, arise without infatuation, are occasioned without infatuation, originate without infatuation, then, inasmuch as infatuation is gone, those deeds are abandoned, uprooted, pulled out of the ground like a palmyra tree, and become non-existent and non-liable to spring up again in the future. It is like seed, O priests, that is uninjured, undecayed, unharmed by wind or heat, and is sound and advantageously sown. If some one then burn it with fire and reduce it to soot, and having reduced it to soot were then to scatter it to the winds, or throw it into a swift-flowing river, then, O priests, will that seed be abandoned, uprooted, pulled out of the ground like a palmyra tree, and become non-existent and non-liable to spring up again in the future. In exactly the same way, O priests, when a man's deeds are performed without covetousness, arise without covetousness, are occasioned without covetousness, originate without covetousness, then, inasmuch as covetousness is gone, those deeds are abandoned, uprooted, pulled out of the ground like a palmyra tree, and become non-existent and non-liable to spring up again in the future. When a man's deeds are performed without hatred, without infatuation, arise without infatuation, are occasioned without infatuation, originate without infatuation, then, inasmuch as infatuation is gone, those deeds are abandoned, uprooted, pulled out of the ground like a palmyra tree, and become non-existent and non-liable to spring up again in the future. These, O priests, are the 3 conditions under which deeds are produced. A wise priest knows he now must reap the fruits of deeds of former births, for be they many or but few, deeds done in covetousness or hate, or through infatuation's power, must bear their needful consequence. Hence not to covetousness, nor hate, nor to infatuation's power the wise priest yields, but knowledge seeks, and leaves the way to punishment. 2. Translated from the Anaguttara Nikaya, Book 3, verse 99. O priests, if anyone says that a man must reap according to his deeds, in that case, O priests, there is no religious life, nor is any opportunity afforded for the entire extinction of misery. But if anyone says, O priests, that the reward a man reaps accords with his deeds, in that case, O priests, there is a religious life, and opportunity is afforded for the entire extinction of misery. We may have the case, O priests, of an individual who does some slight deed of wickedness, which brings him to hell, or again, O priests, we may have the case of another individual who does the same slight deed of wickedness, and expiates it in the present life, though it may be a way which appears to him not slight but grievous. What kind of individual, O priests, is he whose slight deed of wickedness brings him to hell? Whenever, O priests, an individual is not proficient in the management of his body, is not proficient in the precepts, is not proficient in concentration, is not proficient in wisdom, and is limited and bounded, and abides in what is finite and evil, such an individual, O priests, is he whose slight deed of wickedness brings him to hell. What kind of individual, O priests, is he who does the same slight deed of wickedness, and expiates it in the present life, though it may be in a way which appears to him not slight but grievous? Whenever, O priests, an individual is proficient in the management of his body, is proficient in the precepts, is proficient in concentration, is proficient in wisdom, and is not limited nor bounded, and abides in the universal, such an individual, O priests, is he who does the same slight deed of wickedness, and expiates it in the present life, though it may be in a way which appears to him not slight but grievous. It is as if, O priests, a man were to put a lump of salt into a small cup of water. What think ye, O priests? Would now the small amount of water in this cup be made salt and undrinkable by the lump of salt? Yes, reverend sir. And why? Because, reverend sir, there was but a small amount of water in the cup, and so it was made salt and undrinkable by the lump of salt. It is as if, O priests, a man were to throw a lump of salt into the river Ganges. What think ye, O priests? Would now the river Ganges be made of salt and undrinkable by the lump of salt? Nay, verily, reverend sir. And why not? Because, reverend sir, the mass of water in the river Ganges is great, and so is not made salt and undrinkable by the lump of salt. In exactly the same way, O priests, we may have the case of an individual who does some slight deed of wickedness, which brings him to hell, or again, O priests, we may have the case of another individual who does the same slight deed of wickedness, and expiates it in the present life, though it may be in a way which appears to him not slight but grievous. When a man's deeds, O priests, are performed through hatred, are performed through infatuation, arise from infatuation, are occasioned by infatuation, originate in infatuation, wherever his personality may be, there those deeds ripen, and wherever they ripen, there he experiences the fruition of those deeds, be it in the present life or in some subsequent one. It is like seed, O priests, that is uninjured, undecayed, unharmed by wind or heat, and is sound and advantageously sown in a fertile field, on well-prepared soil. If then rain falls in due season, then, O priests, will that seed attain to growth, increase, and development. In exactly the same way, O priests, when a man's deeds are performed through covetousness, arise from covetousness, are occasioned by covetousness, originate in covetousness, wherever his personality may be, there those deeds ripen, and wherever they ripen, there he experiences the fruition of those deeds, be it in the present life or in some subsequent one. When a man's deeds are performed through hatred, are performed through infatuation, arise from infatuation, are occasioned by infatuation, originate in infatuation, wherever his personality may be, there those deeds ripen, and wherever they ripen, there he experiences the fruition of those deeds, be it in the present life or in some subsequent one. We may have, O priests, the case of one who is cast into prison for a halfpenny, for a penny, or for 100 pence. Or again, O priests, we may have the case of one who is not cast into prison for a halfpenny, for a penny, or for 100 pence. Who, O priests, is cast into prison for a halfpenny, for a penny, or for 100 pence? Whenever, O priests, anyone is poor, needy, and indigent, he, O priests, is cast into prison for a halfpenny, for a penny, or for 100 pence. Who, O priests, is not cast into prison for a halfpenny, for a penny, or for 100 pence? Whenever, O priests, anyone is rich, wealthy, and affluent, he, O priests, is not cast into prison for a halfpenny, for a penny, or for 100 pence. In exactly the same way, O priests, we may have the case of an individual who does some slight deed of wickedness, which brings him to hell, or again, O priests, we may have the case of another individual who does the same slight deed of wickedness, and expiates it in the present life, though it may be in a way which appears to him not slight but grievous. When a man's deeds, O priests, are performed through hatred, are performed through infatuation, arise from infatuation, are occasioned by infatuation, originate in infatuation, wherever his personality may be, there those deeds ripen, and wherever they ripen, there he experiences the fruition of those deeds, be it in the present life or in some subsequent one. It is like seed, O priests, that is uninjured, undecayed, unharmed by wind or heat, and is sound and advantageously sown in a fertile field, on well-prepared soil. If then rain falls in due season, then, O priests, will that seed attain to growth, increase, and development. In exactly the same way, O priests, when a man's deeds are performed through covetousness, arise from covetousness, are occasioned by covetousness, originate in covetousness, wherever his personality may be, there those deeds ripen, and wherever they ripen, there he experiences the fruition of those deeds, be it in the present life or in some subsequent one. When a man's deeds are performed through hatred, are performed through infatuation, arise from infatuation, are occasioned by infatuation, originate in infatuation, wherever his personality may be, there those deeds ripen, and wherever they ripen, there he experiences the fruition of those deeds, be it in the present life or in some subsequent one. Just as, O priests, a butcher and killer of rams will smite one man if he steal a ram, and will bind him and burn him, and wreak his pleasure on him, and another who steals a ram he will not attack, nor bind him, nor burn him, nor wreak his pleasure on him. Who is he, O priests, whom a butcher and killer of rams will smite if he steal a ram, and will bind him and burn him, and wreak his pleasure on him? Whenever, O priests, the robber is poor, needy, and indigent, him, O priests, a butcher and killer of rams will smite if he steal a ram, and will bind him and burn him, and wreak his pleasure on him. Who is he, O priests, whom a butcher and killer of rams will not smite if he steal a ram, nor bind him, nor burn him, nor wreak his pleasure on him? Whenever, O priests, the robber is rich, wealthy, and affluent, a king, or a king's minister, him, O priests, a butcher and killer of rams will not smite if he steal a ram, nor bind him, nor burn him, nor wreak his pleasure on him. On the contrary, he will stretch out his joined palms, and make supplication, saying, Sir, give me the ram, or the price of the ram. In exactly the same way, O priests, we may have the case of an individual who does some slight deed of wickedness which brings him to hell, or again, O priests, we may have the case of another individual who does the same slight deed of wickedness, and expiates it in the present life, though it may be in a way which appears to him not slight but grievous. When a man's deeds, O priests, are performed through hatred, are performed through infatuation, arise from infatuation, are occasioned by infatuation, originate in infatuation, wherever his personality may be, there those deeds ripen, and wherever they ripen, there he experiences the fruition of those deeds, be it in the present life or in some subsequent one. It is like seed, O priests, that is uninjured, undecayed, unharmed by wind or heat, and is sound and advantageously sown in a fertile field on well-prepared soil. If then rain falls in due season, then, O priests, will that seed attain to growth, increase, and development. In exactly the same way, O priests, when a man's deeds are performed through covetousness, arise from covetousness, are occasioned by covetousness, originate in covetousness, wherever his personality may be, there those deeds ripen, and wherever they ripen, there he experiences the fruition of those deeds, be it in the present life or in some subsequent one. When a man's deeds are performed through hatred, are performed through infatuation, arise from infatuation, are occasioned by infatuation, originate in infatuation, wherever his personality may be, there those deeds ripen, and wherever they ripen, there he experiences the fruition of those deeds, be it in the present life or in some subsequent one. O priests, if anyone were to say that a man must reap according to his deeds, in that case, O priests, there is no religious life, nor is any opportunity afforded for the entire extinction of misery. But if anyone says, O priests, that the reward a man reaps accords with his deeds, in that case, O priests, there is a religious life, and opportunity is afforded for the entire extinction of misery. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Carl Manchester, 2008. Buddhist Writings. Translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 12. Good and Bad Karma. Translated from the Samyutta Nikaya. Book 3, Volume 2, Verse 10. Thus I have heard. On a certain occasion the Blessed One was dwelling at Savatthi in Jetavana Monastery in Anathapindika's park. Then drew near King Pasenadi the Kosalan at an unusual time of day to where the Blessed One was, and having drawn near and greeted the Blessed One, he sat down respectfully at one side. And King Pasenadi the Kosalan, being seated respectfully at one side, the Blessed One spoke to him as follows. Pray, whence have you come, great King, at this unusual time of day? Reverend Sir, a householder who was treasurer in Savatthi has just died, leaving no son, and I have come from transferring his property to my royal palace. And, Reverend Sir, he had 10 million pieces of gold and silver beyond all reckoning. But this householder, Reverend Sir, would eat sour gruel and kanajaka, and the clothes he wore were made of hemp, and the conveyance in which he rode was a broken-down chariot with an umbrella of leaves. Even so, great King, even so, great King. Formerly, great King, that householder and treasurer gave food in alms to a private Buddha named Tagarasikhi. But after he had given the order, saying, Give food to this monk, and had risen from his seat and departed, he repented him of the gift, and said to himself, It would have been better if my slaves or my servants had had this food. And, moreover, he murdered his brother's only son for the sake of the inheritance. Now, whereas, great King, that householder and treasurer gave food in alms to the private Buddha Tagarasikhi, as the fruit of this deed he was born 7 times in a higher state of existence, into a heavenly world, and as a further result of this deed he has held the treasurership 7 times here in Savatthi. And whereas, great King, that householder and treasurer repented him of the gift, and said to himself, It would have been better if my slaves or my servants had had this food, as the result of this sinful thought his mind has been averse to sumptuous food, to sumptuous clothing, to sumptuous equipages, to a sumptuous gratification of the 5 senses. And whereas, great King, the treasurer murdered his brother's only son for the sake of the inheritance, as a result of this deed he has suffered in hell for many years, for many hundreds of years, for many thousands of years, for many hundreds of years. And as a further result of this deed he has now for the 7th time died without leaving any son, and forfeited his property into the royal treasury. But now, great King, the former merit of this treasurer has become exhausted, and no new merit has been accumulated, and at the present time, great King, the treasurer is suffering in the Mahararuva hell. Reverend Sir, has the treasurer been reborn in the Mahararuva hell? Yes, great King, the treasurer has been reborn in the Mahararuva hell. Nor grain, nor wealth, nor store of gold and silver, not one amongst his womenfolk and children, nor slave, domestic, hired man, nor any one that eats his bread, can follow him who leaves this life, but all things must be left behind. But every deed a man performs, with body or with voice or mind, 'tis this that he can call his own, this with him take as he goes hence. This is what follows after him, and like a shadow ne'er departs. Let all then noble deeds perform, a treasure store for future weal, for merit gained this life within will yield a blessing in the next. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Seth Lemons. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 4. Rebirth is not transmigration. Translated from the Milindapanha. Said the king, Bhante Nagasena, does rebirth take place without anything transmigrating? Yes, your majesty. Rebirth takes place without anything transmigrating. How, Bhante Nagasena, does rebirth take place without anything transmigrating? Give an illustration. Suppose, your majesty, a man were to light a light from another light. Pray, would the one light have passed over to the other light? Nay, verily, Bhante. In exactly the same way, your majesty, does rebirth take place without anything transmigrating. Give another illustration. Do you remember, your majesty, having learnt, when you were a boy, some verse or another from your professor of poetry? Yes, Bhante. Pray, your majesty, did the verse pass over to you from your teacher? Nay, verily, Bhante. In exactly the same way, your majesty, does rebirth take place without anything transmigrating. You are an able man, Bhante Nagasena. Translated from the Milindapanha. Bhante Nagasena, said the king, what is it that is born into the next existence? Your majesty, said the elder, it is name and form that is born into the next existence. Is it the same name and form that is born into the next existence? Your majesty, it is not the same name and form that is born into the next existence, but with this name and form, your majesty, one does a deed. It may be good, or it may be wicked, and by reason of this deed another name and form is born into the next existence. Bhante, if it is not the same name and form that is born into the next existence, is one not freed from one's evil deeds? If one were not born into another existence, said the elder, one would be freed from one's evil deeds. But, your majesty, inasmuch as one is born into another existence, therefore is one not freed from one's evil deeds. Give an illustration. Your majesty, it is as if a man were to take away another man's mangoes, and the owner of the mangoes were to seize him, and show him to the king, and say, Sire, this man hath taken away my mangoes, and the other were to say, Sire, I did not take away this man's mangoes. The mangoes which this man planted were different mangoes from those which I took away. I am not liable to punishment. Pray, your majesty, would the man be liable to punishment? Assuredly, Bhante, would he be liable to punishment. For what reason? Because in spite of what he might say, he would be liable to punishment for the reason that the last mangoes derived from the first mangoes. In exactly the same way, your majesty, with this name and form one does a deed. It may be good, or it may be wicked, and by reason of this deed another name and form is born into the next existence. Therefore is one not freed from one's evil deeds. Give another illustration. Your majesty, it is as if a man were to take away the rice of another man, were to take away the sugar cane. Your majesty, it is as if a man were to light a fire in the winter time and warm himself, and were to go off without putting it out, and then the fire were to burn another man's field, and the owner of the field were to seize him, and show him to the king, and say, Sire, this man has burnt my field. And the other were to say, Sire, I did not set this man's field on fire. The fire which I failed to put out was a different one from the one which has burnt up this man's field. I am not liable to punishment. Pray, your majesty, would the man be liable to punishment? Assuredly, Bhante, would he be liable to punishment. For what reason? Because in spite of what he might say, the man would be liable to punishment for the reason that the last fire derived from the first fire. In exactly the same way, your majesty, with this name and form one does a deed. It may be good, or it may be wicked, and by reason of this deed another name and form is born into the next existence. Therefore is one not freed from one's evil deeds. Give another illustration. Your majesty, it is as if a man were to ascend to the top story of a house with a light, and eat there. And the light in burning were to set fire to the thatch, and the thatch in burning were to set fire to the house, and the house in burning were to set fire to the village, and the people of the village were to seize him, and say, Why, O man, did you set fire to the village? And he were to say, I did not set fire to the village. The fire of the lamp by whose light I ate was a different one from the one which set fire to the village. And they, quarrelling, were to come to you. Whose cause, your majesty, would you sustain? That of the people of the village, Bhante. And why? Because in spite of what the man might say, the latter fire sprang from the former. In exactly the same way, your Majesty, although the name and form which is born into the next existence is different from the name and form which is to end at death, nevertheless it is sprung from it. Therefore is one not freed from one's evil deeds. Give another illustration. Your Majesty, it is as if a man were to choose a young girl in marriage, and having paid the purchase money were to go off, and she subsequently were to grow up and become marriageable. And then another man were to pay the purchase money for her, and marry her. And the first man were to return and say, "Oh, man, why did you marry my wife?" And the other were to say, "I did not marry your wife. The young tender girl whom you chose in marriage, and for whom you paid purchase money, was a different person from this grown-up and marriageable girl whom I have chosen in marriage, and for whom I have paid the purchase money." And they, quarrelling, were to come to you. Whose cause, your Majesty, would you sustain? That of the first man. And why? Because in spite of what the second man might say, the grown-up girl sprang from the other. In exactly the same way, your Majesty, although the name and form which is born into the next existence is different from the name and form which is to end at death, nevertheless it is sprung from it. Therefore is one not freed from one's evil deeds. Give another illustration. Your Majesty, it is as if a man were to buy from a cowherd a pot of milk, and were to leave it with the cowherd, and go off, thinking he would come the next day and take it. And on the next day it were to turn into sour cream, and the man were to come back, and say, "Give me the pot of milk." And the other were to show him the sour cream, and the first man were to say, "I did not buy sour cream from you. Give me the pot of milk." And the cowherd were to say, "While you were gone your milk turned into sour cream." And they, quarrelling, were to come to you. Whose cause, your Majesty, would you sustain? That of the cowherd, Bhante. And why? Because in spite of what the man might say, the one sprang from the other. In exactly the same way, your Majesty, although the name and form which is born into the next existence is different from the name and form which is to end at death, nevertheless it is sprung from it. Therefore is one not freed from one's evil deeds. You are an able man, Bhante Nagasena. Translated from the Visuddhimagga, Chapter 17. It is only elements of being possessing a dependence that arrive at a new existence. None transmigrated from the last existence, nor are they in the new existence without causes contained in the old. By this is said that it is only elements of being, with form or without, but possessing a dependence, that arrive at a new existence. There is no entity, no living principle, no elements of being transmigrated from the last existence into the present one. Nor, on the other hand, do they appear in the present existence without causes in that one. This we will now make plain by considering birth and death as they occur every day among men. For when, in any existence, one arrives at the gate of death, either in the natural course of things or through violence, and when, by a concourse of intolerable death-dealing pains, all the members, both great and small, are loosened and wrenched apart in every joint and ligament, and the body, like a green palm leaf exposed to the sun, dries up by degrees, and the eyesight and the other senses fail, and the power of feeling and the power of thinking and vitality are making the last stand in the heart. Then consciousness residing in that last refuge, the heart, continues to exist by virtue of karma, otherwise called the predispositions. This karma, however, still retains something of what it depends on, and consists of such former deeds as were weighty, much practiced, and are now close at hand. Or else this karma creates a reflex of itself, or of the new mode of life now being entered upon, and it is with this as its object that consciousness continues to exist. Now while the consciousness still subsists, inasmuch as desire and ignorance have not been abandoned, and the evil of the object is hidden by that ignorance, desire inclines the consciousness to the object, and the karma that sprang up along with the consciousness impels it toward the object. This consciousness being in its series thus inclined toward the object by desire, and impelled toward it by karma, like a man who swings himself over a ditch by means of a rope hanging from a tree on the hither bank, quits its first resting place, and continues to subsist in dependence on objects of sense and other things, and either does or does not light on another resting place created by karma. Here the former consciousness, from its passing out of existence, is called passing away, and the latter, from its being reborn into new existence, is called rebirth. But it is to be understood that this latter consciousness did not come to the present existence from the previous one, and also that it is only to causes contained in the old existence, namely to karma called the predispositions, to inclination, an object, etc., that its present appearance is due. As illustrations here may serve, echoes and other similes, nor sameness nor diversity, can from that series take their rise. As illustrations of how consciousness does not come over from the last existence into the present, and how it springs up by means of causes belonging to the former existence, here may serve echoes, light, the impressions of a seal, and reflections in a mirror. For as echoes, light, the impressions of a seal, and shadows have sound, etc., for their causes, and exist without having come from elsewhere, just so is it with this mind. Moreover, nor sameness nor diversity can from that series take their rise. For if, in a continuous series, an absolute sameness obtained, then could sour cream not arise from milk; while, on the other hand, if there were an absolute diversity, then could not a milk owner obtain sour cream. The same argument holds good in regard to all causes and effects. This being so, it would be more correct not to use the popular mode of stating the case, but that would not be desirable. Therefore we must merely guard ourselves from supposing that there is here either an absolute sameness or an absolute diversity. Here someone will say, "This explanation is not a good one, for is it not true that if there be no transmigration, and both the groups and the fruitful karma which belong to this existence in the world of men cease, nor arrive in the new existence, the fruit of this karma would then be borne by a different thing from that which produced the karma itself? If the reaper ceased to exist, it would not be he experienced the fruit. Therefore this position is not good." The following quotation will answer this. "The series which doth bear a fruit is not the same nor something else." The fabricating power in seeds will show the meaning of this word. For when the fruit arises in a series, as absolute sameness and absolute diversity are both excluded, it cannot be said that the fruit is borne by the same thing, nor yet by something else. The fabricating power in seeds will show this. For when the fabricating power in the seeds of mangoes and other plants operate, inasmuch as any particular kind of fruit is dependent on the previous part of its series, it cannot come from other seeds, nor in dependence on other fabricating powers. Nor yet is it those other seeds, or those fabricating powers, which arrive at fruition. Such is to be understood to be the nature of the present case. Also, when education, training, and medicaments have been applied to the body of a young person, the fruit will appear in after time, in the mature body, etc. Thus is the sense to be understood. Now as to what was said, if the reaper ceased to exist, it would not be he experienced the fruit. Consider the following. As when 'tis said, the tree bears fruit, as soon as fruit on it appears, just so the groups are reapers called, as soon as the karma's fruit springs up. Just as in the case of those elements of being which go under the name of tree, as soon as at any point the fruit springs up, it is then said the tree bears fruit, or the tree has fructified. So also in the case of these groups which go under the name of God or man. When a fruition of happiness or misery springs up at any point, then it is said that God or man is happy or miserable. Therefore is it that we have here no need of any other reaper. Translated from the Visuddhimagga, Chapter 17. He, then, that has no clear idea of death, and does not master the fact that death everywhere consists in the dissolution of the groups, he comes to a variety of conclusions, such as, a living entity dies and transmigrates into another body. He that has no clear idea of rebirth, and does not master the fact that the appearance of the groups everywhere constitutes rebirth, he comes to a variety of conclusions, such as, a living entity is born and has obtained a new body. Translated from the Visuddhimagga, Chapter 21. Therefore have the ancients said, the groups break up, and only they, the wise say, and death consisteth in their dissolution. The thoughtful man of insight sees them vanish. They are like the jewel shattered by the diamond. End of Chapter 13 of Buddhist Writings. Recording by Seth Lemons.
Chapter 14 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jerry Dixon, Zephyr Hills, Florida. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 14, Death's Messengers, translated from the Anagatara Nikaya, Section 3, page 35. Death has 3 messengers, O priests. And what are the 3? Suppose, O priests, one does evil with his body, does evil with his voice, does evil with his mind. Having done evil with his body, done evil with his voice, and done evil with his mind, he arrives after the dissolution of the body, after death, at a place of punishment, a place of suffering, perdition, hell. Then, O priests, the guardians of hell seize him by the arms at every point, and they show him to Yama, the ruler of the dead, saying, Sire, this man did not do his duty to his friends, to his parents, to the monks, or to the Brahmins, nor did he honor his elders among his kinsfolk. Let your majesty inflict punishment upon him. Then, O priests, King Yama questions, sounds, and addresses him, touching the first of death's messengers. O man, did you not see the first of death's messengers visibly appear among men? He replies, Lord, I did not. Then, O priest, King Yama says to him, O man, did you not see among men a woman or a man, 80 or 90 or 100 years of age, decrepit, crooked as the curved rafter of a gable roof, bowed down, leaning on a staff, trembling as he walked, miserable, with youth long fled, broken-toothed, gray-haired, and nearly bald, tottering, with wrinkled brow, and blotched with freckles? He replies, Lord, I did. Then, O priest, King Yama says to him, O man, did it not occur to you, being a person of mature intelligence and years, I also am subject to old age, and in no way exempt. Come now, I will act nobly with body, voice, and mind. He replies, Lord, I could not. Lord, I did not think. Then, O priest, King Yama says to him, O man, through thoughtlessness you failed to act nobly with body, voice, and mind. Verily, it shall be done unto you, O man, in accordance with your thoughtlessness. And it was not your mother who did this wickedness, nor was it your father, nor your brother, nor your sister, nor your friends and companions, nor your relatives and kinsfolk, nor the deities, nor the monks and Brahmins. But it was you yourself who did this wickedness, and you alone shall feel its consequences. Then, O priests, when King Yama has questioned, sounded, and addressed him, touching the first of death's messengers, he questions, sounds, and addresses him, touching the second of death's messengers. O man, did you not see the second of death's messengers visibly appear among men? He replies, Lord, I did not. Then, O priest, King Yama says to him, O man, did you not see among men, women or men, diseased, suffering, grievously sick, rolling in their own filth, who in lying down had to be lifted up by others, and by others had to be laid down again? He replies, Lord, I did. Then, O priest, King Yama says to him, O man, did it not occur to you, being a person of mature intelligence and years, I also am subject to disease, and in no way exempt. Come now, I will act nobly with body, voice, and mind. He replies, Lord, I could not. Lord, I did not think. Then, O priests, King Yama says to him, O man, through thoughtlessness you failed to act nobly with body, voice, and mind. Verily it shall be done unto you, O man, in accordance with your thoughtlessness. And it was not your mother who did this wickedness, nor was it your father,
nor your brother, nor your sister, nor your friends and companions, nor your relatives and kinsfolk, nor the deities, nor the monks and Brahmins, but it was you yourself who did this wickedness, and you alone shall feel its consequences. Then, O priests, when King Yama has questioned, sounded, and addressed him touching the second of death's messengers, he questions, sounds, and addresses him touching the third of death's messengers. O man, did you not see the third of death's messengers visibly appear among men? He replies, Lord, I did not. Then, O priest, King Yama says to him, O man, did you not see among men a woman or a man that has been 1 day dead, or 2 days dead, or 3 days dead, and had become swollen, black, and full of putridity? He replies, Lord, I did. Then, O priest, King Yama says to him, O man, did it not occur to you, being a person of mature intelligence and years, I also am subject to death, and in no way exempt. Come now, I will act nobly with body, voice, and mind. He replies, Lord, I could not. Lord, I did not think. Then, O priests, King Yama says to him, O man, through thoughtlessness you failed to act nobly with body, voice, and mind. Verily it shall be done unto you, O man, in accordance with your thoughtlessness. And it was not your mother who did this wickedness, nor was it your father, nor your brother, nor your sister, nor your friends and companions, nor your relatives and kinsfolk, nor the deities, nor the monks and Brahmins, but it was you yourself who did this wickedness, and you alone shall feel its consequences. Then, O priests, when King Yama has questioned, sounded, and addressed him touching the third of death's messengers, he becomes silent. Then, O priests, the guardians of hell inflict on him the torture called the fivefold pinion. They force a heated iron stake through his hand. They force a heated iron stake through his other hand. They force a heated iron stake through his foot. They force a heated iron stake through his other foot. They force a heated iron stake through the middle of his breast. There he experiences grievous, severe, sharp, and bitter pains. But he does not die so long as that wickedness is unexhausted. Then, O priests, the guardians of hell lay him down and hack him with axes. There he experiences grievous, severe, sharp, and bitter pains. But he does not die so long as that wickedness is unexhausted. Then, O priests, the guardians of hell place him feet up, head down, and hack him with hatchets. There he experiences grievous, severe, sharp, and bitter pains. But he does not die so long as that wickedness is unexhausted. Then, O priests, the guardians of hell harness him to a chariot, and they make him go forward, and they make him go back over ground that is blazing, flaming, and glowing. There he experiences grievous, severe, sharp, and bitter pains. But he does not die so long as that wickedness is unexhausted. Then, O priest, the guardians of hell make him ascend and make him descend an immense, blazing, flaming, and glowing mountain of live coals. There he experiences grievous, severe, sharp, and bitter pains. But he does not die so long as that wickedness is unexhausted. Then, O priests, the guardians of hell take him feet up, head down, and throw him into a heated iron kettle that is blazing, flaming, and glowing. There he cooks and sizzles, and while he there cooks and sizzles, he goes once upwards, once downwards, and once sideways. There he experiences grievous, severe, sharp, and bitter pains. But he does not die so long as that wickedness is unexhausted. Then, O priests, the guardians of hell throw him into the chiefest of the hells. Now this chiefest of the hells, O priests, is symmetrical and square in shape, four-graded, into parts laid off. Of iron is its bounding wall, an iron roof doth close it in. And of its glowing iron floor, the light with dazzling brilliancy spreads for 100 leagues around, and ever and for aye abides. In former times, O priests, King Yama thought to himself, all they, alas, who are guilty of wicked deeds in the world, must suffer such horrible and manifold torture. Oh, that I may become a man, and a Tathagata arise in the world, a holy supreme Buddha, and that I may sit at the feet of the Blessed One, and the Blessed One teach me the doctrine, and I come to understand the doctrine of the Blessed One. Now this, O priest, that I tell you, I did not get from anyone else, be he monk or Brahmin, but, O priest, what I by myself unassisted have known and seen and learnt, that I tell you. All they who thoughtless are, nor heed what time death's messengers appear, must long the pangs of suffering feel in some base body habiting. But all those good and holy men, what time they see death's messengers, behave not thoughtless, but give heed to what the noble doctrine says, and an attachment frighted see of birth and death the fertile source, and from attachment free themselves, thus birth and death extinguishing. Secure and happy ones are they, released from all this fleeting show, exempted from all sin and fear, all misery have they overcome.
2. Reprinted from Mrs. Piazzi's Thrale's Autobiography, edited by Hayward, Ticknall & Fields, Boston, 1861, Volume 2, page 247. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. The Three Warnings, a Tale. The tree of deepest root is found, least willing still to quit the ground. 'Twas therefore said by ancient sages that love of life increased with years, so much that in our latter stages, when pains grow sharp and sickness rages, the greatest love of life appears. This greatest affection to believe, which all confess, but few perceive. If old affections can't prevail, be pleased to hear a modern tale. When sports went round, and all were gay, on neighbor Dobson's wedding day, Death called aside the jocund groom with him into another room, and looking grave, "You must," says he, "quit your sweet bride and come with me." "With you, and quit my Susan's side? With you?" the hapless husband cried. "Young as I am, 'tis monstrous hard. Besides, in truth, I'm not prepared. My thoughts on other matters go. This is my wedding night, you know." What more he urged I have not heard. His reasons could not well be stronger, so death the poor delinquent spared, and left to live a little longer. Yet, calling up a serious look, his hourglass trembled while he spoke. "Neighbor," he said, "farewell. No more shall death disturb your mirthful hour. And further, to avoid all blame Of cruelty upon my name, to give you time for preparation, And fit you for your future station, 3 several warnings you shall have, Before you're summoned to the grave. Willing, for once, I'll quit my prey, And grant a kind reprieve, In hopes you'll have no more to say, But when I call again this way, Well pleased the world will leave." To these conditions both consented, And parted perfectly contented. What next the hero of our tale befell, How long he lived, how wise, how well, How roundly he pursued his course, And smoked his pipe, and stroked his horse, The willing muse shall tell. He truffered then, he bought, he sold, Nor once perceived his growing old, Nor thought of death as near. His friends not false, his wife no shrew, Many his gains, his children few, He passed his hours in peace. But while he viewed his wealth increase, While thus along life's dusty road The beaten track content he trod, Old Time whose haste no mortal spares, Uncalled, unheeded, unawares, Brought him on his 80th year. And now one night in musing mood, As all along he sat, The unwelcome messenger of fate Once more before him stood. Half stilled with anger and surprise, "So soon returned!" old Dobson cries. "So soon, d'ye call it?" Death replies. "Surely, my friend, you're but in jest. Since I was here before, 'tis 36 years at least, And now you are 80. "So much the worse," the clown rejoined. "To spare the aged would be kind. However, see your search be legal, And your authority, is it regal? Else you are come on a fool's errand, With but a secretary's warrant. Besides, you promised me 3 warnings, Which I have looked for nights and mornings. But for that loss of time and ease, I can recover damages." "I know," cries Death, that at the best I seldom am a welcome guest. But don't be captious, friend, at least, I little thought you'd still be able To stump about your farm and stable. Your years have run to a great length, I wish you joy, though, of your strength. Hold, says the farmer, not so fast, I have been lame these 4 years past. And no great wonder, Death replies. However, you still keep your eyes, and sure to see one's loves and friends, For legs and arms would make amends. Perhaps, says Dobson, so it might, but latterly I've lost my sight. This is a shocking story, faith, yet there's some comfort still, says Death. Each strives your sadness to amuse, I warrant you have all the news. There's none, cries he, and if there were, I've grown so deaf I could not hear. Nay, then, the spectre stern rejoined, these are unjustifiable yearnings. If you are lame, and deaf, and blind, you've had your 3 sufficient warnings. So come along, no more we'll part, he said, and touched him with his dart. And now old Dobson, turning pale, yields to his fate. So ends my tale. End of chapter 14.
Chapter The Devoted Wife of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Davis Drake. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Part 2. The Doctrine. The Devoted Wife. While eagerly man culls life's flowers, with all his faculties intent, of pleasures still insatiate, death comes and overpowereth him. While eagerly man culls life's flowers. This doctoral instruction was given by the teacher while dwelling in Savatthi, and it was concerning a woman called Husband-Honorer. The affair began in the heaven of the Suite of the 33. They say that a god of that heaven named Garland-Wearer went to his pleasure grounds in company with 1,000 celestial nymphs. 500 of these goddesses ascended trees and threw down flowers, while 500 picked up the flowers that were thrown down and decked the god therewith. One of these goddesses, while in the bough of a tree, fell from existence, her body vanished like the flame of a lamp. Then she was conceived in a high caste family of Savatthi, and was born with a reminiscence of her previous existences, and saying to herself, I am the wife of the god Garland-Wearer, and she made offerings of perfumes, garlands, and the like, with the prayer that in her next rebirth she might again be with her husband. And when at the age of 16 years she married into another family, with ticket food and fortnightly food, she continued to give alms, saying, May this prove efficacious in bringing about my rebirth with my husband. Thereupon the priests gave her the name of Husband-Honorer, for they said, She works early and late, and her only desire is for her husband. Husband-Honorer continually took care of the hall where the priests sat. She brought forward the drinking water and spread out the mats to sit on. And when other people were desirous of giving ticket food and other alms, they would bring it to her and say, Dear lady, prepare this for the congregation of the priests. And by going to and fro in this manner, she acquired the 56 salutary qualities, all at one time. Then she conceived, and at the end of 10 lunar months she brought forth a son, and when he was old enough to walk, another, until she had 4 sons. One day, after she had given alms and offerings, and had listened to the doctrine, and kept the precepts, she died towards nightfall from a sudden disease, and was reborn into the presence of her husband. The other goddesses had continued to deck the god throughout the whole interval. We have not seen you since morning, said the god. Where have you been? I fell from this existence, my lord. Are you in earnest? It was precisely so, my lord. Where were you born? In Savatthi, in a family of high caste. How long were you there? My lord, at the end of 10 months I issued from my mother's womb, and at the age of 16 years I married into another family, and having borne 4 sons, and having given gifts and done other meritorious deeds, with the prayer that I might again be with you, I have been born into your presence. How long is the life of men? Only 100 years. Is that all? Yes, my lord. If that is the length of life to which men are born, pray, now, do they pass the time asleep and reckless, or do they give gifts and do other meritorious deeds? Nothing of the kind, my lord. Men are always reckless, as if they were born into a life of incalculable number of years, and were never to grow old and die. At this the god Garland-wearer became exceedingly agitated. Men, it appears, are born to a life of only 100 years, yet they recklessly lie down and sleep away their time. When will they ever get free from misery? 100 of our years make 1 day and night of the gods of the suite of the 33, 30 such days and nights their month, and 12 such months their year, and the length of their lives is 1,000 such celestial years, or in human notation 36 million years. Thus, for that god not 1 day has passed, but like a moment had the interval seemed to him, and thus he thought, recklessness for short-lived men is extremely unsuitable. On the next day, when the priest entered the village, they found the hall had not been looked after, and mats had not been spread, and drinking water had not been placed, and they inquired, "Where is husband-honourer?" "Revered sir, how could you expect to see her? Yesterday, after your worship had eaten and departed, she died at eventide." When the priests had heard this, the unconverted among them, calling to mind their benefactions, were unable to restrain their tears, while those in whom depravity had come to an end, their elements of being agitated. After breakfast they returned to the monastery, and made inquiry of the teacher. "Revered sir, husband-honourer worked early and late doing many kinds of meritorious deeds, and prayed only for our husband. Now she is dead. Where, pray, has she been reborn?" "With her husband, O priests." "But, reverend sir, she is not with her husband." "O priests, it was not this husband she was praying for. She had a husband named Garland-wearer, a god of the suite of the 33, and fell from that existence while he was decorating himself with flowers. Now she has returned and been born again at his side." "Reverend sir, is it really so?" "Assuredly, O priests." "Alas, reverend sir, how very short is the life of all creatures. In the morning she waited upon us, and in the evening a disease attacked her, and she died." "Assuredly, O priests," said the teacher, "the life of creatures is indeed short, and thus it is that death gets creatures into its power, and drags them away, howling and weeping, and still unsated in their senses and lusts." So saying, he pronounced the following stanza: "While eagerly man culls life's flowers, with all his faculties intent, of pleasure still insatiate, death comes and overpowereth him." End of chapter The Devoted Wife. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Davis Drake.
Chapter 16 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Macbeth. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 16. The Hair Mark in the Moon. Translated from the Jataka and constituting birth story 316. Some redfish have I, 7 in all. This was related by the teacher while dwelling in Jetavana Monastery, and it was concerning a donation of all the requisites to the congregation of the priests. It seems that a householder of Savatthi prepared a donation of all the requisites for the Buddha and for the order. At the door of his house he had a pavilion built and gotten ready, and having invited the Buddha and the congregation of the priests, he made them sit down on costly seats which had been spread for them in the pavilion, and gave them an excellent repast of savoury dishes. Then he invited them again for the next day, and again for the next, until he had invited them 7 times, and on the 7th day he made the donation of all the requisites to the Buddha and to 500 priests. At the end of the breakfast the teacher returned thanks and said, "Layman, it is fitting that you thus manifest a hearty zeal, for this almsgiving was also the custom of the wise of old time. For the wise of old time surrendered their own lives to chance suppliants, and gave their own flesh to be eaten." Then, at the request of the householder, he related the bygone occurrence. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was ruling at Benares, the future Buddha was born as a hare and dwelt in a wood. Now on one side of this wood was a mountain, on another a river, and on another a border village. And there were 3 other animals that were his comrades, a monkey, a jackal, and an otter. These 4 wise creatures dwelt together, catching their prey each in his own hunting ground, and at night resorting together. And the wise hare would exhort the other 3, and teach them the doctrine, saying, "Give alms, keep the precepts, and observe fast days." Then the 3 would approve of his admonition, and go each to his own lair in the thicket and spend the night. Time was going by in this manner, when one day the future Buddha looked up into the sky and saw the moon, and perceived that the next day would be fast day. Then said he to the others, "Tomorrow is fast day. Do you 3 keep the precepts and observe the day, and as alms given while keeping the precepts bring great reward, if any suppliants present themselves, give them to eat of your own food." "Very well," said they, and passed the night in their lairs. On the next day the otter started out early, and went to the banks of the Ganges to hunt for prey. Now a fisherman had caught 7 red fish and strung them on a vine, and buried them in the sand on the banks of the Ganges, and had then gone on downstream catching fish as he went. The otter smelt the fishy odour, and scraping away the sand perceived the fish and drew them out. Then he called out 3 times, "Does anyone own these?" And when he saw no owner, he bit hold of the vine with his teeth, and drew them to his lair in the thicket. There he lay down, remembering that he was keeping the precepts, and thinking, "I will eat these at the proper time." And the jackal also went out to hunt for prey, and found in the hut of a field watcher 2 spits of meat, and 1 iguana, and a jar of sour cream. Then he called out 3 times, "Does anyone own these?" And when he saw no owner, he placed the cord that served as a handle for the jar of sour cream about his neck, took hold of the spits of meat and of the iguana with his teeth, and brought them home, and placed them in his lair in the thicket. Then he lay down, remembering that he was keeping the precepts, and thinking, "I will eat these at the proper time." And the monkey also, entering the forest, fetched home a bunch of mangoes, and placed them in his lair in the thicket. Then he lay down, remembering that he was keeping the precepts, and thinking, "I will eat these at the proper time." The future Buddha, however, remained in his thicket, thinking, "At the proper time I will go out and eat daba grass." Then he thought, "If any suppliants come, they will not want to eat grass, and I have no sesamum, rice, or other such food. If any suppliant comes, I will give him of my own flesh." Such fieriness of zeal in keeping the precepts caused the marble throne of Sakka to grow hot. Then, looking carefully, Sakka discovered the cause, and proposed to himself to try the hare, and disguised as a Brahman, he went first to the lair of the otter. "Brahman, why stand you there?" said the otter. Said he, "Pandit, if I could but get something to eat, I would keep fast day vows, and perform the duties of a monk." "Very well," said the otter, "I will give you food," and he addressed him with the first stanza. "Some red fish have I, 7 in all, found stranded on the river bank. All these, O Brahman, are my own. Come eat, and dwell within this wood." "I will return a little later," said the Brahman. "Let the matter rest until tomorrow." Then he went to the jackal, and the latter also asking, "Why stand you there?" the Brahman answered the same as before. "Very well," said the jackal, "I will give you some food." And he addressed him with the second stanza. "A watchman guards the field close by. His supper have I ta'en away. 2 spits of meat, iguana 1 dish of butter clarified. All these, O Brahman, are my own. Come eat, and dwell within this wood." "I will return a little later," said the Brahman. "Let the matter rest until tomorrow." Then he went to the monkey, and the latter also asking, "Why stand you there?" the Brahman answered the same as before. "Very well," said the monkey, "I will give you some food." And he addressed him with the third stanza. "Ripe mangoes, water clear and cold, and cool in pleasant woodland shade. All these, O Brahman, are my own. Come eat, and dwell within this wood." "I will return a little later," said the Brahman. "Let the matter rest until tomorrow." Then he went to the wise hare, and he also asking, "Why stand you there?" the Brahman answered the same as before. The future Buddha was delighted. "Brahman," he said, "you have done well in coming to me for food. Today I will give alms such as I never gave before, and you will not have broken the precepts by destroying life. Go, my friend, and gather wood, and when you have made a bed of coals, come and tell me. I will sacrifice my life by jumping into the bed of live coals, and as soon as my body is cooked, do you eat of my flesh, and perform the duties of a monk." And he addressed him with the fourth stanza. "The hare no seed of sesamum doth own, nor beans, nor winnowed rice. But soon my flesh this fire shall roast, then eat, and dwell within this wood." When Sakka heard this speech, he made a heap of live coals by his superhuman power, and came and told the future Buddha. The latter rose from his couch of dabba grass, and went to the spot, and saying, "If there are any insects in my fur, I must not let them die," he shook himself 3 times. Then, throwing his whole body into the jaws of his liberality, he jumped into the bed of coals, as delighted in mind as a royal flamingo when he alights in a cluster of lotuses. The fire, however, was unable to make hot so much as a hair paw of the future Buddha's body. He felt as if he had entered the abode of cold above the clouds. Then, addressing Sakka, he said, "Brahman, the fire you have made is exceeding cold, and is not able to make hot so much as a hair paw of my body. What does it mean?" "Pandit, I am no Brahman. I am Sakka, come to try you." "Sakka, your efforts are useless, for if all beings who dwell in the world were to try me in respect of my liberality, they would not discover in me any unwillingness to give." Thus the future Buddha thundered. "Wise hare," said then Sakka, "let your virtue be proclaimed to the end of this world's cycle." And taking a mountain, he squeezed it, and with the juice drew the outline of a hare in the disk of the moon. Then in that wood and in that thicket he placed the future Buddha on some tender dabba grass, and taking leave of him, departed to his own celestial abode. And these 4 wise creatures lived happily and harmoniously, and kept the precepts, and observed fast days, and passed away according to their deeds. When the teacher had given this instruction, he expounded the truth, and identified the characters of the birth story. At the close of the exposition of the truths, the householder who had given all the requisites became established in the fruit of conversion. In that existence the other was Ananda, the jackal was Moggallana, the monkey was Sariputta, while the wise hare was I myself. End of chapter 16. Recording by Andrew Macbeth.
Chapter 17 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Buddhist Writings. Translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 17. The Way of Purity. Translated from the Visuddhimagga. Chapter 1. Therefore has the Blessed One said, "What man his conduct guardeth, and hath wisdom, and thoughts and wisdom traineth well, the strenuous and the able priest, he disentangles all this snarl. When it is said, hath wisdom, there is meant a wisdom for which he does not need to strive, for it comes to him through the power of his deeds in a former existence. The strenuous and the able priest, perseveringly by means of the above-mentioned heroism, and intelligently through the force of his wisdom, should he guard his conduct, and train himself in the quiescence and insight indicated by the words thoughts and wisdom. Thus does the Blessed One reveal the way of purity, under the heads of conduct, concentration, and wisdom. Thus does he indicate the three disciplines, a thrice noble religion, the advent of the threefold knowledge, etc., the avoidance of the two extremes, and the adoption of the middle course of conduct, the means of escape from the lower and other states of existence, the threefold abandonment of the corruptions, the three hostilities, the purification from the three corruptions, and the attainment of conversion and of the other degrees of sanctification. And how? By conduct is indicated the discipline in elevated conduct, by concentration the discipline in elevated thoughts, and by wisdom the discipline in elevated wisdom. By conduct, again, is indicated the nobleness of this religion in its beginning. The fact that conduct is the beginning of this religion appears from the passage, "What is the first of the meritorious qualities? Purity of conduct." And again from that other, which begins by saying, "It is the non-performance of any wickedness." And it is noble because it entails no remorse or other like evils. By concentration is indicated its nobleness in the middle. The fact that concentration is the middle of this religion appears from the passage which begins by saying, "It is richness in merit." It is noble because it brings one into the possession of the magical powers and other blessings. By wisdom is indicated its nobleness at the end. The fact that wisdom is at the end of this religion appears from the passage, "To cleanse and purify the thoughts, 'tis this the holy Buddhists teach," and from the fact that there is nothing higher than wisdom. It is noble because it brings about imperturbability, whether in respect of things pleasant or unpleasant. As it is said, "Even as the dense and solid rock cannot be stirred by wind and storm, even so the wise cannot be moved by voice of blame or voice of praise." By conduct, again, is indicated the advent of the threefold knowledge. For by virtuous conduct one acquires the threefold knowledge, but gets no further. By concentration is indicated the advent of the six high powers. For by concentration one acquires the six high powers, but gets no further. By wisdom is indicated the advent of the four analytical sciences, for by wisdom one acquires the four analytical sciences, and in no other way. By conduct, again, is indicated the avoidance of the extreme, called sensual gratification. By concentration the avoidance of the extreme called self-torture. By wisdom is indicated the adoption of the middle course of conduct. By conduct, again, is indicated the means of escape from the lower states of existence. By concentration the means of escape from the realm of sensual pleasure. By wisdom the means of escape from every form of existence. By conduct, again, is indicated the abandonment of the corruption through the cultivation of their opposing virtues. By concentration, the abandonment of the corruptions through their avoidance. By wisdom, the abandonment of the corruptions through their extirpation. By conduct, again, is indicated the hostility to corrupt acts. By concentration, the hostility to corrupt feelings. By wisdom, the hostility to corrupt propensities. By conduct, again, is indicated the purification from the corruption of bad practices. By concentration, the purification from the corruption of desire. By wisdom, the purification from the corruption of heresy. And by conduct, again, is indicated the attainment of conversion, and of once returning. By concentration, the attainment of never returning. By wisdom, the attainment of saintship. For the converted are described as perfect in the precepts, as likewise the once returning, but the never returning as perfect in concentration, and the saint as perfect in wisdom. Thus are indicated the three disciplines, a thrice noble religion, the advent of the threefold knowledge, etc., the avoidance of the two extremes, and the adoption of the middle course of conduct, the means of escape from the lower and other states of existence, the threefold abandonment of the corruptions, the three hostilities, the purification from the three corruptions, and the attainment of conversion, and of the other degree of sanctification, and not only these 9 triplets, but also other similar ones. Now although this way of purity was thus taught under the heads of conduct, concentration, and wisdom, and of the many good qualities comprised in them, yet this with excessive conciseness, and as consequently many would fail to be benefited, we here give its exposition in detail. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Buddhist Writings. Translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 18. Concentration. Number 1. Translated from the Visuddhimagga, Chapter 3. What is concentration? Concentration is manifold and various, and an answer which attempted to be exhaustive would both fail of its purpose and tend to still greater confusion. Therefore we will confine ourselves to the meaning here intended, and say, concentration is an intentness of meritorious thoughts. Number 2. Translated from the Anagutara Nikaya, 388. And what, O priests, is the discipline in elevated concentration? Whenever, O priests, a priest, having isolated himself from sensual pleasures, having isolated himself from demeritorious traits, and still exercising reasoning, still exercising reflection, enters upon the first trance, which is produced by isolation and characterized by joy and happiness, when, through the subsidence of reasoning and reflection, and still retaining joy and happiness, he enters upon the second trance, which is an interior tranquilization and intentness of thoughts, and is produced by concentration. When, through the paling of joy, indifferent, contemplative, conscious, and in the experience of bodily happiness, that state which eminent men describe when they say, indifferent, contemplative, and living happily, he enters upon the third trance, when, through the abandonment of happiness, through the abandonment of misery, through the disappearance of all antecedent gladness and grief, he enters upon the fourth trance, which has neither misery nor happiness, but is contemplation as refined by indifference. This, O priests, is called the discipline in elevated concentration. Number 3. Translated from the Anguttara Nikaya, 2. 3.10. What advantage, O priests, is gained by training in quiescence? The thoughts are trained. And what advantage is gained by the training of the thoughts? Passion is abandoned. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Buddhist Writings. Translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 19. The Conversion of Animals. Reflection on the Buddha. Translated from the Visuddhimagga. Chapter 7. The Blessed One, moreover, was the teacher, because he gave instruction also to animals. These, by listening to the doctrine of the Blessed One, became destined to conversion, and in the second or third existence would enter the paths. The frog who became a god is an illustration. As tradition relates, the Blessed One was teaching the doctrine to the inhabitants of the town of Kampa, on the banks of Lake Gagara, and a certain frog, at the sound of the Blessed One's voice, obtained the mental reflex. And a certain cowherd, as he stood leaning on his staff, pinned him down fast by the head. The frog straightway died, and like a person awaking from sleep, he was reborn in the heaven of the 33, in a golden palace 12 leagues in length. And when he beheld himself surrounded by throngs of houris, he began to consider, "To think that I should be born here! I wonder whatever I did to bring me here." And he could perceive nothing else than that he had obtained the mental reflex at the sound of the voice of the Blessed One. And straightway he came with his palace, and worshipped at the feet of the Blessed One. And the Blessed One asked him, "Who is it worships at my feet, and flames with glorious magic power, and in such sweet and winning guise lights up the quarters all around?" "A frog was I in former times, and wandered in the waters free, and while I listened to thy law, a cowherd crushed me, and I died. Then the Blessed One taught him the doctrine, and the conversion of 84,000 living beings took place, and the frog, who had become a god, became established in the fruit of conversion, and with a pleased smile on his face, departed. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Natalia Forrest. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren, Chapter 20. Love for Animals. Sublime State of Friendliness. Translated from the Kulavagga. Now at that time a certain priest had been killed by the bite of a snake, and when they announced the matter to the Blessed One, he said, Surely now, O priests, that priest never suffused the 4 royal families of the snakes with his friendliness. For if, O priest, that priest had suffused the 4 royal families of the snakes with his friendliness, that priest, O priest, would not have been killed by the bite of a snake. And what are the 4 royal families of the snakes? The Virurapakas are a royal family of snakes. The Arapathas are a royal family of snakes. The Chabyaputtas are a royal family of snakes. The Kanogotamakas are a royal family of snakes. Surely now, O priest, that priest did not suffuse the 4 royal families of the snakes with his friendliness. For surely, O priest, if that priest had suffused the 4 royal families of the snakes with his friendliness, that priest, O priest, would not have been killed by the bite of a snake. I enjoin, O priest, that ye suffuse these 4 royal families of the snakes with your friendliness, and that ye sing a song of defence for your protection and safeguard. After this manner, O priest, shall ye sing, The Viruakas, I love them all. The Arapathas too I love. Chabyaputtas, I love them too, and all Kanogotamakas. Creatures without feet have my love, and likewise those that have 2 feet. And those that have 4 feet I love, and those too that have many feet. May those without feet harm me not, and those with 2 feet cause no harm. May those with 4 feet harm me not, nor those who many feet possess. Let creatures all things that live, all beings of whatever kind, see nothing that will bode them ill. May naught of evil come to them. Infinite is the Buddha, infinite the doctrine, infinite the order. Finite are creeping things, snakes, scorpions, centipedes, spiders, lizards, and mice. I have now made my protection, and sung my song of defence. Let all living beings retreat. I revere the Blessed One and the 7 Supreme Buddhas. End of Chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bologna Times. Buddhist Writings. Translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 21. Sariputta and the 2 Demons. Thus have I heard. On a certain occasion the Blessed One was dwelling at Rajagaha, in Bamboo Grove, in Kalandakanipa, and at that time the Venerable Sariputta and the Venerable Moggallina the Great were dwelling in the monastery called Pigeon Glen. Now it chanced that the Venerable Sariputta, on a moonlight night, was seated under the open sky, with freshly shaven head, and in a state of trance. And it chanced that 2 demons, who were comrades, were passing on some errand from the northern quarter of the heavens to the southern. And these demons saw the Venerable Sariputta, and on the moonlight night, seated under the open sky, with freshly shaven head. And at sight of him, the first demon spoke to the second demon as follows. It occurs to me, comrade, that it would be a fine plan to give this monk a blow on the head. Hearing this, the second demon replied, Enough of that, comrade. Do not attack the monk. Great, O comrade, is the monk, of great magical power, and very mighty. And a second time the first demon spoke to the second demon as follows. It occurs to me, comrade, that it would be a fine plan to give this monk a blow on the head. And a second time the second demon replied, Enough of that, comrade. Do not attack the monk. Great, O comrade, is the monk, of great magical power, and very mighty. And a third time the first demon spoke to the second demon as follows. It occurs to me, comrade, that it would be a fine plan to give this monk a blow on the head. And a third time the second demon replied, Enough of that, comrade. Do not attack the monk. Great, O comrade, is the monk, of great magical power, and very mighty. Then the first demon, not heeding what the other demon said, gave the venerable Sariputta a blow on the head. With such a blow one might fell an elephant 7 or 7½ cubits high, or might split a mountain peak. Thereupon, with the cry, I am burning! I am burning! the demon fell from where he stood into hell. And the venerable Moggallina the Great, with his divinely clear vision surpassing that of men, saw the demon give the venerable Sariputta the blow on the head. And when he had seen it, he drew near to where the venerable Sariputta was, and, having drawn near, he spoke to the venerable Sariputta as follows. Are you comfortable, brother? Are you doing well? Does nothing trouble you? I am comfortable, brother Moggallina. I am doing well, brother Moggallina, but my head troubles me a little. Oh, wonderful it is, brother Sariputta. Oh, marvelous is it, brother Sariputta. How great is the magical power, and how great is the might of the venerable Sariputta. Just now, brother Sariputta, a certain demon gave you a blow on the head. And a mighty blow it was. With such a blow one might fell an elephant 7 or 7½ cubits high, or might split a mountain peak. But the venerable Sariputta only says thus, I am comfortable, brother Moggallina. I am doing well, brother Moggallina, but my head troubles me a little. Oh, wonderful it is, brother Moggallina. Oh, marvelous is it, brother Moggallina. How great is the magical power, and how great is the might of the venerable Moggallina, that he should see any demon at all. I, however, have not seen so much as a mud sprite. Now the Blessed One, with his divinely clear hearing surpassing that of men, heard the above conversation between these two elephants among men. Then the Blessed One, on learning of this occurrence on that occasion, breathed forth this solemn utterance. The man whose mind, like to a rock, unmoved stands and shaketh not, which no delights can e'er inflame, or provocations rouse to wrath. O whence can trouble come to him, who thus hath nobly trained his mind? End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 22. The Summum Bonum. Translated from the Majjhika Nikaya and constituting Sutta 26. Thus have I heard. On a certain occasion the Blessed One was dwelling at Savatthi in Jetavana Monastery in Anathapindika's park. Then the Blessed One, having put on his tunic in the morning, and taken his bowl and his robes, entered the Savatthi for alms. Then a great number of priests drew near to where the venerable Ananda was, and having drawn near, they spoke to the venerable Ananda as follows. It is a long time, brother Ananda, since we listened to a doctrinal discourse from the mouth of the Blessed One. Come, brother Ananda, let us obtain an opportunity to listen to a doctrinal discourse from the mouth of the Blessed One. Well then, venerable sirs, draw near to the monastery of Ramaka the Brahman. Perchance you may obtain an opportunity to listen to a doctrinal discourse from the mouth of the Blessed One. Yes, brother, said the priests to the venerable Ananda in assent. Then the Blessed One, when he had gone the rounds for alms in Savatthi, returned from his begging, and after breakfast addressed the venerable Ananda. Let us go hence, Ananda, and to Eastern Monastery, and to the storied mansion of Migara's mother we will draw near for our noonday rest. Yes, revered sir, said the venerable Ananda to the Blessed One in assent. Then the Blessed One, in company with the venerable Ananda, drew near to Eastern Monastery, and to the storied mansion of Migara's mother, for his noonday rest. Then the Blessed One, in the afternoon, rose from meditation and addressed the venerable Ananda. Let us go hence, Ananda, and to Eastern tank will we draw near to bathe our limbs. Yes, reverend sir, said the venerable Ananda to the Blessed One in assent. Then the Blessed One, in company with the venerable Ananda, drew near to Eastern tank to bathe his limbs, and having bathed his limbs in Eastern tank and come up out of the water, he stood with but a single garment on, drying his limbs. Then the venerable Ananda spoke to the Blessed One as follows. Reverend sir, here is the monastery of Rammaka the Brahman, but a short way off. Delightful, reverend sir, is the monastery of Rammaka the Brahman. Enchanting, reverend sir, is the monastery of Rammaka the Brahman. Reverend sir, pray let the Blessed One be so kind as to draw near to where the monastery of Rammaka the Brahman is. And the Blessed One consented by his silence. Then the Blessed One drew near to where the monastery of Rammaka the Brahman was. Now at that time a great number of priests were seated in the monastery of Rammaka the Brahman, engaged in doctrinal discourse. Then the Blessed One stood outside in the entrance porch, and awaited the end of the discourse. Then the Blessed One, when he perceived that the discourse had come to an end, coughed and rattled the bolt of the door. And the priests opened the door for the Blessed One. Then the Blessed One entered the monastery of Rammaka the Brahman, and sat on the seat that was spread for him. And when the Blessed One had sat down, he addressed the priests. What, O priests, was the subject of the present meeting? And what the discourse you were holding? Reverend sir, our doctrinal discourse was concerning the Blessed One, and then the Blessed One arrived. Well said, O priests. This, O priests, is worthy of you as youths of good family, who have through faith retired from the household life to the houseless one, that ye sit together in doctrinal discourse. O priests, one of two things should you do when you meet together, either hold doctrinal discourse, or maintain a noble silence. There are two cravings, O priests, the noble one and the ignoble one. And what, O priests, is the ignoble craving? We may have, O priests, the case of one who, himself subject to birth, craves what is subject to birth, himself subject to old age, craves what is subject to old age, himself subject to disease, craves what is subject to disease, himself subject to death, craves what is subject to death, himself subject to sorrow, craves what is subject to sorrow, himself subject to corruption, craves what is subject to corruption. And what, O priests, should one consider as subject to birth? Wife and child, O priests, are subject to birth. Slaves, male and female, are subject to birth. Goats and sheep are subject to birth. Foals and pigs are subject to birth. Elephants, cattle, horses and mares are subject to birth. Gold and silver are subject to birth. All the substrata of being, O priests, are subject to birth, and enveloped, besotted, and immersed in them, this person, himself subject to birth, craves what is subject to birth. And what, O priests, should one consider a subject to old age, subject to disease, subject to death, subject to sorrow, subject to corruption? Wife and child, O priests, are subject to corruption. Slaves, male and female, are subject to corruption. Goats and sheep are subject to corruption. Foals and pigs are subject to corruption. Elephants, cattle, horses and mares are subject to corruption. Gold and silver are subject to corruption. All the substrata of being, O priests, are subject to corruption. And enveloped, besotted, and immersed in them, this person, himself subject to corruption, craves what is subject to corruption. This, O priests, is the ignoble craving. And what, O priests, is the noble craving? We may have, O priests, the case of one who, himself subject to birth, perceives the wretchedness of what is subject to birth, and craves the incomparable security of a nirvana, free from birth. Himself subject to old age, subject to disease, subject to death, subject to sorrow, subject to corruption, perceives the wretchedness of what is subject to corruption, and craves the incomparable security of a nirvana free from corruption. This, O priests, is the noble craving. Now I, O priests, before my Buddhaship, being not yet a Buddha but a future Buddha, myself subject to birth, craved what was subject to birth, myself subject to old age, craved what was subject to old age, myself subject to disease, craved what was subject to disease, myself subject to death, craved what was subject to death, myself subject to sorrow, craved what was subject to sorrow, myself subject to corruption, craved what was subject to corruption. And it occurred to me, O priests, as follows. Why, myself subject to birth, do I crave what is subject to birth? Myself subject to old age, do I crave what is subject to old age? Myself subject to disease, do I crave what is subject to disease? Myself subject to death, do I crave what is subject to death? Myself subject to sorrow, do I crave what is subject to sorrow? Myself subject to corruption, do I crave what is subject to corruption? What if now, myself subject to birth, and perceiving the wretchedness of what is subject to birth, I were to crave the incomparable security of a nirvana free from birth? Myself subject to old age, myself subject to disease, myself subject to death, myself subject to sorrow, myself subject to corruption, I were to crave the incomparable security of a nirvana free from corruption. Subsequently, O priests, although of tender age, with the black hair of a lad, and in the heyday of my youth, and just entering on my prime, and although my mother and my father were unwilling, and tears streamed from their eyes, I had my hair and my beard shaved off, and put on yellow garments, and retired from the household life to the houseless one. And having thus retired from the world, and craving the summum bonum, the incomparable peaceful state, I drew near to where Alara Lama was, and having drawn near, I spoke to Alara Lama as follows. Brother Lama, I would like to lead the religious life under your doctrine and discipline. When I had thus spoken, O priests, Alara Lama spoke to me as follows. Let your venerable worship do so. Such is this doctrine, that in no long time an intelligent man can learn for himself, and live in the possession of all that his master has to teach. Then, O priests, in no long time I quickly acquired that doctrine, and I, O priests, and others with me, by a mere lip profession and a mere verbal assertion, claimed that we knew and had perceived the true knowledge and the orthodox doctrine, and it occurred to me, O priests, as follows. It is not through mere faith in this doctrine that Alara Lama announces that he has learnt it for himself, realized it, and lives in the possession of it. Alara Lama surely knows and perceives this doctrine. Then, O priests, I drew near to where Alara Lama was, and having drawn near, I spoke to Alara Lama as follows. Brother Lama, how far does this doctrine conduct, concerning which you announce that you have learnt it for yourself, realized it, and entered upon it? When I had thus spoken, O priests, Alara Lama announced that it conducted to the realm of nothingness. And it occurred to me, O priests, as follows. Faith is not peculiar to Alara Lama. I also have faith. Heroism is not peculiar to Alara Lama. I also have heroism. Contemplation is not peculiar to Alara Lama. I also have contemplation. Concentration is not peculiar to Alara Lama. I also have concentration. Wisdom is not peculiar to Alara Lama. I also have wisdom. What if now I were to strive for the realization of that doctrine, concerning which Alara Lama announces that he has learnt it for himself, realized it, and lives in the possession of it? Then I, O priests, in no long time quickly learnt that doctrine for myself, realized it, and lived in the possession of it. Then, O priests, I drew near to where Alara Lama was, and having drawn near, I spoke to Alara Lama as follows. Brother Lama, is this as far as your doctrine conducts, concerning which you announce that you have learnt it for yourself, realized it, and entered upon it? This, brother, is as far as the doctrine conducts, concerning which I announce that I have learnt it for myself, realized it, and entered upon it. I also, brother, have learnt this doctrine for myself, realized it, and live in the possession of it. How fortunate, brother, are we, What supreme good fortune, brother, is ours that we should light on such a co-religionist as is your venerable worship. Thus the doctrine concerning which I announced that I have learned it for myself, realized it and entered upon it. That doctrine you have learnt for yourself, realized and live in the possession of. The doctrine which you have learnt for yourself, realized and live in the possession of. Concerning that doctrine I announced that I have learnt it for myself, realized it and entered upon it. Thus you know this doctrine, and I know this doctrine. You are the same as I am, and I am the same as you are. Come, brother, let us lead this following in common. Thus, O priests, did Alaraka Lama, my teacher, take me his pupil, and make me every whit the equal of himself, and honour me with very great honour. And it occurred to me, O priests, as follows. This doctrine does not lead to aversion, absence of passion, cessation, quiescence, knowledge, supreme wisdom, and nirvana, but only as far as the realm of nothingness. And I, O priests, did not honour that doctrine with my adhesion, and being averse to that doctrine, I departed on my journey. And craving, O priests, the summum bonum, the incomparable peaceful state, I drew near to where Uddaka, the disciple of Rama, was, and having drawn near, I spoke to Uddaka, the disciple of Rama, as follows. Brother, I would like to lead the religious life under your doctrine and discipline. When I had thus spoken, O priests, Uddaka, the disciple of Rama, spoke to me as follows. Let your venerable worship do so. Such is this doctrine, that in no long time an intelligent man can learn for himself, realize, and live in the possession of all that his master has to teach. Then, O priests, in no long time I quickly acquired that doctrine, and I, O priests, and others with me, by a mere lip profession, and a mere verbal assertion, claimed that we knew and had perceived the true knowledge and the orthodox doctrine. And it occurred to me, O priests, as follows. It was not through mere faith in this doctrine that Rama announced that he had learnt it for himself, realized it, and lived in the possession of it. Rama surely knew and perceived this doctrine. Then, O priests, I drew near to where Uddaka, the disciple of Rama, was, and having drawn near, I spoke to Uddaka, the disciple of Rama, as follows. Brother, how far does this doctrine conduct, concerning which Rama made known that he had learnt it for himself, realized it, and entered upon it? When I had thus spoken, O priests, Uddaka, the disciple of Rama, announced that it conducted to the realm of neither perception nor yet non-perception. And it occurred to me, O priests, as follows. Faith is not peculiar to Rama, I also have faith. Heroism is not peculiar to Rama, I also have heroism. Contemplation is not peculiar to Rama, I also have contemplation. Concentration is not peculiar to Rama, I also have concentration. Wisdom is not peculiar to Rama, I also have wisdom. What if now I were to strive for that doctrine, concerning which Rama announced that he had learnt it for himself, realized it, and lived in the possession of it? Then I, O priests, in no long time, quickly learnt that doctrine for myself, realized it, and lived in the possession of it. Then, O priests, I drew near to where Uddaka, the disciple of Rama, was, and having drawn near, I spoke to Uddaka, the disciple of Rama, as follows. Brother, is this as far as the doctrine conducts, concerning which Rama announced that he had learnt it for himself, realized it, and entered upon it? This, brother, is as far as the doctrine conducts, concerning which Rama announced that he had learnt it for himself, realized, and entered upon it. I also, brother, have learnt this doctrine for myself, realized it, and live in the possession of it. How fortunate, brother, we are! What supreme good fortune, brother, is ours that we should light on such a co-religionist as is your venerable worship. Thus the doctrine concerning which Rama announced that he had learned it for himself, realized it, and entered upon it. That doctrine you have learnt for yourself, realized, and live in the possession of. The doctrine which you have learnt for yourself, realized, and live in the possession of. Concerning that doctrine Rama announced that he had learnt it for himself, realized, and entered upon it. Thus you know this doctrine, and Rama knew this doctrine. You are the same as Rama was, and Rama was the same as you are. Come, brother, lead this following. Thus, O priests, did Uddaka, the disciple of Rama, my co-religionist, make me his teacher, and honour me with very great honour. And it occurred to me, O priests, as follows. This doctrine does not lead to aversion, absence of passion, cessation, quiescence, knowledge, supreme wisdom, and nirvana, but only as far as to the realm of neither perception nor yet non-perception. And I, O priests, did not honour that doctrine with my adhesion, and being averse to that doctrine, I departed on my journey. And craving, O priests, the summum bonum, the incomparable peaceful state, I came in the course of my journeying among the Magadhans to Uruvela, the general's town. And there I perceived a delightful spot with an enchanting grove of trees, and a silvery flowing river, easy of approach and delightful, and a village nearby in which to beg. And it occurred to me, O priests, as follows. Truly delightful is this spot, enchanting this grove of trees, and the silvery river flows by, easy of approach and delightful, and there is a village nearby in which to beg. Truly, here is everything necessary for a youth of good family who is desirous of struggling. And there I settled down, O priests, as everything was suitable for struggling. And being, O priests, myself subject to birth, I perceived the wretchedness of what is subject to birth, and craving the incomparable security of nirvana free from birth, I attained the incomparable security of a nirvana free from birth. Myself subject to old age, I perceived the wretchedness of old age. Myself subject to disease, I perceived the wretchedness of what is subject to disease. Myself subject to death, I perceived the wretchedness of what is subject to death. Myself subject to sorrow, I perceived the wretchedness of what is subject to sorrow. Myself subject to corruption, I perceived the wretchedness of what is subject to corruption. And craving the incomparable security of a nirvana free from corruption, I attained the incomparable security of nirvana free from corruption. And the knowledge and the insight sprang up within me. My deliverance is unshakable. This is my last existence. No more shall I be born again. And it occurred to me, O priests, as follows. This doctrine, to which I have attained, is profound, recondite, and difficult of comprehension, good, excellent, and not to be reached by a mere reasoning, subtle and intelligible only to wise. Mankind, on the other hand, is captivated, entranced, held spellbound by its lusts. And forasmuch as mankind is captivated, entranced, held spellbound by its lusts, it is hard for them to understand the law of dependence on assignable reasons, the doctrine of dependent origination, and it is also hard for them to understand how all the constituents of being may be made to subside, all the substrata of being be relinquished, and desire be made to vanish, and absence of passion, cessation, and nirvana be attained. If I were to teach that doctrine, others would fail to understand me, and my vexation and trouble would be great. Then, O priests, the following stanzas occurred to me, not heard of before from any one else. This doctrine out of toil begot, I see 'tis useless to proclaim. Mankind's by lusts and hates enthralled, 'tis hopeless they should master it. Repugnant, abstruse would it prove, deep, subtle, and beyond their ken. The infatuates live in clouds of lusts, and cannot for the darkness see. Thus, O priests, did I ponder, and my mind was disinclined to action, and to any proclaiming of the doctrine. Then, O priests, Brahma Sahampati perceived what was in my mind, and it occurred to him as follows. Lo, the world is lost, is ruined, for the mind of the Tathagata, the Saint, the Supreme Buddha, is disinclined to action, and to any proclaiming of the doctrine. Then, O priests, Brahma Sahampati, as quickly as a strong man might stretch out his bent arm, or might draw in his outstretched arm, even so, having vanished from the Brahma world, appeared in my presence. Then, O priests, Brahma Sahampati threw his upper garment over his shoulder, and, stretching out to me his joined palms, spoke as follows. Reverend Sir, let the Blessed One teach the doctrine, let the Happy One teach the doctrine. There are some beings having but little moral defilement, and through not hearing the doctrine they perish. Some will be found to understand the doctrine. Thus, O priests, spoke Brahma Sahampati, and having thus spoken, he continued as follows. The Maghadians hold hitherto a doctrine, impure, taught out by men themselves not spotless. Open thou the door, that to the deathless leadeth, him let them hear, who is himself unspotted. As one who standeth on a rocky pinnacle, might thence with wide extended view behold mankind. Climb thou, wise one, the top of doctrine's palace, and thence gaze down serene on all the peoples. Behold how all mankind is plunged in sorrow, and how old age and death have overwhelmed them. Rise thou, O hero, victor in the battle, O leader guiltless one, go amongst the nations, the doctrine let the Buddha teach, some will be found to master it. Then I, O priests, perceiving the desire of Brahma, and having compassion on living beings, gazed over the world with the eye of a Buddha. And as I gazed over the world with the eye of a Buddha, I saw people of every variety, some having but little moral defilement, and some having great moral defilement, some of keen faculties, and some of dull faculties, some of good disposition, and some of bad disposition, some that were docile, and some that were not docile, and also some who saw the terrors of the hereafter, and of blameworthy actions. Just as in a pond of blue lotuses, of water roses, or of white lotuses, some of the blossoms which have sprung up and grown in the water do not reach the surface of the water but grow under water, some of the blossoms which have sprung up and grown in the water are even with the surface of the water, and some of the blossoms which have sprung up and grown in the water shoot up above the water and are not touched by the water. In exactly the same way, O priests, as I gazed over the world with the eye of a Buddha, I saw people of every variety, some having but little moral defilement, and some having great moral defilement, some of keen faculties, and some of dull faculties, some of good disposition, and some of bad disposition, some that were docile, and some that were not docile, and also some who saw the terrors of the hereafter, and of blameworthy actions. And when I had seen this, O priests, I addressed Brahma Sahampati in the following stanza. Let those with ears to hear come give me credence, for lo, the door stands open to the deathless. O Brahma, 'twas because I feared annoyance that I was loath to tell mankind the doctrine. Then, O priests, thought Brahma Sahampati, the Blessed One has granted my request that he should teach the doctrine, and saluting me he turned his right side towards me, and straightway disappeared. Then, O priests, it occurred to me as follows. To whom had I best teach the doctrine first? Who would quickly comprehend this doctrine? Then, O priests, it occurred to me as follows. Here is this Alaraka Lama, who is learned, skilled, intelligent, and has long been a person having but little defilement. What if I teach the doctrine to Alaraka Lama first? He would quickly comprehend this doctrine. Then, O priests, a deity announced to me, Reverend Sir, Alaraka Lama is dead these 7 days. Also in me the knowledge sprang up. Alaraka Lama is dead these 7 days. Then, O priests, it occurred to me as follows. A noble man was Alaraka Lama. Surely, if he could have heard this doctrine, he would quickly have comprehended it. Then, O priests, it occurred to me as follows. To whom had I best teach the doctrine first? Who would quickly comprehend this doctrine? Then, O priests, it occurred to me as follows. Here is this Uddhaka, the disciple of Rama, who is learned, skilled, intelligent, and has long been a person having but little defilement. What if I teach the doctrine to Uddhaka, the disciple of Rama, first? He would quickly comprehend this doctrine. Then, O priests, a deity announced to me, Reverend Sir, Uddhaka, the disciple of Rama, died yesterday at nightfall. Also in me, O priests, the knowledge sprang up. Uddhaka, the disciple of Rama, died yesterday at nightfall. Then, O priests, it occurred to me as follows. A noble man was Uddhaka, the disciple of Rama. Surely, if he could have heard this doctrine, he would quickly have comprehended it. Then, O priests, it occurred to me as follows. To whom had I best teach the doctrine first? Who would quickly comprehend this doctrine? Then, O priests, it occurred to me as follows. Of great service has this band of 5 priests been, who waited upon me while I devoted myself to the struggle. What if I teach the doctrine to the band of 5 priests first? Then, O priests, it occurred to me as follows. Where does the band of 5 priests dwell at present? And I, O priests, with my divinely clear vision, surpassing that of men, saw the band of 5 priests dwelling at Benares in the deer park Isipatana. Then, O priests, having dwelt at Uruvela as long as I wished, I proceeded on my wanderings in the direction of Benares, and Upaka, a naked ascetic, beheld me proceeding along the highway, between the Bo tree and Gaia, and having seen me, he spoke to me as follows. Placid brother, are all your organs of sense, clear and bright as the colour of your skin. To follow whom, brother, did you retire from the world? Who is your teacher, and whose doctrine do you approve? When, O priests, Upaka, the naked ascetic, had thus spoken, I addressed him in the following stanzas. All-conquering have I now become all-knowing, untainted by the elements of being. I have left all things, am freed through thirst's destruction, all wisdom's mine. What teacher should I follow? I have no teacher anywhere, my equal nowhere can be found. In all the worlds with all its gods, no one to rival me exists. The saintship verily I've gained. I am the teacher unsurpassed. I am the Buddha soul supreme, lust's fires quenched, nirvana gained. To found the doctrine's reign I seek, Benares, chief of Kashi's towns. And for this blinded world I'll cause the drum of deathlessness to beat. Which is as much as to say, brother, that you profess to be a saint, an immeasurable conqueror. Yea, were the conquerors like to me, well rid of all depravity, I've conquered every evil trait, thus Upaka, a conqueror I. You may be right, brother, replied Upaka the naked ascetic, and shaking his head, he took another road and departed. Then, O priests, I proceeded on my wanderings from place to place, and drew near to Benares, to the deer park Isipatana, and to whence the band of 5 priests was. And, O priests, the band of 5 priests saw me approaching from afar, and, when they had seen me, they made an agreement among themselves, saying, Here, brethren, is the monk Gautama approaching, that luxurious fellow who gave up the struggle and devoted himself to a life of luxury. Let us not salute him, nor rise and go to meet him, nor relieve him of his bowl and his robe. We will merely spread a seat for him. He can then sit down, if he is so inclined. But, O priests, as I gradually approached, the band of 5 priests found themselves unable to hold to their agreement, and rising to meet me, one of them relieved me of my bowl and my robe, another spread a seat for me, and another brought water for washing my feet. But, O priests, they addressed me by my name and by the title of brother. When, O priests, I noticed this, I spoke to the band of 5 priests as follows. O priests, address not the Tathagata by his name, nor by the title of brother. A saint, O priests, is the Tathagata, a supreme Buddha. Give ear, O priests, the deathless has been gained, and I will instruct you and teach you the doctrine. If ye will do according to my instructions, in no long time, and in the present life, ye shall learn for yourselves, and shall realize and live in the possession of that highest good to which the holy life conducts, and for the sake of which youths of good family so nobly retire from the household life to the houseless one. When I had thus spoken, O priests, the band of 5 priests said to me as follows. Brother Gautama, those practices of yours, that method of procedure, those stern austerities did not enable you to transcend human limitations and attain to pre-eminence in full and sublime knowledge and insight. How then, now that you are luxurious, and have given up the struggle and devoted yourself to a life of luxury, can you have transcended human limitations and attained to pre-eminence in full and sublime knowledge and insight? When they had thus spoken, O priests, I said to the band of 5 priests as follows. O priests, the Tathagata is not luxurious, and has not given up the struggle and devoted himself to a life of luxury. A saint, O priests, is the Tathagata, a supreme Buddha. Give ear, O priests, the deathless has been gained, and I will instruct you, and teach you the doctrine. If ye will do according to my instructions, in no long time, and in the present life, ye shall learn for yourselves, and shall realize and live in the possession of that highest good to which the holy life conducts, and for the sake of which youths of good family so nobly retire from the household life to the houseless one. And the second time, O priests, I replied to the band of 5 priests. And the third time, O priests, the band of 5 priests spoke to me. When they had thus spoken, O priests, I replied to the band of 5 priests as follows. Confess, O priests, have I ever before spoken to you as I have done this day? Nay, verily, reverend sir. A saint, O priests, is the Tathagata, a supreme Buddha. Give ear, O priests, the deathless has been gained, and I will instruct you and teach you the doctrine. If ye will do according to my instructions, in no long time, and in the present life, ye shall learn for yourselves, and shall realize and live in the possession of that highest good to which the holy life conducts, and for the sake of which youths of good family so nobly retire from the household life to the houseless one. And I, O priests, succeeded in winning over the band of 5 priests. And I, O priests, exhorted 2 priests, while 3 priests went for alms, and the food which the 3 priests brought back from their begging rounds furnished subsistence for all us 6. And I, O priests, exhorted 3 priests, while 2 priests went for alms, and the food which the 2 priests brought back from their begging rounds furnished subsistence for all us 6. Then, O priests, the band of 5 priests, thus exhorted and instructed by me, themselves subject to birth, perceived the wretchedness of what is subject to birth, attained the incomparable security of a nirvana free from birth, themselves subject to old age, perceived the wretchedness of what is subject to old age, attained the incomparable security of a nirvana free from old age, themselves subject to disease, perceived the wretchedness of what is subject to disease, attained the incomparable security of a nirvana free from disease, themselves subject to death, perceived the wretchedness of what is subject to death, attained the incomparable security of a nirvana free from death, themselves subject to sorrow, perceived the wretchedness of what is subject to sorrow, attained the incomparable security of a nirvana free from sorrow, themselves subject to corruption, perceived the wretchedness of what is subject to corruption, and craving the incomparable security of a nirvana free from corruption, attained the incomparable security of a nirvana free from corruption. And the knowledge and the insight sprang up within them. Our deliverance is unshakable. This is our last existence. No more shall we be born again. There are 5 sensual pleasures, O priests. And what are the 5? Forms perceivable by the eye, delightful, pleasant, charming, lovely, accompanied with sensual pleasure and exciting passion. Sounds perceivable by the ear, delightful, pleasant, charming, lovely, accompanied with sensual pleasure and exciting passion. Odors perceivable by the nose, delightful, pleasant, charming, lovely, accompanied with sensual pleasure and exciting passion. Tastes perceivable by the tongue, delightful, pleasant, charming, lovely, accompanied with sensual pleasure and exciting passion. Things tangible perceivable by the body, delightful, pleasant, charming, lovely, accompanied with sensual pleasure and exciting passion. These, O priests, are the 5 sensual pleasures. All monks and Brahmins, O priests, who partake of these sensual pleasures, and are enveloped, besotted, immersed in them, and perceive not their wretchedness, and know not the way of escape, of them is it to be understood as follows: they have lighted on misfortune, have lighted on destruction, and are in the power of the wicked one. Just as if, O priests, a deer of the forest were to step into a snare, and were to be caught by it. Concerning this deer it is to be understood as follows: it has lighted on misfortune, has lighted on destruction, and is in the power of the hunter. When the hunter shall come, it will not be able to make its escape. In exactly the same way, O priests, all monks and Brahmins who partake of these sensual pleasures, and enveloped, besotted, and immersed on them, perceive not their wretchedness, and know not the way of escape. Of them it is to be understood as follows: they have lighted on misfortune, have lighted on destruction, and are in the power of the wicked one. On the other hand, O priests, all monks and Brahmins who partake of these sensual pleasures, and are not enveloped, besotted, and immersed in them, but perceive their wretchedness, and know the way of escape, of them it is to be understood as follows: they have not lighted on misfortune, have not lighted on destruction, and are not in the power of the wicked one. Just as if, O priests, a deer of the forest were to step into a snare, and were not to be caught by it. Concerning this deer it is to be understood as follows: it has not lighted on misfortune, has not lighted on destruction, and is not in the power of the hunter. When the hunter shall come, it will be able to make its escape. In exactly the same way, O priests, all monks and Brahmins who do not partake of these sensual pleasures, and not enveloped, nor besotted, nor immersed in them, perceive their wretchedness, and know the way of escape. Of them it is to be understood as follows: they have not lighted on misfortune, have not lighted on destruction, and are not in the power of the wicked one. Just as if, O priests, a deer of the forest were to roam the woods and mountain slopes, he can walk, stand, squat, and lie down in confident security. And why? Because, O priests, he is out of the reach of the hunter. In exactly the same way, O priests, a priest, having isolated himself from sensual pleasures, having isolated himself from demeritorious traits, and still exercising reasoning, still exercising reflection, enters upon the first trance which is produced by isolation, and characterized by joy and happiness. Of such a priest, O priests, it is said, he has blinded Mara, made useless the eye of Mara, gone out of sight of the wicked one. But again, O priests, a priest, through the subsidence of reasoning and reflection, and still retaining joy and happiness, enters upon the second trance, which is an interior tranquilization and intentness of the thoughts, and is produced by concentration. Of such a priest, O priests, it is said, he has blinded Mara, made useless the eye of Mara, gone out of sight of the wicked one. But again, O priests, a priest, through the paling of joy, indifferent, contemplative, conscious, and in the experience of bodily happiness, that state which eminent men describe when they say, indifferent, contemplative, and living happily, enters upon the third trance. Of such a priest, O priests, it is said, he has blinded Mara, made useless the eye of Mara, gone out of sight of the wicked one. But again, O priests, a priest through the abandonment of happiness, through the abandonment of misery, through the disappearance of all antecedent gladness or grief, enters upon the fourth trance, which has neither misery nor happiness, but is contemplation as refined by indifference. Of such a priest, O priests, it is said, he has blinded Mara, made useless the eye of Mara, gone out of sight of the wicked one. But again, O priests, a priest, through having completely overpassed all perceptions of form, through the perishing of perceptions of inertia, and through ceasing to dwell on perceptions of diversity, says to himself, space is infinite, and dwells in the realm of the infinity of space. Of such a priest, O priests, it is said, he has blinded Mara, made useless the eye of Mara, gone out of sight of the wicked one. But again, O priests, a priest, through having completely overpassed the realm of the infinity of space, says to himself, consciousness is infinite, and dwells in the realm of the infinity of consciousness. Of such a priest, O priests, it is said, he has blinded Mara, made useless the eye of Mara, gone out of sight of the wicked one. But again, O priests, a priest, through having completely overpassed the realm of the infinity of consciousness, says to himself, nothing exists, and dwells in the realm of nothingness. Of such a priest, O priests, it is said, he has blinded Mara, made useless the eye of Mara, gone out of sight of the wicked one. But again, O priests, a priest, through having completely overpassed the realm of nothingness, dwells in the realm of neither perception nor yet non-perception. Of such a priest, O priests, it is said, he has blinded Mara, made useless the eye of Mara, gone out of sight of the wicked one. But again, O priests, a priest, through having completely overpassed the realm of neither perception nor yet non-perception, arrives at the cessation of perception and sensation, and before the clear vision of wisdom, all his depravity wastes away. Of such a priest, O priests, it is said, he has blinded Mara, made useless the eye of Mara, gone out of sight of the wicked one, and passed beyond all adhesion to the world. He walks, stands, squats, and lies down in confident security. And why? Because, O priests, he is out of the reach of Mara. Thus spake the Blessed One, and the delighted priests applauded the speech of the Blessed One. The Noble Craving Sermon. End of chapter 22. Recording by Måns Bro, Helsingfors, Finland.
Chapter 23 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dennis Sayers. Buddhist Writings. Translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 23. The Trance of Cessation. 1. Translated from the Sumeta Nikaya, 41-6. Inspirations and expirations, O householder, are bodily functions. Therefore, inspirations and expirations constitute bodily karma. First occur reasoning and reflection, and afterwards articulate utterance. Therefore, reasoning and reflection constitute vocal karma. Perception and sensation are mental functions and occur in association with the mind. Therefore, perception and sensation constitute mental karma. 2. Translated from the Sumeta Nikaya, 36-2. And moreover, O priest, I have taught the gradual cessation of karma. Of one who has entered the first trance, the voice has ceased. Of one who has entered the second trance, reasoning and reflection have ceased. Of one who has entered the third trance, joy has ceased. Of one who has entered the fourth trance, the inspirations and the expirations have ceased. Of one who has entered the realm of the infinity of space, the perception of form has ceased. Of one who has entered the realm of the infinity of consciousness, the perception of space has ceased. Of one who has entered the realm of nothingness, the perception of the realm of the infinity of consciousness has ceased. Of one who has entered the realm of neither perception nor yet non-perception, the perception of the realm of nothingness has ceased. Of one who has entered the cessation of perception and sensation, perception and sensation have ceased. Of the priest who has lost all depravity, passion has ceased, hatred has ceased, infatuation has ceased. 3. Translated from the Visuddhimagga, chapter 28. What is the trance of cessation? It is the stoppage of all mentality by a gradual cessation. A priest who is desirous of entering on cessation will take his breakfast, wash carefully his hands and his feet, and seat him cross-legged on a well-strewn seat in some retired spot, with body erect and contemplative faculty active. He then enters the first trance, and rising from it, obtains insight into the transitoriness, misery, and lack of an ego of the constituents of being. This insight, however, is threefold: the insight into the constituents of being, the insight belonging to the attainment of the fruits, and the insight belonging to the trance of cessation. Whether the insight into the constituents of being be dull or keen, it is in either case a preparation for the paths. The insight belonging to the attainment of the fruits can only be keen, like the realization of the paths. The insight, however, belonging to the trance of cessation should not be too dull nor yet too keen. Therefore he will contemplate the constituents of being with an insight that is neither very dull nor very keen. Thereupon he enters the second trance, and rising from it, obtains insight into the constituents of being in the same manner as before. Thereupon he enters the third trance, the fourth trance, the realm of the infinity of space, the realm of the infinity of consciousness, and rising from it obtains insight into the constituents of being in the same manner as before. Then he enters the realm of nothingness, and rising from it performs the 4 preliminary duties: the protection of less intimate belongings, respect for the order, a summons from the teacher, limitation of time. The protection of less intimate belongings. That which is not intimately joined to the person of the priest, but is more loosely connected, such as his bowl and his robes, his couch and his bench, his dwelling, or any other of the requisites, should be protected from fire, water, wind, robbers, rats, etc., by means of a firm resolve. The manner of making this firm resolve is as follows. He makes a firm resolve, saying, "For the space of 7 days let not this and that article be burnt by fire, borne away by a flood, blown to pieces by the wind, carried off by robbers, or eaten by rats," and the like. Then for the space of 7 days no harm will touch them, any more than it did in the case of the elder, Naga the Great. But if he does not make this firm resolve, they are liable to perish by fire, etc. In regard to this elder, tradition has it that he went for alms to the village where lived his mother, a lay devotee. The lay devotee gave him some rice gruel and asked him to sit down in a reception hall. The elder sat down and entered on cessation. While he was sitting there, the reception hall took fire, and all the other priests took up the several mats on which they had been sitting and fled away. The inhabitants of the village came together, and seeing the elder, cried out, "The lazy monk! The lazy monk!" The fire blazed up in the grass, bamboo, sticks of wood, etc., completely surrounding the elder. The people brought water in pitchers and put it out, removed the ashes and made the ground neat again, and scattering flowers stood worshipping him. The elder rose from his trance when the fixed term had elapsed, and seeing the people gazing at him, sprang up into the air and went to the island Piyanagu. This is the protection of less intimate belongings. Articles, however, which are intimately joined to the person of the priest, such as his tunic, his upper garment, or the seat on which he may be sitting, do not need any special resolve. The trance is sufficient to protect them, as in the case of the Venerable Sanjiyava. For it has been said as follows: the concentration of the Venerable Sanjiyava possesses magical power. Concentration of the Venerable Sariputta possesses magical power. Respect for the order. Respect, regard for the order. The sense is the order cannot hold a function without his presence. Here it is not respect for the order, but reflection on the respect due it, which is his preliminary duty. Therefore let him reflect as follows: if, during the 7 days I am sitting in a trance of cessation, the order should wish to pass a resolution or perform some other ecclesiastical function, I will arise before a priest comes and summons me. If he does this before entering his trance, he will rise from it at the time set. But if he does not do it, and the order comes together and misses him, and inquires, "Where is such and such a priest?" and hearing that he has entered a trance of cessation, sends some priest, saying, "Go, summon him by authority of the order," then he will have to rise from his trance when that priest has come within hearing and has called him, saying, "Brother, the order sends you its respects," for such is the imperativeness of a command from the order. Therefore he must reflect on this, and so enter his trance as to rise from it of his own accord. A summons from the teacher. Here also it is reflection on a summons of the teacher that is his duty. Therefore let it be reflected upon as follows. If, during the 7 days I am sitting in a trance of cessation, the teacher should take occasion to lay down some precept, or, apropos of some particular event, should teach the doctrine, I will rise from my trance before anyone summons me. If he does this before sitting down, he will rise from it at the time set. But if he does not do it, and the teacher misses him when the order assembles and inquires, Where is such and such a priest? And hearing that he has entered a trance of cessation, sends some priest, saying, Go, summon him by my authority. Then he will have to rise from his trance when that priest has come within hearing, and has called him, saying, The teacher sends for your venerable worship. For such is the imperativeness of a summons from the teacher. Therefore he must reflect on this, and so enter his trance as to rise from it of his own accord. Limitation of time. Limitation of the time of life. For this priest should be skillful respecting the limitation of time. He should not enter this trance without first reflecting whether his span of life is to last 7 days longer or not. For if he were to enter this trance without perceiving that his vital powers were to break up within the 7-day limit, his trance of cessation would not be able to ward off death. And as death cannot take place during cessation, he would have to rise from the midst of his trance. Therefore, he must enter it only after having made the above reflection. For it has been said that it is permissible to neglect the other reflections, but not this one. When he has thus entered the realm of nothingness, and risen from it and performed these preliminary duties, he enters the realm of neither perception nor yet non-perception, and having passed beyond 1 or 2 thoughts, he stops thinking and reaches cessation. But why do I say that beyond 2 thoughts the thoughts cease? Because of the priest's progress in cessation. For the priest's progress in gradual cessation consists in an ascent through the 8 attainments by the simultaneous use of both the questions and insight methods, and does not result from the trance of the realm of neither perception nor yet non-perception alone. Thus it is because of the priest's progress in cessation that beyond 2 thoughts the thoughts cease. Now the priest who should rise from the realm of nothingness and enter the realm of neither perception nor yet non-perception, without having performed his preliminary duties, would not be able to lose all thought, but would fall back into the realm of nothingness. In this connection I will add a simile of a man traveling on a road over which he has never passed before. A certain man traveling on a road over which he has never passed before comes on his way to a deep ravine containing water, or to a slough in which is a stepping stone that has been overheated by the sun, and, essaying to descend into the ravine without having first adjusted his tunic and his upper garment, he is obliged to retreat again to the top of the bank, through fear of wetting his requisites, or, stepping upon the stone, he scorches his feet so badly that he jumps back to the hither bank. In the above simile, just as the man, though not having adjusted his tunic and his upper garment, retreated to where he had started from, as soon as he had descended into the ravine, or had stepped on the heated stone, in exactly the same way the ascetic if he have not performed the preliminary duties, as soon as he reaches the realm of neither perception nor yet non-perception, retreats again into the realm of nothingness. As, however, another man who has traveled on that road before, when he reaches that spot, will gird his tunic tightly and cross the ravine with the other garment in his hand, or will touch the stone as little as possible in passing to the further bank. In exactly the same way, a priest who has performed his preliminary duties and entered the realm of neither perception nor yet non-perception will pass beyond and lose all thought, and dwell in cessation. How long will he stay in it? He who has entered it in the above described manner will remain in it during the limit of time which he has set for it, provided that the termination of his life, or respect for the order, or a summons from the teacher does not interfere. How does he rise from it? In a twofold manner. The priest, who is in the path of never returning, with the attainment of the fruit of never returning; the saint, with the attainment of the fruit of saintship. When he has risen from it, to what is his mind inclined? It is inclined to nirvana. For it has been said as follows: Brother Visakya, the mind of a priest who has risen from the trance of the cessation of perception and sensation is inclined to isolation, has a tendency to isolation, is impelled to isolation. What is the difference between a dead man and one who has entered this trance? This matter also is treated of in this discourse, as it is said, Brother, of the man who has died and become a corpse, bodily karma has ceased and become quieted. Vocal karma has ceased and become quieted. Mental karma has ceased and become quieted. Vitality has become exhausted. Natural heat has subsided, and the senses have broken up. Of the priest who has entered on the cessation of perception and sensation, bodily karma has ceased and become quieted. Vocal karma has ceased and become quieted. Mental karma has ceased and become quieted. But vitality has not become exhausted. Natural heat has not subsided, and the senses have not broken up. In regard to the questions, is the trance of cessation conditioned or unconditioned, etc., it cannot be said either that it is conditioned or that it is unconditioned, either that it is worldly or that it is transcendent. And why not? On account of the non-existence of any positive reality. Inasmuch, however, as it can be entered upon, therefore it is correct to say that it is brought about, not that it is not brought about. Whereas the wise who cultivate the wisdom which doth make a saint are they who reach this holy trance. This trance by saints at all times prized, and ever by them held to be nirvana in the present life. Therefore the faculty to reach this state of trance, which is conferred by wisdom in the holy paths, a blessing of those paths, is called. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vera Unreal. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 24, The Attainment of Nirvana. acquisition of honor, etc. The blessings to be derived from the realization of this transcendent wisdom include not only the ability to enter the trance of cessation, but also the acquisition of honor, etc. For the individual who has developed his wisdom by the development of the fourfold wisdom of the paths is worthy of the worship, the veneration, the votive offerings, and the reverence of all the world of gods and men, and is an unsurpassed source of merit for the world. To particularize, he who, being of weak faculties, develops the wisdom of the first path with a dull insight is reborn 7 times at most. After 7 rebirths in states of bliss, he will make an end of misery. He who develops it with medium faculties and insight is a Roma, and after 2 or 3 rebirths, he will make an end of misery. He who develops it with keen faculties and insight takes root but once. Only 1 human birth will he pass through and make an end of misery. He who develops the wisdom of the second path returns once. Once more will he return to this world, and then make an end of misery. He who develops the wisdom of the third path never returns. His destiny is 5-fold, as follows. In the descending order of the worth of his faculties, he passes into nirvana in the midst, at the end, without instigation, with instigation, or passes up current to the sublime gods. Here the one who passes into nirvana in the midst is reborn in someone of the pure boat, and passes into nirvana before attaining half the normal length of life of that heaven. He who passes into nirvana at the end passes into nirvana after attaining half the normal length of life. He who passes into nirvana without instigation achieves the fourth path without instigation or urging. He who passes into nirvana with instigation achieves the higher path with instigation or urging. And he who passes up current to the sublime gods starts from the particular heaven in which he may be reborn, and ascends as far as the sublime gods, and there passes into nirvana. Of those who develop the wisdom of the fourth path, one is freed by faith, another is freed by wisdom, another is doubly freed, another possesses the threefold knowledge, another the 6 high powers, but the greatest of all is he who has mastered the 4 analytical sciences and has lost all depravity. Concerning this last it has been said, at the time he is in the paths, he is disentangling the snarl. At the time he is in the fruits, he has disentangled the snarl. And there is, in all the worlds of gods and men, none more worthy of votive gifts. Since, then, such blessings manifold from noble wisdom take their rise, therefore the understanding man should place therein his heart's delight. The above constitutes the explanation of the development of wisdom and of its blessings in the way of purity as taught in the stanza. What man his conduct guardeth, and hath wisdom, and thought and wisdom traineth well, the strenuous and the able priest, he disentangles all this now. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephen O'Donnell. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 25, Part 3, The Order. The Admission and Ordination Ceremonies. In May 1872, I was invited by my learned friend and pandit, Kyudige Galaunigase, of the Malawati Monastery in Kandy, to be present at an ordination service held according to custom on the full moon day of Wesak, May-June, being the anniversary of the day on which Gautama Buddha attained nirvana, BC 543. I gladly availed myself of this opportunity of witnessing the celebration of a rite of which Englishmen have but little knowledge, and which has rarely if ever been witnessed by any European in Ceylon. Nothing could be more impressive than the order and solemnity of the proceedings. It was impossible not to feel that the ceremony was being conducted precisely as it was more than 2,000 years ago. The chapter house, Sinhalese, Poyage, is an oblong hall with rows of pillars forming an inner space and leaving broad aisles at the sides. At the top of this inner space sat the aged abbot, Sinhalese, Mahayanaka, as the president of the chapter. On either side of him sat the elder priests, and down the sides sat the other priests in number between 30 and 40. The chapter or assembly thus formed three sides of an oblong. The president sat on cushions and a carpet. The other priests sat on mats covered with white calico. They all sat cross-legged. On the fourth side at the foot stood the candidates. Behind the pillars on the right stood the deacons. The left was given up to the visitors, and behind the candidates at the bottom was a crowd of Buddhist laymen. To form a chapter for this purpose, not less than 10 duly ordained priests are required, and the president must not be less than 10 years standing from his upasampada ordination. The priests attending the chapter are required to give their undivided, unremitting, and devout attention throughout the service. Every priest is instructed to join heart and mind in the exhortations, responses, formulas, etc., and to correct every error, lest the oversight of a single mistake should vitiate the efficacy of the rite. Previously to the ordination, the candidates are subjected to a strict and searching examination as to their knowledge of the discourses of Buddha, the duties of a priest, etc. An examination and ordination is held on the full moon day in Wesak and on the 3 succeeding Poya days, or days of quarters of the moon. After witnessing the celebration of this rite, I read the Upasampada Kamaveke, or book, setting forth the form and manner of ordering of priests and deacons, and I was subsequently induced to translate it. This manual was translated into Italian in 1776 by Padre Maria Percotto, missionary in Ava and Pegu, under the title of Camuva, ossia Trattato della ordinazione dei Talapuoni del secondo ordine dei Tipinzi, and a portion of it was edited in 1841 in Pali and Latin by Professor Spiegel. Clough translated it in 1834, and Hardy has given an interesting summary of it in his Eastern Monarchism. But neither the text nor any complete translation is readily accessible, and I have therefore thought that this edition might possibly be acceptable to those who desire information respecting the practice of Buddhism in Ceylon, where, as is well pointed out by Mr. Childers in his Pali Dictionary, S.V. Nibenam, page 272, note, Buddhism retains almost its pristine purity. With regard to the transliteration, I have used the system adopted, after Fosball, by Mr. Childers in his dictionary. In the translation I have placed in italics the rubrical directions in the text, and all the explanations and amplifications of the text I have placed in square brackets. I have thus endeavored to give a translation of the text as it stands, and at the same time to set out the ordination service fully and completely, precisely in the form and use in Ceylon at the present time, as I have witnessed myself. No one who compares this form with that given in Article 15 of Hodgson's Literature and Religion of the Buddhists in Nepal can fail to be struck with the purity and simplicity of the Ceylon rite, as contrasted with that in use among the northern Buddhists. Kandy, 9th January, 1873, J.F.D. The Ordination Service. Praise be to the Blessed One, the Holy One, to him who has arrived at the knowledge of all truth. The candidate, accompanied by his tutor, in the dress of a layman, but having the yellow robes of a priest in his arms, makes the usual obeisance and offering to the president of the chapter, and standing says, Grant me leave to speak. Lord, graciously grant me admission to deacon's orders. Kneels down. Lord, I pray for admission as a deacon. Again, Lord, I pray for admission as a deacon. A third time, Lord, I pray for admission as a deacon. In compassion for me, Lord, take these yellow robes and let me be ordained, in order to the destruction of all sorrow and in order to the attainment of nirvana, to be repeated 3 times. The President takes the bundle of robes. In compassion for me, Lord, give me those yellow robes and let me be ordained, in order to the destruction of all sorrow and in order to the attainment of nirvana, to be repeated 3 times. And the President then gives the bundle of robes, the yellow band of which he ties round the neck of the candidate, reciting the while the Takamakapan, or formula of meditation, on the perishable nature of the human body as follows. Kese, Lome, Nake, Dante, Taco, Taco, Dante, Nake, Lome, Kese. Hair of the head, hair of the body, nails, teeth, skin. Skin, teeth, nails, hair of the body, hair of the head. The candidate then rises up and retires to throw off the dress of a layman and to put on his yellow robes. While changing his dress, he recites the following. In wisdom, I put on the robes as a protection against cold, as a protection against heat, as a protection against gadflies and mosquitoes, wind and sun, and the touch of serpents, and to cover nakedness, i.e., I wear them in all humility, for use only, and not for ornament or show. Having put on the yellow robes, he returns to the side of his tutor, and says, Grant me leave to speak. I make obeisance to my Lord. Lord, forgive me all my faults. Let the merit that I have gained be shared by my Lord. It is fitting to give me to share in the merit gained by my Lord. It is good, I share in it. Grant me leave to speak. Graciously give me, Lord, the 3 refuges and the precepts. He kneels down. Lord, I pray for the refuges and the precepts. The tutor gives the 3 refuges and the 10 precepts as follows, the candidate still kneeling and repeating them after him, sentence by sentence. 1. The 3 refuges. I put my trust in Buddha. I put my trust in the law. I put my trust in the priesthood. Again, I put my trust in Buddha. Again, I put my trust in the law. Again, I put my trust in the priesthood. Once more, I put my trust in Buddha. Once more, I put my trust in the law. Once more, I put my trust in the priesthood. 2. The 10 precepts or laws of the priesthood. Abstinence from destroying life. Abstinence from theft. Abstinence from fornication and all uncleanliness. Abstinence from lying. Abstinence from fermented liquor, spirits, and strong drink which are a hindrance to merit. Abstinence from eating at forbidden times. Abstinence from dancing, singing, and shows. Abstinence from adorning and beautifying the person by the use of garlands, perfumes, and unguents. Abstinence from using a high or large couch or seat. Abstinence from receiving gold and silver are the 10 means of leading a moral life. The candidate says, I have received these 10 precepts. Permit me. He rises up and makes obeisance to his tutor. Lord, I make obeisance. Forgive me all my faults. May the merit I have gained be shared by my Lord. Give me to share in the merit of my Lord. It is good. I share in it. This completes the ordination of a deacon, and the candidate retires. The foregoing ceremony is gone through previous to the ordination of a priest in all cases, even where the candidate has already been admitted as a deacon. If the candidate is duly qualified for the priestly office, he can proceed at once from deacons to priest's orders. Otherwise, he must pass a term of instruction as a deacon. But a candidate who has received deacon's orders must solicit them again, and go through the above ceremony when presented for priest's orders. The candidate, being duly qualified, returns with his tutor and goes up to the president of the chapter, presenting an offering, and makes obeisance, saying, "Permit me to speak, Lord. Graciously grant me your sanction and support." He kneels down. "Lord, I pray for your sanction and support." A second time, "Lord, I pray for your sanction and support." A third time, "Lord, I pray for your sanction and support." "Lord, be my superior." This is repeated 3 times. The president says, "It is well," and the candidate replies, "I am content." This is repeated 3 times. "From this day forth, my Lord is my charge. I am charged to my Lord." This vow of mutual assistance is repeated 3 times. The candidate rises up, makes obeisance, and retires alone to the foot of the assembly, where his alms bowl is strapped on his back. His tutor then goes down, takes him by the hand, and brings him back, placing him in front of the president. One of the assembled priests stands up and places himself on the other side of the candidate, who thus stands between 2 tutors. The tutors say to the assembly, "With your permission," and then proceed to examine the candidate as to his fitness to be admitted to the priest's orders. "Your name is Nega?" "It is so, Lord." "Your superior is the Venerable Tisa?" "It is so, Lord." The 2 tutors say together, "Praise be to the Blessed One, the Holy One, to him who has arrived at the knowledge of all truth." They then recite the following commands of Buddha. First, it is right to appoint a superior. When the superior has been appointed, it is right to inquire whether the candidate has alms bowl and robes, which they do as follows. "Is this your alms bowl?" "It is so, Lord." "Is this the stole?" "It is so, Lord." "Is this the upper robe?" "It is so, Lord." "Is this the under robe?" "It is so, Lord." "Go and stand there." The candidate here retires, going backwards in a reverential posture, and stands at the lower corner of the assembly. The tutors remain in front of the president, and one of them says, "Priests, hear me. The candidate desires ordination under the Venerable Tisa. Now is the time of the assembly of priests. I will instruct the candidate." The tutors make obeisance to the president, and go down to the foot of the assembly and join the candidate, whom they instruct and examine as follows. "Listen, Nega, this is the time for you to speak the truth, to state what has occurred. When asked concerning anything in the midst of the assembly, if it be true, it is meet to say so. If it be not true, it is meet to say that it is not. Do not hesitate, conceal nothing." They inquire of the candidate as follows. "Have you any such diseases as these? Leprosy? No, Lord. Boils? No, Lord. Itch? No, Lord. Asthma? No, Lord. Epilepsy? No, Lord. Are you a human being? Yes, Lord. Are you a male? Yes, Lord. Are you a free man? Yes, Lord. Are you free from debt? Yes, Lord. Are you exempt from military service? Yes, Lord. Have you come with the permission of your parents? Yes, Lord. Are you of the full age of 20 years? Yes, Lord. Are your alms bowls and robes complete? Yes, Lord. What is your name? Lord, I am called Nega. What is the name of your superior? Lord, my superior is called the Venerable Tisa. The 2 tutors here go to the top of the assembly and make obeisance to the president, and one of them says, "Priests, hear me. The candidate desires ordination under the Venerable Tisa. He has been duly instructed by me. Now is the time of the assembly of priests. If the candidate is here, it is right to tell him to approach." One of the tutors says, "Come hither." The candidate comes up and stands between the tutors, makes obeisance to the assembly, and kneels down. "Priests, I ask the assembly for ordination." "Priests, have compassion on me and lift me up." A second time, "Lords, I ask the assembly for ordination." "Lords, have compassion on me and lift me up." A third time, "Lords, I ask the assembly for ordination." "Lords, have compassion on me and lift me up." The candidate rises up and makes obeisance. The tutors say, "Priests, hear me. This candidate desires ordination under the Venerable Tissa. Now is the time of the assembly of priests. I will examine the candidate respecting the disqualifications for the priestly office. Listen, Nega. This is time for you to speak the truth, to state what has occurred. I will inquire of you concerning facts. If a thing is, it is right to say it is. If a thing is not, it is right to say it is not. Have you any such diseases as these? Leprosy? No, Lord. Boils? No, Lord. Itch? No, Lord. Asthma? No, Lord. Epilepsy? No, Lord. Are you a human being? Yes, Lord. Are you a male? Yes, Lord. Are you free from debt? Yes, Lord. Are you exempt from military service? Yes, Lord. Have you come with the permission of your parents? Yes, Lord. Are you of the full age of 20 years? Yes, Lord. Are your alms bowl and robes complete? Yes, Lord. What is your name? Lord, I am called Nega. What is the name of your superior? My superior lord is called the Venerable Tissa. Here ends the examination in the midst of the assembly, and one of the tutors reports the result as follows. This candidate desires ordination under the Venerable Tissa. He is free from disqualifications. He has his alms bowl and robes complete. The candidate asks the assembly for ordination under his superior, the Venerable Tissa. The assembly gives the candidate ordination under his superior, the Venerable Tissa. If any of the Venerable Assembly approves the ordination of the candidate under the Venerable Tissa, let him be silent. If any objects, let him speak. A second time I state this matter. Priests, hear me. The candidate desires ordination under the Venerable Tissa. He is free from disqualifications for the priestly office. His alms bowl and robes are complete. The candidate asks the priesthood for ordination under his superior, the Venerable Tissa. The assembly gives the candidate ordination under his superior, the Venerable Tissa. If any of the Venerable Assembly approve the ordination of the candidate under his superior, the Venerable Tissa, let him be silent. If any objects, let him speak. A third time I state this matter. Priests, listen. This candidate desires ordination under the Venerable Tissa. He is free from disqualifications for the priestly office. His alms bowl and robes are complete. The candidate asks the priesthood for ordination under his superior, the Venerable Tissa. The assembly gives the candidate ordination under his superior, the Venerable Tissa. If any of the Venerable Assembly approves the ordination of the candidate under his superior, the Venerable Tissa, let him be silent. If any objects, let him speak. The two tutors here again make obeisance to the president and say, the candidate has received ordination from the priesthood under his superior, the Venerable Tissa. The assembly approves the resolution, therefore it keeps silence. So I understand your wish. End of chapter 25. Recording by Stephen O'Donnell. End of Buddhist Writings. Translated by Henry Clark Warren.
Chapter 26 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashwin Jain. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 26. The Mendicant Idol. Translated from Samyutta Nikaya. Thus have I heard. On a certain occasion, the Blessed One was dwelling at Sariputta in Jetwana monastery in an Attainment park, and there the Blessed One addressed the priest. Priest, said he. Lord, said the priest to the Blessed One in reply. And the Blessed One spoke as follows. Take pattern by the moon, O priest, when ye go a-begging. Hold aloof, O priest, both in body and in mind. Never vary your welcome, nor be impudent to your benefactors. Just as a man, O priest, would regard a dilapidated well, or a rugged mountain, or a river difficult to ford, and hold aloof both in body and in mind. In exactly the same way, O priest, take pattern by the moon when ye go a-begging. Hold aloof both in body and in mind. Never vary your welcome, nor be impudent to your benefactors. Kassapa, O priest, takes pattern by the moon when he goes a-begging. He holds aloof both in body and in mind, never varies his welcome, nor is impudent to his benefactors. What do you say to this, O priest? What sort of a priest is worthy to go a-begging? Reverend Sir, our beliefs derive from the Blessed One, have the Blessed One for their guide and their authority. Pray, Reverend Sir, let the answer to find expression in the mouth of the Blessed One. Anything the priests hear from the Blessed One will be kept in mind. Then the Blessed One waved his hand in the air. Just as my hand, O priest, is not caught, nor seized, nor held fast by the air, in exactly the same way, O priest, when the mind of a priest, when goes a-begging, is not caught, nor seized, nor held fast, and when, willing that they should gain who wish for gain, and they should acquire merit who wish to acquire merit, he is as delighted and pleased with the gains of others as with his own. Such a priest, O priest, is worthy to go a-begging. The mind of Kassapa, O priest, when he goes a-begging, is not caught, nor seized, nor held fast, and willing that they should gain who wish for gain, and they should acquire merit who wish to acquire merit, he is as delighted and pleased with the gains of others as with his own. What do you say to this, O priest? What sort of a priest is an unworthy teacher of the doctrine? And what sort of a priest is a worthy teacher of the doctrine? Reverend Sir, our beliefs derive from the Blessed One, have the Blessed One for their guide and their authority. Pray, Reverend Sir, let the meaning of this saying find expression in the mouth of the Blessed One. Anything the priests hear from the Blessed One will be kept in mind. Then listen, O priest, and pay strict attention, and I will speak. Yes, Reverend Sir, said the priest to the Blessed One in assent. And the Blessed One spoke as follows. Any priest, O priest, who in teaching the doctrine to others thinks as follows. Oh, that they may hear from me the doctrine, and be won over by what they hear, and manifest delight towards me. Such a priest, O priest, is an unworthy teacher of the doctrine. Any priest, O priest, who in teaching the doctrine to others think as follows. The doctrine has been well taught by the Blessed One, avails even in the present life, is immediate in its results, is inviting and conducive to salvation, and may be mastered by any intelligent man for himself. Oh, that they may hear from me the doctrine, and be enlightened by what they hear, and as a result of the enlightenment begin to act accordingly, and thus teaches the doctrine to others because of that doctrine's intrinsic goodness, and because of compassion, mercy, and kindness. Such a priest, O priest, is a worthy teacher of the doctrine. Kassapa, O priest, in teaching the doctrine to others, thinks as follows. The doctrine has been well taught by the Blessed One, is of advantage even in the present life, is immediate in its results, is inviting and conducive to salvation, and may be mastered by any intelligent man for himself. Oh, that they may hear from me the doctrine, and be enlightened by what they hear, and as a result of the enlightenment begin to act accordingly, and thus teaches the doctrine to others because of doctrine's intrinsic goodness, and because of compassion, mercy, and kindness. I will admonish you, O priest, by the example of Kassapa, or by that of any one who may resemble Kassapa, and when you have admonished, begin to act accordingly. End of chapter 26. Recording by Ashwin Jain. Chapter 27 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashwin Jain. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 27. And hate not his father and mother. Translated from Visuddhimagga. Chapter 3. For some persons, even mother and father are no hindrances, as in the case of the young priest, the nephew on his mother's side of an elder who dwelt in Korandaka monastery. It is related that the young priest had gone to Rohan to hear the precepts read, and the elder's sister, who was a lay devotee, used constantly to ask the elder for news of her son. One day the elder determined to go and fetch the lad, and set out in the direction of Rohan. The youth also had left his quarters, and had issued forth from Rohan, for he said to himself, "It is a long time that I have lived here. I will go now and see my preceptor, and having learnt how the lay woman is doing, I will return again." And they both met on the banks of the Ganges. Then the young priest performed his respectful duties to the elder at the foot of a certain tree, and when the latter asked him, "Whither are you going?" he told him, said the elder, "You do well. The lay woman is always asking after you, and it is for this very reason that I am come. By all means go, and I will stay and keep residence here." And thus he dismissed him. The young priest arrived home at the monastery on the day for beginning residence, and they assigned to him a cell which had been built by his father. On the next day his father came and inquired of one of the priests, Reverend sir, to whom has my cell been assigned? And when he heard it had been assigned to a young stranger, he drew near, and having done obeisance, he said, Reverend sir, anyone who enters upon residence in my cell has a garment given him. What mean you, O layman? For the next 3 months you must beg your food at our house, and when, after the solemnity of inviting criticism, you wish to depart, come and take leave of us. The other assented by his silence. Then the layman went home and said to his wife, A certain reverend stranger is in the dwelling Sariputta, and we must wait on him attentively. Very well, said the laywoman in assent, and prepared excellent food, both hard and soft. At breakfast time, the lad came to the house of his mother and father, but no one recognized him, and he remained 3 months, and always ate his alms at their house. And when residence was over, he announced to them that he was about to depart. Then said his mother and father, Reverend sir, you can go on the morrow. And the next day they fed him in their house, and then filled up a measure of summum oil and gave it to him, and also a lump of sugar, and 9 cubits length of cloth, and said, You can go now, reverend sir. And he returned thanks, and set out in the direction of Rohan. And his preceptor, after the solemnity of inviting criticism, was coming in the opposite direction, and met him in the place where they had met before. The lad performed his respectful duties to the elder at the foot of a certain tree. Then said the elder, Well, my friend, did you see the laywoman? Yes, reverend sir, said he in reply, and told him all the news. And having anointed the feet of the elder with the summum oil, and made him a drink with a lump of sugar, and given him the cloth, he did obeisance before him, and saying, Reverend sir, Rohan is a place for me. He departed on his way. The elder came to the monastery, and on the next day entered the village of Kurandaka, and the laywoman, who was always looking up the road and saying, Now my brother is coming with my son, saw him approaching alone, and fell at his feet, and wept and lamented, saying, My son, methinks, must be dead, inasmuch as the elder comes alone. Then thought the elder, Surely the lad, through the moderateness of his passions, must have gone away without announcing himself. He comforted her, and told her the whole story, and drawing forth the cloth from the scrip in which he carried his bowl, he showed it to her. The laywoman was pleased, and lying prostrate, with her face in the direction in which her son had gone, she worshipped, saying, Methinks the Blessed One must have had in mind a body of priests like my son when he preached the relay course of conduct, the Nalak course of conduct, the Tuvatak course of conduct, and the course of conduct customary with the great saints, showing how to take delight in the cultivation of content with the four reliances. This man ate for 3 months in the house of the mother who bore him, and never said, I am thy son, and thou art my mother. Oh, the wonderful man! For such a one, mother and father are no hindrances, much less say any other lay devotees. End of chapter 27. Recording by Ashwin Jain.
Chapter 28 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ray. Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 28. The Story of Visakha. As flowers in rich profusion piled, will many a garland furnish forth, so all the years of mortal man should fruitful be in all good works. As flowers in rich profusion piled, this doctrinal instruction was given by the teacher while dwelling near Savatthi in Eastern Monastery, and it was concerning Visakha, a female lay disciple. She was born, we are told, in the city of Badia, in the kingdom of Bengal. Her father, Dhananjaya, son of Mandaka the treasurer, ranked also as treasurer, and her mother was the lady Sumana, his principal wife. When Visakha was 7 years old, the teacher, perceiving that the Brahman seller and others of her city were competent to attain to salvation, went thither on his wanderings accompanied by a great congregation of priests. Now at that time Mandaka, who was filling the office of treasurer in that city, was head of a household of 5 persons of great merit. The 5 persons of great merit were Mandaka the treasurer, Paduma his principal wife, Dhananjaya his eldest son, the latter's wife Sumana, and Mandaka's slave Puna. Now Mandaka the treasurer was not the only person of illimitable wealth in Bimsara's territory. There were 5 of them, Jyotiya, Jatila, Mandaka, Punaka, Kakavaliya. When Mandaka the treasurer heard of the arrival of the one possessing the 10 forces, he sent for the little maid Visakha, the daughter of his son Dhananjaya the treasurer, and said to her, Dear girl, this is an auspicious day for you and for me. With your 500 girl attendants, mount 500 chariots, and with these 500 female slaves as your retinue, go to welcome the one possessing the 10 forces. Very well, said she, and did so. But as she well knew what etiquette required, when she had gone as far in her carriage as was proper for carriages to go, she alighted, and on foot drew near to the teacher. Then she did him obeisance and stood respectfully at one side. Pleased with her behaviour, the teacher taught her the doctrine, and at the end of the discourse she attained to the fruit of conversion, together with her 500 maidens. Also Mandaka the treasurer drew near to the teacher, and listening to a sermon, attained to the fruit of conversion, and invited him for the morrow to breakfast. On the next day, at his own house, he served the Buddha and the congregation of the priests with excellent food, both hard and soft, and thus for a month he gave liberally. And when the teacher had stopped in the city of Badia as long as he wished, he departed. Now at that time Bimbisara and Pasenadi the Koslan were connected by marriage, being each of them the husband of the other's sister. And one day it occurred to the Koslan king, in Bimbisara's territory dwell 5 men of illimitable wealth, while there is not one in mine. Suppose now I go to Bimbisara and ask him for one of these persons of great merit. And going to King Bimbisara, he was received cordially by the latter, who then asked, What was your purpose in coming? In your territory dwell 5 men of illimitable wealth, persons of great merit. I have come with the intention of taking one of them back with me. Let me have one. It would be impossible for me to move one of these great families. I will not go without, was the reply. The king took counsel with his ministers and then said to him, To move such powerful personages as Jyoti and the others would be like moving the world. But Mendaka, the great treasurer, has a son called Dadanjaya the treasurer. I will consult with him and then give you my reply. Then Bimbisara sent for Dadanjaya the treasurer and said to him, Dear friend, the king of the Kosalans says he will not return home unless you go with him. Therefore go with him, pray. Sire, I will go if you send me. Then make your preparations, dear friend, and go. So he got himself ready, and the king was full of kind attentions to him, and at parting formally entrusted him to Pasenadi the king. And Pasenadi the king set out for Savatthi, intending to spend 1 night on the way. And coming to a pleasant spot, they bivouacked there. Then said Dadanjaya the treasurer, Whose territory are we on now? Mine, O treasurer. How far is it from here to Savatthi? 7 leagues. It is very crowded in the city, and my suite is a large one. Sire, if it so please you, I will dwell here. Very good, said the king in assent, and mapping out for him a city, he gave it to him and went away. And from the circumstance that the settlement in that place was made in the evening, the city received the name of Saketa. Now there was dwelling at Savatthi a young man named Punavadanna, who was the son of a treasurer named Migara, and had just come of age. And his mother and father said to him, Son, choose yourself a wife from what family you please. Oh, I have no use for anything of that sort. Son, act not so. No family can last without children. Well then, said he, when they continually insisted, if I can have a girl endowed with the 5 beauties, I will do as you say. But, son, what are these 5 beauties? Beauty of hair, beauty of flesh, beauty of bone, beauty of skin, and beauty of youth. The hair of a woman who is experiencing the reward of great merit is like a peacock's tail, and when it is loosened and allowed to fall, reaches to the bottom of the tunic, where the ends turn and point upwards. This is beauty of hair. The lips are of a fine colour, resembling a bright red gourd, and are smooth and pleasant to touch. This is beauty of flesh. The teeth are white, with even interstices, resembling a row of diamonds set upright, or evenly cut mother of pearl. This is beauty of bone. The skin, even without the application of sandalwood perfume or any rouge or other cosmetic, is glossy like a blue lotus wreath, and white like a wreath of kanikara flowers. This is beauty of skin. She possesses a youthfulness as fresh when she has brought forth 10 times as if she had brought forth but once. This is beauty of youth. Then his mother and father invited and entertained 108 Brahmins, and inquired of them, Are there any women endowed with the 5 beauties? Assuredly there are. Then let 8 of you go in search of a girl of this description. And, giving them a liberal present, they continued, When you return, we will remember you again. Go, search for a girl of this description, and as soon as you find her, put on her this decoration. And with that they placed in their hands a gold wreath worth 100,000 pieces of money, and dismissed them. So the 8 Brahmins went searching through all the large cities, but discovered no girl endowed with the 5 beauties. Then they turned back, and as they were returning, they chanced to arrive at Saketa on public day. Now, thought they, our mission will be effected. It seems that every year in that city there was held a festival called Public Day. Then all those ladies who are not in the habit of going out of doors issue forth from their homes with their attendants, and show themselves in public, going on foot to the banks of the river. And on the same day they do this, all the rich men's sons of the warrior and other castes station themselves alongside the paths in order to put garlands on the heads of any pretty girls they may see of equal rank with themselves. And these Brahmins came also and stationed themselves in a hall of the banks of the river. At that moment Visakha, then some 15 or 16 years old, came to that place on her way to bathe in the river, being decked in all her ornaments, and attended by 500 maidens. And suddenly a cloud arose, and it began to rain. The 500 maidens took to running, and sought refuge in the hall. The Brahmins scanned them carefully, but saw not one among them endowed with the 5 beauties. Then Visakha came up at her natural gate, and entered the hall, and her garments and ornaments were wet. The Brahmins perceived that she had 4 of the beauties, and being desirous of seeing her teeth, they began conversing among themselves, saying, Our daughter is of a lazy disposition. Her husband, we must needs suppose, will have to content himself with sour gruel. Then said Visakha, What is that you are saying? Dear girl, we say thus and so. They say the sound of her voice was sweet, sounding forth like the tones of a gong of bell metal. Then with a sweet voice she asked them again, Why do you say that? Your attendant women came running to this hall, and did not get their garments or their ornaments wet. But though it is but a little way, you did not run at all, and got your garments and ornaments wet. This is why we speak as we do. Good sirs, say not so. I am better able to run than they, but I had my reasons for not running. What were they, dear girl? Good sirs, there are 4 things which do not appear to advantage when running, and there is another reason. Dear girl, what are the 4 things? Good sirs, an anointed and richly dressed king does not appear to advantage when he binds up his loincloth and runs in the royal court. Everyone finds fault, saying, How is it this great king rushes around like any householder? He appears to advantage when walking at a slow gait. The king's caparisoned state elephant does not appear to advantage when running. He appears to advantage when marching at an elephant's natural dignified pace. A man who has retired from the world does not appear to advantage when running. Everyone finds fault, saying, How is it this monk rushes about like any layman? He appears to advantage when adopting a tranquil gait. No woman appears to advantage when running. People justly find fault with her, saying, How is it this woman rushes about like a man? These 4 do not appear to advantage when running. But what, dear girl, was your other reason? Good sirs, a daughter is brought up by her mother and father, who put a value on every limb in her body. For we are goods for sale. They bring us up in order to marry us into another family. If we should run and stumble either over our skirts or over some obstacle on the ground, and in falling should break either a hand or foot, we should remain as burdens on our families. But articles of ornament, if they get wet, can dry. This, good sirs, was my reason for not running. All the while she was talking, the Brahmins were beholding the splendor of her teeth, such splendor as they felt they had never seen before. And having applauded her speech, they took the gold wreath and placed it on her head, and said, You, dear girl, are the one whom this befits. Then she asked them, Good sirs, from what city are you come? From Savatthi, dear girl. The treasurer, the head of the family, what is his name? His name, dear girl, is Migara the treasurer. And my young master, what is his name? He is the young Punavadana, dear girl. Having thus ascertained that the family was of equal caste to her own, she sent a message to her father to send the chariot. For although she had come on foot, it is not allowed to maidens to return in that manner when once they have been decorated with the wreath. The daughters of influential families return in chariots and the like. Others either mount ordinary carriages or walk under a palm-leaf parasol, or, if that is lacking, they raise the skirts of their cloaks and throw them over their shoulders. In present instance, her father sent her 500 chariots, and she and her attendants mounted and returned home, while the Brahmins accompanied them. Then said the treasurer to the Brahmins, "Whence are you come?" "From Savatthi, great treasurer." "The treasurer, what is his name?" "Megara, the treasurer." "What is the son's name?" "Young Punavadana." "The riches, how great are the riches?" 400 millions, great treasurer." "His riches by the side of ours are but as a farthing. However, from the time one obtains a protector for a maiden, why look for anything else?" Thus he gave his consent. After a day or two of hospitable entertainment, he dismissed them, and they returned to Savatthi and announced to Megara the treasurer, "We have found the girl." "Whose daughter is she?" "Dharanjaya the treasurer's." "That is a powerful personage whose daughter you have secured for us. We must go quickly to fetch her." Then he went and announced to the king the circumstances of the case, and that he must needs absent himself for a while. And the king thought to himself, "This is the great personage whom I removed from before Bimbisara and settled in Saketa. I ought to pay him some attention." And he said to Megara the treasurer, "I too will go." "Very good, sire," replied the other, and sent the following message to Dharanjaya the treasurer. "When I come, the king will come also, and the king's army is large. Shall you be able to take care of so many people or not?" The return message came, "Let 10 kings come if they wish." The Megara the treasurer took all the inhabitants of that large city, leaving barely enough to guard the houses, and when he had come within half a league of Saketa, he halted, and sent a message announcing his arrival. Then Dharanjaya the treasurer, after sending out to him a large present, consulted with his daughter. "My dear," said he, "I hear that your father-in-law has come with the king of the Kausalans. Which house shall we get ready for him? Which for the king, and which ones for the deputy kings?" Now clever was the treasurer's daughter, with a fully matured and keen intellect, the result of longing expressed and aspiration cherished through 100,000 world cycles, and she gave orders, "Let such and such a house be got ready for my father-in-law, such another for the king, and such others for the deputy kings." After making these arrangements, she next summoned the slaves and servants and said to them, "Let so many of you wait on the king, and so many on the deputy kings, and do you who are hostlers and the like take care of the elephants, horses, and other beasts, for our guests must have a merry time while they are here." Such were her orders. And why? So that none might say, "We came to Visakha's merry-making and got nothing for our pains, but spent our time looking after our beasts." That same day Visakha's father sent for 500 goldsmiths, and giving them 1,000 nikas of red gold, besides silver, gems, pearls, coral, diamonds, etc., enough to go with, he said, "Make for my daughter what is called the great creeper purua." After remaining a few days, the king sent a message to Dharanjaya the treasurer, saying, "It is too great a load for a simple treasurer to feed and take care of us. Be pleased to appoint a time for the maiden's departure." But Dharanjaya the treasurer returned word to the king, "The rainy season is now come, and you can well afford to remain 4 months. Let everything pertaining to your army be my care. It will be time enough for your majesty to go when I dismiss you." From that time on it was like a continual festival for the city of Saketa. From the king down, every one was provided with garlands, perfumes, garments, and other gifts, so that each one felt himself the especial object of the treasurer's hospitality. Thus 3 months went by, but the purua was not yet finished. Then came the masters of ceremonies and announced to the treasurer, "There is no lack of anything else, but the army has not sufficient wood to cook its meals. Go, my dear sirs, take all the tumble-down elephant stables and other buildings of the kind in the city, and all the dilapidated houses, and use them for cooking fuel." This wood did the cooking for half a month, and thereupon they again announced to the treasurer, "There is no wood." At this time in the year one cannot go for wood. but open the storehouses where stuffs are kept, and make wicks of the coarse cloths, dip them in vessels of oil, and so cook your meals. They did so for half a month, and as 4 months had gone by, and the parure was finished, there was no thread in this parure, silver was used instead. When this parure was on, it extended from head to foot. At the latter place were bunches of gold medals and silver dies. On the crown of the head was a medal, at the top of the ears 2, at the throat 1, at the knees 2, at the elbows 2, and at the sides of the waist 2. Now a part of this parure consisted of a peacock, and there were 500 feathers of red gold in the wing on the right side, and 500 in the one on the left side. The beak was of coral, the eyes were of jewels, and likewise the neck and the tail feathers. The midribs of the feathers were of silver, and likewise the shanks of the legs. When placed in position of Visakha's head, it appeared like a peacock dancing on the summit of a mountain, and the sound which came from the 1,000 midribs rolled forth like the tones of celestial choruses and orchestras. And it was only when people had come quite close that they knew it was not a real peacock. This parure was worth 90 millions, and 100,000 was spent on the workmanship. But what was the deed in a previous existence which caused her to obtain this parure? They say that in the time of Kassapa Buddha she gave cloth for robes to 20,000 priests, also thread and needles and dyeing material, all her own property, and the parure was the result of this liberality. For the giving of robes by a woman attains its fruition in the great creeper parure, by a man in the supernatural ball and robes. When the great treasurer had thus spent 4 months in getting ready his daughter's trousseau, he began giving her the dowry. He gave 500 carts full of money, 500 carts full of gold dishes, 500 full of silver dished, 500 full of copper dishes, 500 full of silk garments, 500 full of clarified butter, 500 full of husked rice, and 500 full of ploughshares and other implements. They say the reason why he thus gave her all manner of implements was for fear that his daughter in her new home might need something, and be obliged to send to a neighbour's for it. And he gave 1,500 waiting maids whose duties were to bathe, feed, and dress her, all of them handsome slaves and richly dressed, and riding in 500 chariots, 3 to each several chariot. Then he determined to give his daughter some cattle, and gave orders to his men. Look you now, go and open the door of my lesser cattle fold, and post yourselves for a distance of 3/4 of a league, and at every quarter league have a drum, and let the space across from side to side be 140 cubits, and let not the cows transgress those limits, and as soon as you get them in position, sound your drums. They did so. When the cows passed out of the fold, and had gone a quarter league, the men gave a signal with the drum, and again at the end of the 2nd quarter league, and again at the 3rd quarter league. And they hemmed them in at the sides. Thus, for a space of 3/4 of a league in length, and 140 cubits across, the cows stood so close that they chafed one another. Then said the great treasurer, "That is enough cows for my daughter, shut the door." So they shut the door of the fold. But, notwithstanding the door was shut, such was the effect of Visakha's merit, that the vigorous bulls and the milk cows leapt up and got out. And in spite of all the men could do to prevent them, 60,000 vigorous bulls and 60,000 milk cows got out, and behind the milk cows followed vigorous bull calves. What was the deed in a previous existence by reason of which the cattle thus got out? Because once she kept on giving, in spite of the efforts people made to stop her. As tradition has it, in the time of the Supreme Buddha Kassapa, she was the youngest of the 7 daughters of King Kiki, and her name was Servant of the Congregation. And so, as she was once giving the 5 products of the cow in alms to 20,000 priests, the young priests and the novices cried, "Enough, enough," and closed their hands up tight. But, Notwithstanding their efforts to prevent her, she kept on giving, saying, "Here is a sweet bit, here is a dainty morsel." This was the reason the cattle kept on coming out, notwithstanding the efforts made to prevent them. When the treasurer had got thus far in his giving, his wife said to him, "You have assigned goods to my daughter, but no male and female vassals to do her bidding. Why is this?" "Because I want to find out who are fond of her and who are not. Of course I shall vassals with her to do her bidding. When she comes to mount her chariot to depart, I shall make proclamation. Let all who wish to go with my daughter do so, and let all others stay at home." Now the day before she was to depart, the treasurer sat in his room and had this daughter by him, and he admonished her, telling her what rules of conduct she should adopt when she came to dwell in her husband's family. And it happened that Migara the treasurer was seated in the next room, and overheard the admonition of Dhananjaya the treasurer, which was as follows: "My child, as long as you dwell in your father-in-law's family, the indoor fire is not to be taken out of doors. Outdoor fire is not to be brought within doors. Give only to him who gives. Give not to him who does not give. Give both to him who gives and to him who does not give. Sit happily, eat happily, sleep happily, wait upon the fire, and reverence the household divinities." This was the tenfold admonition. On the next day he assembled the different guilds of artisans, and in this presence of the royal army he appointed 8 householders to be sponsors of his daughter, saying, "You are to try any charge of sin that may be brought against my daughter in her new home." Next he had his daughter put on her great creeper parure that was worth 90 millions, and gave her besides 540 millions with which to buy aromatic powders for her bath. And causing her to mount a chariot, he took her about in the neighbourhood of Saketa as far as to Anudapura, through 14 villages that were subject to him. And as he went through one after another, he caused proclamation to be made, "Let all who wish to go with my daughter go." On hearing the proclamation, all the inhabitants of the 14 villages, without exception, issued forth, saying, "When our mistress is on the point of leaving, why stay we here?" Then Dhananjaya the treasurer, full of polite attentions to the king and Migara the treasurer, accompanied them a short distance on their way, and having entrusted his daughter into their hands, he took leave of them. And Migara the treasurer rode in a conveyance behind the doors, and beholding the great crowd of people following, he asked, "Pray, who are these?" "They are male and female vassals to do the bidding of your daughter-in-law. Who could ever feed so many? Beat and drive them away, and keep only those who do not run." "Hold!" cried Visakha, "do not drive them away. The one army can feed the other." But the treasurer persisted, saying, "My dear girl, we have no use for them. Who is there to feed them?" And he caused his men to fling clods of earth at them and to beat them with sticks, and all those who did not run he took with him, saying, "These are a plenty." When Visakha approached the gate of the city of Savatthi, she began to reflect. "Shall I enter seated in a covered conveyance or standing erect in a chariot?" Then she thought, "If I am in a covered conveyance when I enter, no one will see the elegance of my great creeper parure." So she entered the city standing in her chariot, and showing herself to the whole town. And when the inhabitants of Savatthi beheld the magnificence of Visakha, they said, "This, then, is Visakha. Truly her magnificence becomes her well." And thus it was in great pomp that she entered the treasurer's house. Then all the inhabitants of the city sent gifts to her, according to their power and according to their ability, for they thought, "Dhananjaya the treasurer was exceedingly hospitable to us when we went to his city." But Visakha took all the gifts that were sent her, and distributed them to the different families everywhere throughout the city, and in sending, she accompanied each gift with an affectionate message. "This is for my mother, this is for my father, This is for my brother, and this is for my sister, thus treating each one according to age, and making, as it were, all the inhabitants of the city her relatives. Now towards the end of the night, her thoroughbred mare gave birth to a foal, and Visakha, accompanied by her female slaves bearing torches, went to the stable and superintended while they washed the mare with warm water and anointed her with oil. Then she returned to her own quarters. End of chapter 28. Recording by Ray. Chapter 29 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ray. Buddhist Writings. Translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 29. The Story of Visakha. Part 2. Now Megara the treasurer had for a long time been favourably disposed to the sect of naked Aztecs, and urged by his feeling, though the Buddha was dwelling in a neighbouring monastery, he neglected him in the festivities of his son's wedding, but determined to do the naked Aztecs an honour. So, on a certain day, he had some rice porridge cooked in several hundred new dishes, and extended an invitation to 500 of the unclothed. And when he had got them all into his house, he sent a message to Visakha, saying, "Let my daughter-in-law come, and do reverence to the saints." When Visakha heard the word saints, she was greatly delighted, for she had been converted and was a noble disciple. But when she came to the place where they were eating and beheld them, she was angry with the treasurer, and returned to her own quarters, saying reproachfully, "These persons, so devoid of shame and fear of sinning, cannot be saints. Why did my father-in-law have me summoned? Why, O householder, did you not find someone else for a daughter-in-law? You have introduced into your house an arrant misfortune breeder, a discipline of the monk Gautama. Make haste and have her expelled from the house." "It is out of the question," thought the treasurer, "for me to expel her just because these men tell me to do so. She is from too powerful a family." And he dismissed them, saying, "Your reverences, young people sometimes act without knowing what they are about. Hold your peace." Then he sat down on a costly seat, and began to eat the sweet rice porridge from a golden bowl. At that moment a Buddhist elder on his begging rounds entered the house. Visakha was standing fanning her father-in-law, and saw him, and thinking, "It would not be fitting for me to announce him to my father-in-law," she moved off in such a way as to call his attention to the elder. But the foolish, unconverted man, although he saw the elder, made as if he did not see him, and with head bent down he kept on eating. "Pass on, reverend sir," said Visakha, when she perceived that her father-in-law made no sign, notwithstanding he had seen the elder. "My father-in-law is eating stale fare." The treasurer, although he had borne with the talk of the naked Aztecs, the moment she said, "He is eating stale fare," removed his hand from his bowl, and exclaimed, "Take away this rice porridge, and turn the girl out of the house. To think that she should accuse me, and in a time of festivity too, of eating anything unclean." But all the slaves and servants in the house belonged to Visakha. Who was there to seize her by hand or foot? There was not one who dared so much as open his mouth. "Father," said Visakha, after listening to him, "I'll not leave so easily as you seem to think. I am not a common prostitute, picked up at some river bathing place. and daughters whose parents are still living are not turned out so easily. Now my father has provided for this very case. When I was starting to come hither, he summoned 8 householders and put me in their charge, saying, if any charge of sin be made against my daughter, investigate it. Have these men summoned and established my guilt or innocence? She speaks well, said the treasurer, and had the 8 householders summoned. Said he, this young girl, when I was seated, in a time of festivity, eating rice porridge from a golden bowl, said I was eating what was unclean. Find her guilty and turn her out. Dear girl, is it so, as he says? That is not as I say. But when a certain elder on his begging rounds came and stood in the doorway, my father-in-law, who was eating sweet rice porridge, paid no attention to him. Then I thought, my father-in-law is not acquiring any merit in this existence, but is consuming old, stale merit. So I said, pass on, reverend sir, my father-in-law is eating stale fare. Now, what fault is there of mine? There is none. Our daughter speaks justly. Why are you angry with her? Sirs, granted that this is no fault, but one night in the middle watch she went out behind the house, accompanied by her male and female slaves. Dear girl, is it so as he says? Good sirs, I went for no other reason but that I thought when a thoroughbred mare was bringing forth in this very house, it would not do to sit still and make no sign. So I had my slave girls take torches and went and caused the mare to receive the attention suitable for a time of foaling. Sir, our daughter does in your house work that is unfit even for slave girls. What fault can you discover here? Sirs, granted that here also there is no fault. Her father, however, was admonishing her at the time she was starting to come hither, and gave her 10 admonitions of a deeply hidden meaning, and I do not understand them. Let her tell me their meaning. For instance, her father said, the indoor fire is not to be taken out of doors. Is it possible, pray, for us to get on with our neighbours without ever sending fire to their households? Is it so as he says, dear girl? Good sirs, my father did not mean that by what he said, but this is what he meant. Dear girl, if you notice any fault in your mother-in-law or your father-in-law or your husband, do not tell of it outside in someone else's house. There is no worse fire than this. Sir, so be it. But her father said, outdoor fire is not to be brought within doors. Would it be possible, if our indoor fire were to go out, for us not to fetch the fire from outside? Is it so as he says, dear girl? Good sirs, my father did not mean that by what he said, but this is what he meant. If any of your neighbours, whether male or female, speak ill of your father-in-law or of your husband, do not bring their talk home and repeat it by saying, so-and-so has this or that to say of you, for there is no fire comparable to this fire. Thus, in this point also she was guiltless, and as in this case, so also in the others, and the following is their purport. When her father said to her, give only to him who gives, he meant, give only to those who give borrowed articles back again. And give not to him who does not give meant, give not to those who do not give back again what they borrow. Give both to him who gives and to him who does not give meant, when your needy relatives and friends come to you, you should give to them, whether they are able to repay you or not. Sit happily meant, when you see your mother-in-law, or your father-in-law, or your husband, you should rise and not keep your seat. Eat happily meant, you should not eat before your mother-in-law, or your father-in-law, or your husband. You must eat after you have waited on them, and they have been helped to everything they wish. Sleep happily meant, do not ascend your couch to lie down to sleep before your mother-in-law, your father-in-law, or your husband, but when you have done for them all the different services which should be done, you can afterwards yourself lie down to sleep. Wait upon the fire meant, you should look upon your mother-in-law, your father-in-law, and your husband as if they were a flame of fire or a royal serpent. Reverence the household divinities meant, you should look upon your mother-in-law, your father-in-law, and your husband as your divinities. When thus the treasurer had heard the meaning of the 10 admonitions, he was unable to find any reply, and sat with downcast eyes. The householders then said to him, Treasurer, is there any other sin in our daughter? Sirs, there is none. Then, if she is guiltless, why did you attempt without cause to turn her out of doors? Good sirs, said Visakha at this point in the discussion, although at first it was not fitting that I should leave at the command of my father-in-law, yet now that you whom my father appointed to try charges which might be brought against me have found me guiltless, it is a good time to go. So saying, she gave orders to her male and female slaves to get ready the carriages and make the other necessary preparations. Dear girl, I spoke in ignorance. Pardon me, said then the treasurer, speaking half to the householders. Good sir, I do pardon you all there is to pardon. I am, however, daughter in a family that has studied and has faith in the religion of the Buddha, and to see something of the congregation of the priests is necessary to us. If I can be allowed to wait on the congregation of the priests at my pleasure, I will stay. Dear girl, wait on your monks as much as you please, was the reply. Visakha, accordingly, sent an invitation to the one possessing the 10 forces, and on the next day received him at her house. And the naked monks, when they heard that the teacher had gone to the house of Megara the treasurer, went also, and sat down outside the house encompassing it. Visakha, having given the water of donation, sent a message to her father-in-law. All the arrangements for the entertainment are ready. Let my father-in-law come and wait on the one possessing the 10 forces. But as he was about to go, the naked Aztecs restrained him, saying, O householder, go not near the monk Gautama. So he sent back word, Let my daughter-in-law wait on him herself. When she had waited on the Buddha and on the congregation of the priests that followed him, and the meal was now at an end, she again sent a message, Let my father-in-law come and hear the sermon. If I were not to go now, it would not do at all, said then the treasurer, for he was very desirous of hearing the doctrine. Well then, said the naked monks, when they saw he was bent on going, you may listen to the doctrine of the monk Gautama, if you will sit outside of a curtain. Then they went ahead of him, and drew a curtain around, and he went and sat down outside the curtain. But the teacher thought, Sit outside of a curtain, if you will, or beyond a wall, or beyond a mountain, or at the end of the world. I am the Buddha, and can make you hear my voice. And marching as it were with a mighty jambu trunk held aloft, and showering down as it were showers of ambrosia, he began to teach the doctrine in consecutive discourse. Now when a supreme Buddha teaches the doctrine, those in front, and those behind, and those beyond 100 or 1,000 worlds, and those even who inhabit the abode of the sublime gods, exclaim, The teacher is looking at me. The teacher is teaching the doctrine to me. To each one it seems as if the teacher were beholding and addressing him alone. The Buddhas, they say, resemble the moon. As the moon in the midst of the heavens appears to every living being as if over his head, so the Buddhas appear to every one as if standing in front of him. This gift is said to be their reward for liberality in previous existences, when, for the benefit of others, they cut off their own garlanded heads, gouged out their own eyes, tore out their own hearts, and gave away to be slaves' sons such as Jali, daughters such as Kanhajina, and wives such as Madi. Amigara the treasurer, as he sat outside the curtain and turned over and over in his mind the teaching of the Tathagata, became established in the thousandfold ornamented fruit of conversion, and acquired an immovable and unquestioning faith in the three refuges. Then, raising the curtain, he approached his daughter-in-law, and taking her breast in his hand, he said, "From this day forth you are my mother," thus giving her the position of mother, and henceforth she was known as Megara's mother. And when, later on, she had a son, she named him Megara. The great treasurer then let go his daughter-in-law's breast, and went and fell at the feet of the Blessed One, and stroking them with his hands and kissing them with his lips, he 3 times proclaimed his own name, "Reverend Sir, I am Megara." "Reverend Sir," continued he, "all this time have I been without knowing that on you should one bestow alms to obtain great reward. But now I have learnt it, thanks to my daughter-in-law, and am released from all danger of being reborn in a lower state of existence. Truly it was for my advantage and for my welfare that my daughter-in-law came to my house." So saying, he pronounced the following stanza: "Now have I learnt where rich reward will surely follow every gift. Truly a happy day for me, when first my daughter sought my home." Visakha invited the teacher again for the next day on her own account, and on the day after, her mother-in-law also attained to the fruit of conversion, and henceforth that house kept open doors for the religion of the Buddha. Then thought the treasurer, "My daughter-in-law is a great benefactress to me. I must make her a present." And truly her present parure is too heavy for everyday wear. "I will have a very light one made, which she can wear both by day and by night, in all the 4 postures." And he had made what is called a highly polished parure, worth 1,000 pieces of money. And when it was finished, he invited the Buddha and the congregation of the priests, and assiduously waited on them at breakfast, and causing Visakha to bathe herself with 16 pitcherfuls of perfumed water, he placed her in front of the teacher, and putting her parure upon her, he had her do obeisance. Then the teacher, after giving thanks for the repast, returned to the monastery. And Visakha continued to give alms and do other deeds of merit, and she received the 8 boons from the teacher. And as the crescent of the moon waxes great in the sky, so did she increase in sons and daughters. They say she had 10 sons and 10 daughters, and of each had 10 sons and 10 daughters, and of these each also had 10 sons and 10 daughters. Thus the children and children's children which had sprung from her numbered 8,420 persons. She lived to be 120 years old, but there was not a single grey hair on her head. Always she appeared as if about 16. When people saw her on her way to the monastery, surrounded by her children and children's children, there were always those who inquired, "Which of these is Visakha?" Those who saw her as she walked would think, "I hope she will walk a little further. Our Lady looks well when she walks." And those who saw her stand or sit or lie would think, "I hope she will lie a little longer now. Our Lady looks well when she is lying down." Thus, in respect of the 4 postures, it could not be charged against her that there was any one posture in which she did not look well. Moreover, she was as strong as 5 elephants, And the king, hearing that Visakha was currently reported to be as strong as 5 elephants, was desirous of testing her own strength. And one day, as when she was on her way back from the monastery, where she had been to hear a sermon, he let loose an elephant against her. The elephant, lifting his trunk, came on to meet Visakha. Of her 500 attendant women, some fled away, while others threw their arms about her. And when she asked what the matter was, they replied, "They say the king is desirous of testing your iron strength, and has let loose an elephant against you." When Visakha saw the elephant, she thought, "What is the need of my running away? It is only a question how I shall take hold of him." And, being afraid that if she seized him roughly it might kill him, she took hold of his trunk with 2 fingers and pressed him back. The elephant was unable either to resist or to keep his fret, and fell back on his haunches in the royal court. Thereupon the crowd shouted "Bravo!" and she and her attendants reached home in safety. End of chapter 29. Recording by Ray. Chapter 30 of Buddhist Writings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ray. Buddhist Writings. Translated by Henry Clark Warren. Chapter 30. The Story of Visakha. Part 3. Now at that time Visakha, Megara's mother, lived at Savatthi, and had many children and many children's children, and the children were free from disease, and the children's children were free from disease, and she was considered to bring good luck. Among her thousands of children and children's children not one had died, and when the inhabitants of Savatthi had their festivals and holidays, Visakha was always the first to be invited, and the first to be feasted. Now on a certain day of merrymaking, the populace were going in their fine clothes and ornaments to the monastery to listen to the doctrine, and Visakha, having come from a place of entertainment and wearing the great creeper purur, was likewise proceeding with the populace to the monastery. There she took off her ornaments and gave them to her slave girl. Concerning which it is said, Now that time there was a merrymaking at Savatthi, and the people in gorgeous array went to the park. Visakha, also Megara's mother, in gorgeous array went to the monastery. Then Visakha, Megara's mother, took off her ornaments, and tying them up in a bundle in her cloak, gave them to her slave girl, saying, Here, take this bundle. It would appear that she thought it not seemly to enter the monastery wearing such an extremely costly and showy purur, a decoration which, when put on, adorned her from head to foot. Thus it was that, as she was proceeding to the monastery, she took it off and made of it a bundle, and gave it to a slave girl, who had been born with the strength of 5 elephants, as a result of former good deeds, and hence was able to carry it. Thus her mistress could say to her, Dear girl, take this purur, I will put it on when I return from the teacher. Having put on her highly polished purur, she drew near the teacher, and listened to the doctrine. And at the close of the sermon she rose, did obeisance to the Blessed One, and went forth from his presence. The slave girl, however, forgot the purur. Now it was the custom of Ananda the elder, when the assembly had listened to the doctrine, and had departed, to put away anything that had been forgotten. And so this day he noticed the great creeper purur, and announced to the teacher, Reverend Sir, Visakha has gone forgetting her purur. Lay it aside, Ananda. The elder lifted it up, and hung it on the side of the staircase. And Visakha, in company with her friend Supiya, wandered about the monastery to see what could be done for the incoming, for the outgoing, for the sick and others. Now it was custom of the young priests and novices, when they saw the devout ladies bringing clarified butter, honey, oil, and other medicaments, to draw near with basins of various kinds, and so that day also they did so. Thereupon Supiya saw a certain sick priest, and asked him, Sir, Of what do you stand in need? Meat broth, was the reply. Very well, sir, I will send you some. But as she failed on the next day to obtain any suitable meat, she made the preparation with flesh from her own thigh, and afterwards, by the favour of the teacher, her body was made whole. When Visakha had attended to the sick and to the young priests, she issued forth from the monastery. But before she had gone far, she stopped and said, Dear girl, bring me the parua, I will put it on. Instantly the slave girl remembered that she had forgotten it, and had left it behind, and she said, Mistress, I forgot it. Go then and get it, and bring it hither. But if my master, Ananda the elder, has taken it up and laid it away anywhere, then do not fetch it. It is a present to my master. It appears she knew that the elder was in the habit of putting away valuables which high-born personages had forgotten, and this was why she spoke as she did. When the elder saw the slave girl, he said to her, Why have you returned? I went away forgetting my mistress' parua, said she. I have put it by the staircase, said the elder. Go and get it. My lord, said the slave girl, an article which has been touched by your hand is not to be reclaimed by my mistress, and so she returned empty-handed. How was it, my dear girl? Said Visakha, and she told her. Dear girl, never will I wear an article which my master has touched. I make him a present of it. Nevertheless, it would be troublesome for my masters to take care of it. I will sell it, and give them things which are more suitable. Go fetch it. And the slave girl went and fetched it. Visakha did not put it on, but sent for some goldsmiths and had it appraised. It is worth 90 millions, said they, and the workmanship is worth 100,000. Then put the parua in a wagon, said Visakha, and sell it. There is no one who is able to take it at such a price, and a woman worthy to wear such parua is difficult to find, for in all the circuit of the earth only 3 women have the great creeper parua, Visakha, the great female lay disciple, the wife of Bandula, the general of the Malas, and Malika, daughter of a treasurer of Benares. So Visakha paid the price herself, and putting 90 millions and 100,000 into a cart, she took the amount to the monastery. Reverend sir, said she, when she had made her obeisance to the teacher, my master, Ananda the elder, has touched with his hand my parua, and from the time he has touched it, it is impossible for me to wear it. I have endeavoured to sell it, thinking that with the amount I should get for it, I would give things suitable for priests. But when I saw there was no one else able to buy it, I made up the price myself, and now brought the money with me. Reverend sir, which one of the 4 reliances shall I give? Visakha, a dwelling place at the east gate for the congregation of the priests would be fitting. The very thing, reverend sir. And Visakha, with a joyous mind, bought a site for 90 millions, and with another 90 millions she began constructing a monastery. Now one day, as the teacher at dawn was gazing over the world, he perceived that a son, Badia, had been born from heaven into the family of a treasurer of the city of Badia, and was competent to attain to salvation. And after taking breakfast at the house of Anathapindika, he directed his steps towards the north gate of the city. Now it was the custom of the teacher, if he took alms at the house of Visakha, to issue forth from the city by the south gate and lodge at Jetavana monastery. If he took alms at the house of Anathapindika, he would issue forth by that east gate and lodge in Eastern Park. But if the Blessed One was perceived at sunrise making his way to the north gate, then people knew that he was setting out on his travels. So when Visakha heard on that day that he had gone into the direction of the north gate, she hastened to him, and making an obeisance said, Reverend sir, are you desirous of going travelling? Yes, Visakha. Reverend sir, at this vast expense am I having a monastery built for you. Reverend sir, turn back. Visakha, this journey admits not of my turning back. Assuredly, thought Visakha, the Blessed One has some special reason in all this. Then she said, Reverend sir, in that case, before you go, command some priest to stay behind who will know how the work should be done. Visakha, take the bowl of anyone you wish. Then Visakha, though fond of Ananda, thought of the magical power of the elder Moggallana the Great, and how swiftly the work would progress with him to assist, and took his bowl. The elder then looked at the teacher. Moggallana, said the teacher, take 500 priests in your train and turn back. And he did so. And by his supernatural power they would go a distance of 50 or 60 leagues for logs and stones, and having secured logs and stones of tremendous size, they would bring them home on the same day. And they who placed the logs and stones on the carts were not exhausted, nor did the axles break, and in no long time they had erected a 2-story building on high foundations and approached by steps. The building contained 1,000 apartments, 500 apartments being in the lower story, and the same number in the upper. After travelling about for 9 months, the teacher came again to Savatthi, and in these 9 months Visakha had put up her building and was now at work on the peak, which was intended to hold the water pots and was finished in solid beaten red gold. And Visakha, hearing that the teacher was proceeding towards Jetavana monastery, went to meet him, and conducting him to her monastery, she exacted of him a promise. Reverend sir, dwell here for 4 months with the congregation of the priests, and I will have the building completed. The teacher consented, and henceforth she gave alms to the Buddha and to the congregation of the priests in the monastery. And it came to pass that a certain female friend of Visakha came to her with a piece of stuff that was worth 1,000 pieces of money. Dear friend, she said, I want to replace some of the floor covering in your pavilion, and spread this instead. Tell me a place in which to spread it. Dear friend, if I were to tell you there was no place left, you would think, she does not want to let me have a place. But look through the 2 floors of the pavilion and the 1,000 apartments yourself, and find a place in which to spread it. Then the other took the piece of stuff worth 1,000 pieces of money, and went through the building, but finding no stuff there of less value than hers, she was overcome with grief, for she thought, I shall have no share in the merit of this building. And stopping still, she wept. And Ananda the elder happened to see her and said, Why do you weep? And she told him the matter. Let not that trouble you, said the elder. I will tell you a place in which to spread it. Make a doormat of it, and spread it between the place for washing the feet and the staircase. The priests, after washing their feet, will wipe them upon the mat before they enter the building. Thus will your reward be great. This spot, it appears, had been overlooked by Visakha. For 4 months did Visakha give alms to her monastery, to the Buddha, and to the congregation which followed him, and at the end of that time she presented the congregation of the priests with stuff for robes, and even that received by the novices was worth 1,000 pieces of money. And of medicines she gave the fill of every man's bowl. 90 millions were spent in this donation. Thus 90 millions went for the site of the monastery, 90 for the construction of the monastery, and 90 for the festival at the opening of the monastery, making 270 millions in all that were expected by her on the religion of the Buddha. No other woman in the world was as liberal as this one who lived in the house of a heretic. On the day the monastery was completed, when the shadows of eventide were lengthening, she walked with her children and her children's children round and round the building, delighted with the thought that her prayer of a former existence had now attained its complete fruition. And with a sweet voice, in 5 stanzas, she breathed forth the solemn utterance. Oh, when shall I a mansion give, plastered with mud and stuccoed over, a pleasing monastery gift? Oh, this my prayer is now fulfilled. Oh, when shall I give household goods, benches and stools to sit upon, and bolsters, pillows for the couch? Oh, this my prayer is now fulfilled. Oh, when shall I provisions give, the ticket food so pure and good, smothered in broths of various meats? Oh, this my prayer is now fulfilled. Oh, when shall I give priestly robes, garments of fine Benares cloth, and linen, cotton goods as well? Oh, this my prayer is now fulfilled. Oh, when shall I give medicines, fresh butter, butter clarified, and honey, treacle, purest oil? Oh, this my prayer is now fulfilled. When the priests heard her, they brought word to the teacher. Reverend sir, In all this time we have never known Visakha to sing, but now, surrounded by her children and her children's children, she walks, singing around and round the building. Pray, is her bile out of order, or has she become mad? Priests, said the teacher, my daughter is not singing, but the desire of her heart having come to pass, in her delight she breathes forth a solemn utterance. But when was it, Reverend Sir, she made the prayer? Priests, will you listen? Reverend Sir, we will. Whereupon he related a tale of ancient times. Priests, 100,000 cycles ago, a Buddha was born into the world by the name of Padumuttara. His term of life was 100,000 years. His retinue of those in whom depravity had become extinct was 100,000. His city was Hamsavati. His father, King Sunanda, and his mother, Queen Sujata. The chief benefactress of this teacher, a lay devotee, had obtained the 8 boons and held the position of mother, and used to provide him with the 4 reliances. Every evening and morning she used to wait on him at the monastery, and a certain female friend constantly accompanied her. When this friend saw on what intimate terms she conversed with the teacher, and how much she was beloved, she began to consider, what do people do to the beloved by the Buddhas? And she said to the teacher, Reverend Sir, what is this woman to you? She is the chief of my benefactresses. Reverend Sir, by what means does one thus become chief benefactress? By praying for 100,000 world cycles to become one. Reverend Sir, could I become one if I now made my prayer? Assuredly you could. In that case, Reverend Sir, come with your 100,000 priests and take alms of me for 7 days. The teacher consented, and for 7 days she gave alms of food, and on the last day stuff for robes. Then she did obeisance to the teacher, and, falling at his feet, made her prayer. Reverend Sir, I do not pray for rule among the gods, or any other such reward as the fruit of this almsgiving, but that from some Buddha like yourself I may obtain the 8 boons, and have the position of mother, and be chief of those able to provide the 4 alliances. The teacher looked into the future for 100,000 cycles to see if her prayer could be fulfilled, and said, At the end of 100,000 cycles a Buddha named Gautama shall arise, and you shall be a female lay disciple of his, and have the name Visakha. From him you shall obtain the 8 boons, and obtain the position of mother, and become chief of the benefactresses who shall provide the 4 reliances. And after a life of meritorious deeds, she was reborn in the world of the gods, and continuing to be reborn in the world of the gods and the world of men, she was born in the time of the supreme Buddha Kassapa as the youngest of the 7 daughters of Kiki, king of Benares. In this existence she was called servant of the congregation, and having married and with her sisters for a long time given alms and done other meritorious deeds, she fell at the feet of the supreme Buddha Kassapa and prayed, At a future time may I hold the position of mother to a Buddha such as you, and become chief of the female givers of the 4 reliances. Now, after rebirths in the world of the gods and the world of men, she has been born in this existence as the daughter of Dhananjaya, the treasurer, the son of Mandaka, the treasurer, and has done many meritorious deeds for my religion. Thus it is, O priests, that I say my daughter is not singing, but that, at the realization of her prayer, she breathes forth a solemn utterance. And the teacher continued his instruction and said, Priests, just as a skilful garland maker, if he obtain a large heap of various kinds of flowers, will go on and on making all manner of garlands, even so does the mind of Visakha incline to do all manner of noble deeds. So saying, he pronounced this stanza, As flowers in rich profusion piled, with many a garland furnish forth, so all the years of mortal man should fruitful be in all good works. End of chapter 30. Recording by Ray of Rarity.com, RAERITY.com. From Hong Kong, May 2009. End of Buddhist Writings, translated by Henry Clark Warren.